Data visualization is a crucial step in any data analytics project. It helps you understand your data better and draw meaningful conclusions. Hi everyone, welcome to this video tutorial on data visualization full course by Simplilearn. So in this course, you will learn how to make sense of data and create interesting visualizations using Tableau, Power BI, Excel, R and Python. We have our experienced instructors who will take you through this course. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the Simplilearn channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. So we will start by learning how to create reports and dashboards using Tableau. Tableau is a powerful business intelligence and data visualization software that is popularly used in several industries. Then, we will learn another important data visualization tool, that is Power BI. You will learn how to create charts and graphs in Power BI Desktop and publish reports on Power BI Service. Moving ahead, we will learn to create an Excel dashboard where we will see how to create reports using sales data. Then, we will see how to use important visualization packages in R to build different charts and graphs. So we will learn about ggplot and plotly packages. Finally, we will look at the important data visualization package in Python, that is Matplotlib. So let's get started.
Hello and welcome to Tableau Training for Beginners. My name is Michelle Covine and I'm with the Simplilearn team. Today we'll be talking about all the things you need to know to get started with Tableau. So here's our agenda. We'll be talking about business intelligence and why it's important, and some BI tools. Then we'll talk about Tableau and why we use Tableau for business intelligence, and do a quick overview of Tableau installation. Then we'll show you how you can get started by connecting to data, and we'll do an overview of the Tableau workspace. We'll go a little bit deeper into the Tableau workspace as we look at worksheets and dashboards, and we show you how you can ask questions using visualizations. We'll look at hierarchy and drill down, calculated fields. We'll look at parameters and sets, and finally we'll show you how to build a donut chart and a 2D pie chart. So what is business intelligence? Companies use business intelligence technologies to collect, analyze, and present data in order to create actionable information. Today's businesses are always seeking insights about their customers, products, and services. So businesses are faced with many questions, such as how do I know my customers are happy? What would make my customers stay, and how can I increase awareness of my products and services? Business intelligence can help you answer those questions. When you have a question about what your customers are feeling, what your customers are doing, who the customers are, and what's the best channel to target them, business intelligence is a method of transforming your data into these insights and measurable metrics. Business intelligence tools are designed to make the data flow manageable. In the age of information, Tableau is one of many tools to help manage the data flow and turn data into actionable information. We also have Qlik and SAP and Oracle. You may have heard of some of these. Let's take a look at some of the benefits of Tableau as your business intelligence tool. So why would we use Tableau? It can be connected to 40 different data sources. The more data sources it can connect to, it means that you are more likely to get direct access to your data. It can build interactive dashboards with just a few clicks, which can help you quickly understand your data, and it lets you see your outliers. There's also simple analytics built right into Tableau, such as trends and forecasting, that can help you understand your data on a deeper level. Tableau has been a leader in the Gartner Magic Quadrant for the last 6 years, and that includes 2018. Here we will take a look at an overview of the products offered by Tableau. So we have Tableau Desktop, which is where you do all of your development. This is where you connect to and build visualizations and dashboards. Today we'll be using Tableau Public, which is a free version of Tableau Desktop, but with some limitations, such as having no R integration, and it can only support up to 1 million rows of data. Also, any data published here is made public, so you can't use this for private company information. Then there's a new tool called Tableau Prep, where you can prepare your data by seeing it visually before you connect and build reports. There's also Tableau Online, which is a cloud-hosted version of Tableau Server, a place where you can publish your dashboards, and it enables you to share your dashboards in a secure way. Tableau Server has an option to be on-premises. So let's just do a quick comparison between building a visualization in Excel and building one in Tableau. Okay, so here we have an Excel file full of data that we will soon connect to and use for some of our demonstration purposes. And you can see that we have information about orders. If we wanted to find out the quantity sold and the sum of sales for each region, we could do that by creating a pivot table. So we'll make it I selected my cells. We'll make it in a new worksheet. And here we have the beginnings of a pivot chart. And we can grab region and pull it into our columns. And then we'll grab sales and put it into values. And then we also want to look at quantity and put that into values. And it's automatically summing up sales and quantity, but you can choose if you want it to be sum or not. And then we'll take our values and put it on rows so that we can see sales and quantity one on top of the other. And that's the basics of a pivot chart. Now let's do a similar thing in Tableau. Okay, so we have our connection to the data, and Tableau automatically splits out the dimensions from the measures. We'll go into more depth on that later. But we can come and grab region and put it onto columns, and we get a similar thing, maybe a little nicer formatted. And then we can come and put quantity there. And if we want to add sales to it, we can double click on sales, and we'll have quantity and sales one on top of the other. We can put sales on top by dragging quantity down in that box. We also have this show me dialog box, which allows you to see what visualizations you could build using what's already on the screen or the things that you have selected. So right now, we could quickly switch it to bar charts, and now we can see quantity and sales across our region with bar charts. Or we could switch it to stacked bars, and we can see our quantity across the regions. If you close that, we can see our legend over here, and then our sales across the region. So in Tableau, we have a lot of really quick flexibility to turn just text into a visualization. So in summary, we can see a side-by-side of what we made using pivot tables in Excel and what we made in a similar amount of time in Tableau. Let's get started with the Tableau installation. As for requirements, you need Windows 7 or later, or you need your Mac operating system to be 10.11 or later. Here are some of the browsers you can use to install Tableau. We will be installing Tableau Public today, and to do that, you just Google Tableau Public Download and click on that first link, and then you put in your email address and click download the app. So let's just look up Tableau Public Download, and it's this first one. You can click download now. It takes you to the Tableau Public page where you can click sign in and create an account free. This gives you a place to save the visualizations you make, but keep in mind anything you save on Tableau Public is public. And then you come here and you enter your email address and click download the app, and it should give you an executable file that you will download. And once it's downloaded, you should be able to open Tableau Public. So let's go take a look at the Tableau Public opening page. So this is what Tableau Public looks like when you first open it. On your left, you have the different things you can connect to. This is more limited in Tableau Public than it is in Tableau Desktop. So if you invest in Tableau Desktop, you have many things you can connect to. You can also connect to data by clicking this drop-down Connect Data piece. That's especially useful when you've already started your visualization. Then we have this central portion called Open. This is where anything that you have opened up previously will show up. You can also click Open from Tableau Public, and when you have, my connection's timed out so I need to log in, but when you log in, it says no workbook found, try publishing first. This is where you'll see all of your published Tableau Public dashboards. Over here we have Discover, and it has some how-to videos, visualization of the day, which is where people who have made Tableau Public visualizations get recognized for their skill, and you get some pretty cool ideas when you look there. So let's get started by connecting to a data source. We'll click Microsoft Excel, and we'll choose our Excel file and open it up. And this is our data source page. This shows you the sheets on the Excel file and allows you to drag them in so that you can see the data show up. This gives you a preview of what your data will look like. You can see that Tableau is starting to classify our fields. So anything that has ABC on it shows that that's a column that has strings in it. We also have a globe, which was where Tableau has recognized these values to be geographical. So we have state, and it's recognized that it contains states. It bases it on the keywords that it stores to identify if it's geographical. And so it takes a look, and you've named it city, and it knows that city is geographical. We also have the calendar symbol where it's recognized that it's a date field. And we also have row ID that shows up with the hashtag and it recognizes it's a number. So now that we have our data source pulled in, we can come here and hit Sheet, which is where you start to build your visualization. Let's take a look at all the different pieces of this before we go any further. We have the data that we're connected to up here. It's our orders sheet from the Sample Superstore Excel sheet. We have dimensions on top and measures on bottom. These are where we're going to get the fields to drag and drop. Here we have our cards. We'll look more in depth at our cards in a moment. And these are our shelves, the column shelf and the row shelf, where you can drag things in to make changes happen in the visualization center. We have our Show Me tabs, where you can see, we took a brief look at this earlier, but you can see all of the different visualizations you can build here. A neat thing about Show Me is that when you hover, it'll tell you what types of fields you need to build it. So for a symbol map, try 1 geographical field, 0 or more dimensions, or 0 to 2 measures. And that's how you can build a geographical symbol map. And when you're done with Show Me, you just close it. Let's take a look here at our sheets. So we have Sheet 1 and Sheet 2. A sheet is basically just one visualization at a time. Let's get rid of the extra sheet. We have a dashboard, which is where you can pull multiple sheets on to show multiple visualizations at one time. And then we have what's called a story, which allows you to show a sequence of visualizations so that you can tell a story. Perfect. Okay, so we saw that Tableau is categorizing our different fields, and it is also giving it a role. So we have dimensions on top and measures on bottom. Dimensions contain descriptive values, such as names, dates, and geographical data. You can use dimensions to reveal details in your data, that is, qualitative details. We also have measures, which contain numeric, quantitative values that you can measure. Measures can be aggregated, and when you drag a measure onto the view, Tableau will apply an aggregation to that measure. It's sum by default. So let's show this by building what we built before. We'll grab region, and we'll see its 4 distinct values as a dimension. And then we'll double click on quantity, and we can see the numbers here, the measures, and you can see here that it is the sum of quantity. And now we can also double click on sales, and we can see quantity and sales. To discuss a little bit more about dimensions and measures, you can see that in general measures are numbers and dimensions are not. But sometimes, like row ID, it is a number. Now, why would we have a number up here instead of in the measures? So you can tell the difference between a number, whether it should be in measures or it should be in dimensions, based on whether you'll need to do any calculations on it, or if you would want to be able to aggregate it at some time. So for sales, if you have several orders in a day, you might want to know what the sum of those sales are. But if you have several orders in the day, and they're on rows 2, 3, 4, and 5, you might not want to know the sum of the rows. So Tableau is smart enough that when it sees ID, it knows that it belongs up in the dimensions. Now you can switch. So if row ID was actually something you would want to aggregate for some reason, you can drag it down to the measures and add it down there. But in our case, row ID isn't something that you want to sum or average. Can you think of any other numbers that might not show up as a measure that should be a dimension? Comment below with your answers. As we discussed before, dimensions are on top, measures are on bottom, and you can see that blue is associated with dimensions and green is associated with measures. But it's a little bit more complicated than that. So dimensions are qualitative and measures are quantitative, but blue means we want our label to be discrete and green means we want our label to be continuous. Let's make a new sheet and make a visualization to kind of show this. So we can bring on on quantity, and we're going to use it as a dimension. But you can see, even when it's a dimension, you can choose continuous or discrete. So right now it's a dimension, but it's green. It's a little bit different than what you might expect. And then we'll do sales. So now we can see over the different quantities what our sales was. Yeah, has been for this period of time that we're looking at. I believe it's 4 years. So for when people bought 3 items, the total sales was that number. And you can see that this is an axis. So it's from 1 to 15. Now, if we change it from continuous to discrete, you can see that 1 is a label, 2 is a label, and it's not an axis ranging from 1 to, it doesn't even have 15 because there are no values under 15. These are just individual labels. So we go back, it's green again, and you can see that it's an axis. So we have 2 greens on here, so we have 2 axes. And change it back to discrete, and now we have 1 axis and 1 set of individual labels. So let's go back to our sheet 3. We have all of these different sales by the different quantity numbers, and up here we have our sorting. When you hover, it tells you what kind of sorting is going to happen. So we could sort quantity descending by sales. So we can see that when they buy 3 things, we have the highest sales. You can do the opposite, where it's the lowest to the highest number of sales. You can also do sorting more in depth by clicking on the quantity and right-clicking sort. So we could just sort by descending or ascending or by sales or alphabetic, which is not what we want. You can choose the field or you can manually change your sorting here. And now we're back to what we had at the beginning. Now that we've had an overview of how Tableau works, let's go into a little more detail. Tableau is very much built on the premise of drag and drop. So let's build a simple visualization and talk about what each of these shelves and marks cards specifically do. So we're going to make a simple chart which is average sales by region. So we know we want sales on, let's do sales on rows. Now for rows and for metrics, since this is continuous like we talked about before, it's making an axis for our sales. We also can drag region onto columns, and it makes 1 column per region. So that's how it works with dimensions. If you pull a dimension onto columns, you're saying I want 1 blank per column. I want 1 region per column. So if you wanted to do it by instead of region, if you want to remove something from a visualization, you just pull it back off. Or you can hit undo or Control Z. Tableau has the benefit of having unlimited undos. So let's say we wanted to bring on city. Let's say we want 1 column per city. And that's what you get. And there's a lot of cities. So that's what it looks like. Let's take city back off. I want 1 column per region. And for sales, I want my rows axes to show me where sales are. Great. Now, let's say we want to adjust the color of these bars. You can click on color, and you can select any of them. So let's pick this nice blue, or we can pick an orange, and that's how you can determine the color. But if you want something else to determine the color, you can take region and drag it onto color, and now we have 1 color per region. Now with measures, again, since they're continuous, it's going to be more like a scale. So if I want them to be a different color based on sales, and I pull sales onto color, it's going to be darker where there's higher sales and lighter where there's lower sales. So it's continuous from light to dark. But for region, it is 1 color per region. So they're distinct colors. It's not continuous. Great. Let's say we want to sort this biggest to smallest, and we can look at size here. So if we want to adjust the size manually, we can click on it and drag it. But if we want the size to be based on something else, you choose a measure for the size. So if we want it to be wider based on sales, we will drag sales onto size, and we can see that it gets bigger with bigger sales. We can do the same thing and replace the sales with profit, and now it's bigger if there is bigger profit. And drag that back off. So you can determine manually, or you can do it with your measures. For label, let's say we want the sales onto label. Now we can see the exact sales number for each region. What if we wanted the name of the region there as well? We can drag region onto labels, and we can see sales for the West region. You can adjust which one goes on top. See how we have two T's here? Those are both labels. Great. Tooltip. When we click on tooltip, it'll show us what's going to happen when we hover. So as I hover here on East, it says region East sales, and then it shows the sales amount. Now we talked about, I'll take my labels back off, wanting to make this visualization not for the sum of sales, but for the average of sales. So we will right click on our sum of sales here in the rows, hover over measure, which right now is sum, and change it to average. And we have a different result here. So let's sort again, and we can see that the South region actually has the highest average of sales, which was not the case for the sum. Now let's say we want our sales to be on the label, but look, it's giving us the sum of sales label. So we just do the same thing and change it to average. Now we can see our average on the label. The label has some interesting options, like you can format this, and we could say maybe we want it to be all of them to be blue, and that happens right there. You can also choose to only show the minimum and the maximum. This becomes handy on a line chart where you don't want all marks labeled because it gets very messy, but you want the tallest and the shortest part to be labeled. And maybe you just want the tallest, so we'll click label minimum value and remove that checkbox, and now we just have the tallest value there. And one card that we haven't used yet is the filters card. So we could allow people to look at this, but only certain regions. So what we can do is we can come over to region and right click on it and click show filter, and it will add it to that filters card. And now we can remove central from the mix and just look at those ones. You see, if we remove South, the new highest, East, now has the label, but if we put it back in, South will have the label again. If we don't want to have these filters, we can pull it off there. Or if we wanted to filter out by country, we just have United States. So let's not filter by country. But we could pull in category, and we have these filters by category. If we select them all, they'll all be there. And we click show filter, and it will bring it over here. And we can remove out technology, and the South still has the highest for the other two. But if we only include technology, you can see the difference there. So that's the basics of filters. Another thing that I can mention here is that you can change the type of mark manually. So you saw when we pulled on region and we pulled on sales, it automatically made us a bar chart, but we could change this to be a line chart, and you can see that the color changes because we told it to based on region. If we pull that off, then it would be a line chart there. You can change it to be a lot of different type of visualizations here. So when you're not using show me to help determine your graphs, you can choose it manually right here. Okay, now let's look at building a scatter plot. So a scatter plot is when you have a bunch of shapes and points on a visualization with two axes that are both measures. So if we take sales and put it on the y-axis, and we take discount and put it on the x-axis, we can see our point that represents all of our data with the sum of sales and the sum of discount. And if we wanted to see this per order, we'll take order ID and put it onto detail. Now what detail does is it determines the level that we are building our visualization at. So grabbing order ID and putting onto detail gives us all of these little points. So for each order, what was our sales and what was our discount? So we have out here some outliers that you can find very quickly. Let's actually do product ID instead. So I'll put it right over top of order ID and it will replace it. Now we see all of our products. Anything that has high sales is up here, anything that has high discount is over here. You can see that it sort of has a trend where things with high sales do not have high discounts, which makes sense. If we wanted to know what category these products all show up in, we could take category and put it onto shape. And now we have 3 different shapes that tell us the categories. Tableau has a cool new highlight feature which allows you to show just the dimension that you want to see, but it leaves the other ones in place. So for example, if we click on furniture, first we have to turn on the highlight feature and then click on furniture. And now you can see all of the furniture items popping up in our visualization and how they're kind of clustered in this area and the pattern for them. When we click on technology, we can see their pattern, which is a little bit different. So we have them by shape with category. Let's drag category onto color as well. If you remember, category will determine the color and the shape at this point. And so we can kind of see the patterns happening there. So if we want to see our high discounted items, they're all over here. And most of the things that are getting high discounts are office supplies, which is interesting. And then our highest sales product up here, now we could take that product ID and find out what that product actually is out of our, oh, look, we have product name. Let's replace product ID with product name. And we see that that is a Canon Image Class Advanced Copier. So this copier is our big salesperson. And office supplies binders do not give us very many sales, and we're highly discounting them. So now you know a little bit more about the details card and the shapes card, and about using highlighting in Tableau. So let's say we wanted to know by subcategory what our profit is like. We could grab subcategory and pull it onto columns, and we would say we want 1 column per subcategory. And then let's grab profit and pull it onto rows, and you can quickly see which categories are profitable and which ones are not. So we can also take profit and put it onto color so that you can see that even more clearly. Right now it is going from orange to blue, which is Tableau's default. If we wanted to change from what color to what color it was going, we have a lot of options in here when you go to edit colors. So maybe you wanted to go from red to blue, just to emphasize that the profit that's negative is bad. So we can hit apply, and now we can see red to blue. We have our categories here, our subcategories here, but let's separate it out by category. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take subcategory off. I'm going to put on category, and now it's by category, and then I'm going to put subcategory on after it. So when we put it in order like this, the order matters in Tableau. So first it breaks it up by category, and then inside of that it breaks it up by subcategory. So furniture's all here, and then there's our subcategories under furniture. If we were to move subcategory to the front, it really doesn't group it appropriately, because first it's breaking it up by subcategory and then by category, and that's not effective. We end up with furniture, 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 furniture spread out across our visualization. So again, let's put category to the front, and now we have our profit by category by subcategory, and we can click sort subcategory descending by profit. And now what it does is within the highest group, within each group, It then sorts it by profit, so you can tell it's not going to break this group apart to move tables to the very end. It's going to keep tables inside of furniture, and then it doesn't move furniture to the very end either. So what we have here is a quick view by category, by subcategory, how we're doing on profit. We can see that tables is our biggest drain on profit, and so if we wanted to improve the profitability of furniture, maybe we would not sell tables anymore. It's just not working out for us. Another thing about this visualization that we could do to improve it is you can see that there's some of these words are getting cut off. So we could right click on this axis and click rotate label, and now you can read the whole word, and so that's helpful. Also up here we have our title, which right now is the same name as our sheet. So if we rename the sheet to profit by subcategory, then it names the title up here, so this is making it look a little bit better. And then here we have profit, and it shows it, but without any like dollar signs. So let's come up here to profit and click format, and you can see that we can format the sum of profit to be currency. And we can do it currency by the thousands, and we can get rid of these decimal places, and now you can see it's just a little bit nicer, a little bit more clear. Maybe we don't have to have the label here that says category / subcategory, so we can hide field labels for columns, because it's pretty clear that these are categories and these are subcategories. So those are some formatting tips for you. Formatting in Tableau is one of those things where there are just a lot of different ways you could change things. So in more in-depth videos, especially from Simplilearn, you'll learn more and more about this. Also, as we are building these visualizations, if you want to have access to this data set so that you can build along with me, just make a comment in the comments below and the Simplilearn team will send you this data set. Now we're going to take a look at creating a hierarchy in Tableau. So we'll make a new tab, and we're going to make a sheet called sales by product. And so we will be looking at sales as a number. And let's bring on product name. Now there are a lot of products names, so it's going to make sure that you really want to do this. I'm going to click add all members, and now we can see all of our products and their sales over all time. So if we sort this, we can see our highest selling item, which we discovered earlier as the advanced copier, and we scroll down to the bottom, our lowest selling items. So we have our products, and we can group that by subcategory. And you can see I need to put it in the front again. And by category. Alright, I'm going to take product name back off, and we're going to talk about hierarchies. So, a product rolls up into a subcategory, which rolls up into a category. You can create a hierarchy by, let's start with subcategory and dragging it onto category. And it's going to create a hierarchy. We'll call it our product hierarchy. And now it knows that category is the parent to subcategory. Let's do the same thing by grabbing the product name and putting it underneath subcategory. So now it knows category is the parent, then there's subcategory, and then there's product name. This allows you to, instead of pulling this off or putting it back on, you can bring category on, and then you can expand it by pressing this plus button. And now we see, but here's our sales by category, by subcategory. And then here's our sales by category, by subcategory, by product name. This is really useful when you're creating a detail section for your users. And so when somebody wants to know, let's say you have show filter for category and a filter for subcategory. show filter for subcategory. And they're looking at category here, and they're just like, I see technology has the highest sales, and I just want to see technology. So I'm going to unclick furniture and office supplies. Let's put category on top. And then, so I just have technology. Well, I want to see what has the highest sales inside of technology. And let's sort it. Oh, phones. Phones does. So I just actually want to look at phones. So I'm going to remove accessories, copiers, and machines. And what has the highest sales inside of phones? And sort it. And now I can see quickly the detailed information without having to change my visualization. Let's give this visualization a little more depth. First, I'll add back in all of our categories and subcategories by showing across region. So we know technology had the highest, but how does it look across region? Now, part of the point of Tableau is to allow the users to read the visualizations very quickly. And when you have big blocks of text like this, it's kind of hard to see which one has the highest because it doesn't quite stand out very quickly. So what we can do is take sales and drag it onto color. Let's change our marks to a square, and now it's going to color each of these. It colors every one of these cells based on its darkness for sales. This is a little bit heavy of a color. You can click color here and change the opacity to give it a little bit of a lighter look. Just makes it a little bit see-through. Great, so now it's a lot easier to see that the West seems to have the highest sales and that technology in the East is the very highest. So now when we drill into subcategory, it keeps that coloring and we can see more in depth and quicker that phones has the highest across most of them. It's not quite the highest in the West because chairs is the highest in the West. There's one place in Tableau where hierarchies are built in, and that's in dates. So dates in Tableau can be very complex because they allow very complex visualizations. So we will not go into depth about dates at this time, but let's take a look at how they work for hierarchies. So we have order date that we can pull onto columns here. And you can see that it's blue, meaning that it's discrete. So each one of these is a header instead of it being an axis across the top. Now let's drag profit onto rows. So now we can see our profit over time for each of these years. And Tableau has some hierarchies built into dates already. So when I click this plus on columns, it'll split it out into quarters. So this is a header, and these are all subheaders underneath that header because it is distinct and discrete right now instead of continuous. So it's split out year, 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 and quarters, 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 quarters. This allows you to quickly compare quarter 1 across all of the years, and quarter 2 across all of the years, and quarter 4 across all of the years. Another way you could add some more detail to this is by taking maybe category and pulling it onto color. And now we have one line for each category. And we can see that drop in technology is a big part of the responsibility for that drop we were seeing in quarter 2 of 2016. So let's take that back off, and let's take quarter back off, and let's explore continuous dates. So here in dates, we have our top section of dates, and then you see it repeats, and we have the bottom section of dates. So we've got year, but we also have year here, quarter, and quarter. Now the top ones are all discrete, and when I change it to a bottom one, year, same thing, same year, it changes it to be green, and now it's continuous. So now instead of this being a header for 2013 and a header for 2014, it's an axis. So the difference here is when I press the plus and it changes it to quarter, instead of adding quarter to year, now it's doing quarter for each year and making one continuous line. And we can keep going and drill down to month. You can go pretty far. Now when we add category as color, we get our 3 lines for the 3 categories, And we also have highlighting turned on here still, so when we click on technology, we can highlight technology with the others in the background, so we don't lose the context of the other categories. Let's take that back off. Next, let us talk about calculated fields. So we'll make a new sheet, and we're going to create our first calculated field. We can create a calculated field by clicking this arrow, which gives us some options, and clicking Create Calculated Field, or we can come and click in the white space below dimensions or below measures, and we right click and click Create Calculated Field. Let's name it Profit Ratio. So this is for if we wanted to create a visualization that showed the profit ratio, but we don't have that measure readily available to us. To bring in fields for our calculation, you can do it in one of two ways. One is to start typing it, and it will start auto-prompting you for the different measures or for different calculations or values you can use, or you can come and drag it in. So if we want profit and we want sales, and if we do profit divided by sales, that is a profit ratio unaggregated. Okay, and let's make a second calculated field. We could come here and click duplicate, and that will duplicate our field, but I just want to start over again, so I'll click Create Calculated Field, and I will call it Profit Ratio Aggregated. And in this one, we're going to do sum, click, of profit, click, divided by sum of sales. Okay, so now, what's the difference between profit ratio aggregated and profit ratio unaggregated? How will those behave differently in Tableau? Let's look at this by looking at a single order. So first, let's bring on all the orders and all the products under that order. And let's look at this order. So I want to filter this whole dashboard to only this order, so I can right click on it and click Keep Only. That creates a filter up here that only has that box checked. And if I want to get rid of this later, I can just pull it right off of filters and everything will come back. But I want to, so keep only. And now let's take a look at profit ratio aggregated. I double clicked on it and I added it here, and profit ratio unaggregated. Again, double clicking, and now they're side by side. Let's give us a little bit of more room. So when I dragged that out, it gave us more room so we could see them side by side in the entire titles. Okay, so I chose to look at one order and these product names because the combination of order and product name is unique, one per row. We know that Tableau will aggregate the data up to the lowest level in the visualization, and I brought it all the way down to the lowest level of the data source, so we have no aggregation right now. So when we're looking at it without any aggregation, these two calculations are the same. Profit ratio aggregated, let's look at that again. We'll click Edit, and that's the one where we sum profit and sum sales before we divide. And then we've got profit ratio unaggregated. So let's also look at profit and look at sales. This is a technique that I use when I'm trying to understand how my calculated fields are working. Try to break it down to the lowest level possible and see if it's doing what I expect. So we've got profit and we've got sales. Now, both of them are at 0.5 or 50%, and that's because profit is 8 and sales is 16 for Adam's telephone messaging. Now, let's take off product name. When we take off product name, we can see that they start to vary. We've got profit ratio aggregated and profit ratio unaggregated. So here we have profit and sales. The profit ratio should be profit divided by sales. So let's open up a calculator and make it a little smaller. So if we take profit at 219.1 and divide it by sales at 508.6, we get 0.4, not 1.8. So where does this 1.8 come from? Well, let's put product name back on here. What happens is, with profit ratio aggregated, it sums up the profit and then divides it by the sum of sales. So that's what we did. When we took off profit ratio unaggregated, we had the sum of profit and divided it by the sum of sales, which is what we want. Profit ratio unaggregated, however, does the calculation, profit divided by sales, and then sums it afterwards. You can see it right here. It's the sum of profit ratio unaggregated. So it makes this calculation, and then it adds up 0.5 plus 0.5 plus 0.3 plus 0.5. And that's where we get our 1.8, which is what we see when we pull off product name, 1.8. So for most calculations, you want to do profit ratio aggregated, where you determine how it's aggregated before you do the calculation. So let's remove profit ratio unaggregated and delete it. Let's go to profit ratio aggregated and just call it profit ratio. Perfect. Now we no longer need anything that we have on our visualization right now, so let me show you a quick trick to clear the board. Tableau has this button up here, which is called Clear Sheet. You can also do on Windows Alt-Shift-Backspace, and you just click Clear Sheet and it will start you over with that sheet. And that really helps when you've dragged a bunch of things on and really made a mess when you're trying things out. Okay, so we're going to build a visualization, and we're going to look at region, and we're going to look at it by profit ratio. And so now we have this bar chart by profit ratio. Let's color this by region. We can also pull on profit and sales, and we can see all three of them side by side, split out by region. Now let's say we also wanted to see each region by sales per customer. So let's create some calculated fields that will help us do that. Let's create our first calculated field that's going to get us a count of customers. Let's call it total number of customers. And so we have customer name and customer ID. Let's do count distinct of customer ID. And that gives us the total number of customers. Apply. So right now, we could take total number of customers and see which categories have the highest number of customers. Perfect, but that's just one part of our calculation. We want to see total sales divided by total number of customers. So let's make our second calculated field, and we're going to call it sales per customer. We're going to do our sum of sales, which we can drag in, and divide that by total number of customers. Now you see that calculated field we just made pops up inside of our calculation dialog box. And we hit apply, and it shows up, so we hit OK. And let's replace total number of customers with sales per customer. And now we can see our sales per customer ratio and which ones have the highest. For this next part, I'm going to make a couple of visualizations in a row that all apply to the same information using a couple of different tactics. So first, let's use show me. So I want to look at region and sales for this visualization. So I'm going to control click region after I clicked sales. So one more time, I'm going to click on sales, and I'm going to control click region, and I'm going to click show me. And it's going to give me all of the different visualizations I could make with region and sales. Let's pick tree map. Great, so now we have a tree map that shows us our sales by region. And we have the size and the color of the box is both sales. So let's say we wanted the size to be sales, but the color to be profit. So let's grab profit and drag that onto sales. So now we can see our most profitable to our least profitable. Let's edit our colors, and we're going to change it from red to blue diverging, red to blue. But let's go to advanced and make the center number 0. This means that it will never be red unless it's less than 0. So let's hit apply. So it's all blue, and if anything ever goes negative, then it will be red. Okay, let's call this sheet sales profit by region. Perfect. Now we're going to start using our geographical fields. So we have state, city, country, and postal code. Let's double click on state and see what happens. Awesome. So it is generated these two fields. Tableau has generated longitude and latitude for us, and it's been able to recognize the states in the United States and where they're located and given it a longitude and latitude. So next we will look at sales by state by double clicking on sales, and what it's done was change the size of the dot based on sales. Now I think I'm going to move sales from size to color, and it has automatically changed it to a filled map instead of dots on a map. Perfect. So now we can see the states with the biggest amount of sales. Let's put it back onto size, and we have our circles again. Let's put sales onto size, not state onto size, and we have our circles again. But let's make them a little bit bigger. These two marks on the Tableau size line are to give you an idea of how big and how small you should go before it gets too difficult to see. So when we go bigger than the bigger line, it detects that you're getting close to having overlap. But it's up to you as the builder. Okay, so we have size for sales again, and for profit onto color again. So you can see anything that is more profitable is darker, and anything that is less profitable, or less than 0 in this case, is orange. Let's do what we did with color before. Change it to red, blue diverging, and set our center point to 0. Okay, so now we know that if anything is red, it was negative in profit. Perfect. Let's name this sheet Sales Profit by State. Great. Now let's look at sales and profit by category. So we have category and we've made columns. So this is when we drag something to the columns shelf, just remember we want one column per category. And let's double click on sales, and it's going to put it into text, and that's not what I want. So let's take sales and drag it onto rows, and it automatically makes a bar chart. So now we have one bar with the axis of sales for furniture, office supplies, and technology. Now let's take profit and also put it on rows. So now we have two bar charts, one for sales and one for profit. We can change which one is a bar and which one is maybe a bubble chart by clicking on its appropriate marks card. So if we want to change them both, we can click on all and change them both to maybe circles, and you can see how they go up and down. But if we want to just change one of them, let's put those back to automatic. We'll go to profit and change that one to the circles. So now we can see those profit numbers. And if we want them to be overlaid on the same area, we would right click on profit, the second measure on the rows, and click dual axis. So now let's put them onto the same axis. You can see that their axes are not lined up. Let's go to sales and change it back to a bar. So now we have two charts occupying the same space. One of them is a bar chart and one of them is a bubble chart. And we can see our sales versus our profit. At least they're not the same amount of dollars, obviously, but we can see a higher sales and a higher profit. We also have medium sales and a medium profit. We have a medium sales but a really low profit, and it's interesting to see that contrast. So let's rename this sheet as Sales Profit by Category. And finally, we're going to make our details sheet. So we're going to go down to subcategory level and bring it onto rows. And remember, subcategory can expand out to the actual products. Let's bring that back in. And we're going to bring sales onto columns, which makes us a sales bar chart, and profit onto columns, which makes us a profit bar chart. Now let's color them by their appropriate individual color. So we'll go to the sales marks card and drag sales onto color. Now sales is colored by sales. We'll do the same thing here we did before. We'll go red, blue diverging and make the center 0. We actually don't have to do that for sales because sales will never be negative, but it's pretty important for profit. So we'll go to the profit marks card, and take profit onto color and do the same thing there. We have red, blue diverging, advanced, center is 0. Great. So now if it's negative, it will be there. So let's sort this by profit. And so both of them have sorted with profit in mind. And we can easily see our subcategories that have a negative profit. Let's rename this, and we'll call it our details sheet. So now we have these 4 visualizations that all have to do with similar information. I think I want these bigger on the states, so we'll just keep making that bigger. Perfect. Now we're going to make our first dashboard. So for our dashboard, we have information over here that shows you what sheets you can bring on. These get a little bit more complex, so they'll be covered in more in-depth type of videos. And then we have our size. So we could make a range of sizes based on maybe what you're viewing this on. But we're just going to change it to a fixed size. And we're going to make it 1400 by 1000, and this is our dashboard size. So let's bring on sales profit by region, sales and profit by state. Now a map needs a little bit more horizontal space than region does. Let's bring sales and profit by category underneath the region and the detail underneath the state. Give our map more space again. Perfect. Now Tableau has this neat feature called Uses Filter. So you can click Uses Filter here, and now if I click on any of these, it will filter the other dashboards based on these features. So if I just want to look at the South, and I click on South, it zooms into all my South states. Now my categories have updated to be just the South ones, and my details have updated as well. So we could see that Central has pretty big sales, you know, bigger than the South, but the profit is lower than the South. So we can click on Central and focus on Central. Let's use that Uses Filter on all 3 of these dashboards that lead us up to the detail. So building a quick dashboard like this, let's make this taller, would allow you to do some sort of analysis, such as, let's take a look at Central, because they have relatively high profits but low sales. So we click on Central, and then we see, oh man, Texas is having a really hard time. So let's click on Texas, and now we're seeing in Texas that we have negative profit in these categories. So we can control click on furniture and office supplies, and we can see all of our products that are really just killing us in Texas, all of our subcategories. And if we want to go deeper into products, we'll just click that plus sign, and now we see all the products, and we'll sort again, and we can see all the products by subcategory that are really just killing us and are maybe not worthwhile to make anymore. So we're gonna have to reconsider making the 3.6 cubic foot counter height office refrigerator. At least for Texas, it's not very helpful there. And then when you back out of that subcategory section, you can also click somewhere neutral in the dashboard, or click on each thing that you had selected to unselect it and go back to the main part of your visualization and start it all over again. Now let's move on and take a look on how to create parameters and sets. So new sheet, and let's make a quick visualization that will apply our parameters and our sets to. So let's take a look at all of our customers by their sales, and let's sort customer name descending by sales. Great. So now we're going to make a parameter that will allow the user of the dashboard to choose how many customers they want to see, how many of our top customers that they want to see. So let's click this down arrow and click Create Parameter, and we will name it Top N Customers. Great. We're going to make it an integer, and we're going to give them the option to choose the number of customers within a range. Our low is going to be 5, so we'll let them see 5, or up to 20, and we're going to let them skip with step size of 5. Let's start their current value right in the middle with 10. Okay, so now if you want to see how this parameter looks, you can come down to parameters. Before we only had dimensions and measures. on the left side of our Tableau workspace, but now we have parameters that has appeared once we create a parameter. We can right click on that parameter and click Show Parameter Control, and we can see our top N customers. Right now our parameter control isn't built into any of our visualizations, but you can see how it works. We allow them to go down to 5 and up to 20 with steps of 5. Great. Now we're going to create a set. A set is a custom field that defines a subset of data based on some conditions. So the set we're going to build is going to be based on customer name. So when you right click on customer name, you can come down and click Create, hover on Create, and create a set. So far, when we created a parameter and a calculated field, you clicked here with this down arrow and you saw Create Calculated Field and Create Parameter, but it's not there. A set has to be based on an existing field, so you come and you click on the field you want it to be based on, and then hover on Create and you see Set. So here's how we can create a set. Let's name it Top N Customers by Sales. So we're going to allow them to select the top N customers and have that select our top customers by sales. So we want this set to include anything that is in the top, however many they define by the parameter, by sales. So you can come over here to top and change it to by field. We want it to be top, but not just top static 10. We're going to click here and our parameter shows up. So it's going to be top N customers. And then you can choose another field here for it to be defined by, and it's sales. And we want it to be by sum of sales. If we wanted it to be by the average profit, we can come here and click profit and change this to average, and now we would see our top N customers by average profit. But we want sales and sum. Okay, so we've created our set, and we can drag it onto rows to see how it works. And we can see these are our top 10 customers by their sales. And we have this in/out that's generated by our set. So if we take our set, first let's see how this line moves when we change our number here. So right now it's 10. When we move it up, we see our line moves down to include the top 15. And now we can quickly see our top 20. We'll go back to 10, and let's grab the set and drag it onto our filters. So now we have filtered the data down to our top 10. If this were applied to a dashboard, this would allow the end user to see the top 10 quickly and then maybe expand it out to the top 20 if they're interested in that information. Now let's move on to creating a donut chart. So a donut chart is basically a pie chart with a white center. So let's start by building a pie chart, which in Tableau is pretty easy, especially if you use Show Me. So let's create a pie chart for each category by sales. So we're going to click category and then we're going to control click sales. So we have them both selected. We'll come over to Show Me and click pie. And there we have our pie chart. We'll close Show Me. Let's come up here and click entire view so we see our pie very clearly here. If we wanted to have one pie for each region, we can take region and drag that onto columns. So we have one column for each region and then one pie for each of them. You can see that the pie varies in size based on sales as well as the angle is for sales. So East has more sales in general than South, and this helps you to see that technology has smaller sales in the South than it does in the East. So I recommend keeping, if you're going to make pie charts, allowing the size of the pie chart to be affected as well as the angle by whatever measure you're using. But for our purposes for donut charts, we're going to want them to all be the same size. So we took sales off of size, and now we have all of our pie charts the same size. Now we're going to make what's called a dual axis chart, and to make a dual axis chart we have to have two axes. So let's grab number of records, and we'll grab it and drag it to rows, and we will change it from sum to minimum. And that's because every record will have a minimum number of rows of 1, and then they all end up on the same axis. Great. And now we're going to make a second number of records by minimum. And we can do that by doing those steps again, by dragging number of records up here and changing it to minimum again. Or a quick trick that I can show you is if you want to duplicate anything you have on the chart here, you can just hit Control and then click and drag it, and it will duplicate it. So if you wanted your number of records to also be down here onto your details or on your labels, you can Control click it and then leave it there. Great, so now we have our two axes, and we have our two marks cards that each affect their own set of visualizations. So let's go to this top one affects these. So let's show that by changing the size. And it's made these bigger. And this bottom one affects these. And we'll do that by changing it to circle. So now each of these are a circle. Let's take category off of color, and we can take sum of sales off of detail. And let's change the color to white. And now we're going to put this white circle on top of our pie chart by clicking here on our second measure and clicking dual axis. And now it's got them lined up one on top of the other. And we have our donut chart. So if we want our donut slices to be a little thinner, we can change the size of our inner circle and make it bigger. Perfect. And so now we have one pie chart for each region, one donut chart for each region. And if we wanted to take this header and put it inside of our pie chart, what we can do is take region and put it on the label for the circle, and it's putting it down here. You can come and edit that by clicking on label and changing its alignment. So let's put it in the middle. Perfect. So now we can see our header here, so we don't need it down here anymore. You can right click and click show header, and it hides that header. We also don't want to see our labels for our axes. So we right click and click show header there, and now we just see our pies. So to get how the number of sales here for each of them, let's go to, remember, our pie marks card, and let's take our sales and add it to label. So now each of our slices of pie can tell you how much sales they have. If you take the sales here that's on label, right click and click format, we can change that to currency. And let's get rid of our decimal places. Perfect. Now close formatting, and let's say we want the total amount of sales to be in the middle here with central. So we go back to affecting our circle, grab sales, drag it to label. So now we have 4 donut charts formatted to allow us to quickly see the sales numbers for each segment and also for the donut as a whole. You can also change the colors that Tableau selects for each slice by coming to the marks card that has color for the pie, so category color, and clicking edit colors. And you could change it to any of these automatic ones, where if you double click on one, it gives you all of the options for colors that you could possibly want. There's also several different palettes you could choose from. So let's say we like this one, and you can just click assign palette and it will grab those off of there. Those look very similar to what we have already, so I'm going to pick a different one. And click assign palette, click apply. And this allows you to make some color changes and fit your business a little bit more specifically. Perfect. Let's say we make our pies bigger. Increase that size, and we'll also increase the center size. Oh, not that much. Perfect. Now we'll use a similar technique to create the two-dimensional pie chart. A two-dimensional pie chart can be used so that you can show 2 pie charts at the same time, or a pie chart that's kind of split up by different categories. This has been available in some other tools, and Tableau can do it too. So let's just demonstrate that. We're going to start again by creating our generic category by sales. So we'll control click sales, we come over to show me and click pie, and it makes our pie for us. It remembers the colors that you have determined in other pages, so that's a nice feature. Again, let's make it entire view so we can see our pie nice and big. And now we're going to create our dual axis again. So we grab number of records, put it on rows, and see how it adds an axis, but each one of these categories has a different value for the number of records. However, they have the same minimum value for number of records, and it puts them all back onto the same spot. Great. And then we will control click and drag to make our 2 axes. And let's come to our top one and make it bigger. That affected both of them because we still have sales on size for both of them. So sales is affecting the size of the pie chart as well as the size of the angles. So let's take sales off of size for both of them and make the second pie chart a little smaller. Perfect. Now let's also affect our second pie chart by having the color defined by region instead of defined by sales. Let's talk about how I'm replacing it with region. So you could change the color by dragging region onto color, and that replaces it. Or let's go back and we can drag region right on top of the thing we're trying to replace, and it will replace it there. Great. So now we have the smaller circle that's going to go on top, split up by region with the angle defined by sales, and the category is on the top one with the angle defined by sales. Let's pick some nicer colors. Maybe we'll use the same palette we used for category. This one seems right, but we'll pick different ones than those 3. So we click on the one we want to change and click on the color we want to change it to. I'm just going to keep following this right down. Apply. Great. And then we put it on top of the other one by clicking dual axes. Now, sometimes it's easier to see these when they have a border. So we can come to color, and we click border and add maybe some black lines. So allow you to see the inner pie separate from the outer pie. Maybe our border could have white lines. How does that look? And we can make them both bigger, like we did before. Whoa, not that big. And you can also add labels like we did before. We'll take sales onto our labels here. And you can see that hovering allows you to see all of the information you need. Now, one more thing. So while we like to hide this axis, we'd also like to maybe hide this grid line that's occurring. So you can click right click and format. And let's go to our lines. Change that 0 line to none. Perfect. Get rid of some of the clutter on this visualization. I still feel like this outer pie should be a little bigger. And we want to clean up our tooltip so it doesn't have min number of records in it. This piece should be 100% behind the scenes. So we can come to tooltip. Right as you click on it, it'll pop up with everything that's in your tooltip. And we're just going to erase min number of records. I erased too much. You need to leave your angle brackets. Okay. And now this piece of the pie no longer has that. The inner one, let's do that there too. Min number of records, remove that right out. And there you have it, a 2-dimensional pie chart. And here are our donut charts. This demonstration goes to show you that even when Tableau doesn't have the visualization you're looking for in their basic show me options, you can still get to it. So donut charts aren't included up here, and neither is a 2-dimensional pie chart, but without too much extra work, we can make it happen. These visualizations are a little bit more complex than your everyday visualizations, and so I recommend going through this tutorial with the dataset and following along. If you want access to the dataset, just comment below and the Simplilearn team will get back to you. Also, comment below with any questions you have. At this point in the presentation, we're going to put together some dashboards. So first, let's build our worksheets for this dashboard. We're going to build a worksheet called Sales by Year, which adds the name up here, and we're going to take our order date and drag it onto columns. And now we want this to be a continuous axis, so we're going to change it to our continuous year, and now we have an axis, and we're going to look at sales. So now we have our sales by year. If we want labels on each of these dots, we can drag sales onto labels. And if we want to have different color lines for each region. For example, we can drag region onto color, and that splits our lines up into the different regions and gives us a legend over here. Perfect. Now we're going to duplicate this sheet by right-clicking down here and clicking duplicate. Now we have sales by year 2. Let's rename it to profit by year, and then let's drag profit right over top of sum of sales so that it replaces it with profit. Now, it's been replaced with profit, and all of these different data points are here. However, it's still showing the title of sum of sales, and that can be very confusing. So always make sure that your labels are consistent with your data. So let's take profit and drag it over top of the labels as well. That's more consistent with our axis. So now we have sales by year, and we have profit by year. Let's do a couple of things to clean these up, like right click here, go format, and we'll change our numbers to currency custom. And now it's marked as dollars. One thing you can do in Tableau is, let's undo that. Since sales is going to be dollars pretty much everywhere we use it, we can define our default property for these numbers. So when we right click on the measure here, you can go to default properties and you have the options to change the defaults for any of these things. And we're going to change our number format. Change it to currency custom, no decimal places, hit OK, and that also has updated this sheet. Now that only works on places where you haven't specifically defined it to be formatted differently. So we could still define it to be different here on this sheet than it is on any other sheet. Let's do the same thing for profit. Change our default properties to the same thing. Great, now let's build our dashboard. We're going to call this our overall dashboard. Change our size. This size is a personal preference of mine. I think it fits nicely on the laptops that I use and that is used by most of our customers. And let's drag sales by year. Now watch what happens when I drag it on here. It brings sales by year, but it also brings the legend for the region that was created. The same thing should happen with profit by year. It's detected that the same legend is being used, so it didn't bring over a second legend. And we have highlighting turned on. Let's see if this works for both charts. We click on central, and you see it highlights central in both charts. That's great. So now we have a dashboard showing us profit by year and sales by year. But let's say we want to be able to filter this dashboard to just maybe one category. So let's go back to our sales by year sheet and let's drag category onto filters. And now it's going to let us select, we're going to select all and hit OK, and then right click on category and click show filter. So now it is over here, and we're going to do a similar thing on profit by year, but we'll do the shortcut where you come over here to category, you right click on it and you just click show filter, and it puts it here and it puts it here. So now we have a filter here for category and a filter here for category. And so when we go to overall, we can come to our drop down here, more options, hover over filters, and you can see category. Now here's an interesting thing that we'll see. Even though we have a category filter on both charts, when I take furniture out, you can see only sales by year changed. And profit by year stayed the same. Now why would that be? That's because we have two different filters for category, one on the sales worksheet and one on the profit by year worksheet. I'll show that by clicking here, going to filters, and grab category. Now we have category that will affect profit by year and not sales by year. That's not what we want. We want one filter to affect them both. So let's back it up a bit. Take these back off. Let's go to profit by year, and we're going to take off category. Let's go to sales by year, and we're going to say we want this same filter to affect both worksheets. So we're going to right click here, hover over Apply to Worksheets and click Selected Worksheets. Now we select Sales by Year is selected, and we select Profit by Year. Okay, so when we go to the Profit by Year sheet, you can see that it now has category on there. Let's go to Overall. Let's come here, Filters, Category, and now we have a filter that affects both worksheets. There we go. Let's format this filter a little bit. We'll come to More Options, and we're going to select, we want them to be able to select multiple values still, but let's do it in a drop-down. So now, you still have those options, but it is a little bit more compact. Let's do a couple more filters. So we can do by category, let them filter out regions. Let's do it the shorter way. Right click, show filter, there it is. Apply to worksheets, selected worksheets. Both of these. Okay, dashboard, filters, and by region. Multiple values drop down. And let's let them change their time selection. So this one's a little bit different. Since we've already determined that we wanted year and we wanted it to be continuous, filters for continuous fields are a little bit different than filters for these discrete fields. And that's because continuous fields are a range instead of just a list. So we don't list out a continuous field, we make a range for it. So we've already defined that we want it to be continuous year. And if I come over here and click on right-click order date and click show filter, it's doing discrete year by default. So remove filter. If you drag order date onto filters, it lets you pick what you want it to look at. Let's come up here to year that's already marked as continuous and click show filter. And now it is year, but it's based on a range, and we have this slider. And you can see how that slider affects our visualization. Let me show you a trick to make this apply to both. Not a trick, but just if you have not applied it to both worksheets, but you already added it to the visualization. See, it's here, but it's only affecting one worksheet. You can change the worksheet's settings right on the filter instead of having to go to the worksheet where the filter exists. And it will only give you the options of the worksheets that are on the dashboard. So there we have it. Now it affects both. And now we have our overall dashboard. Now let's say you want to be able to see the total sales on this chart as well as the sales split up by each of the regions. We can do that as well. So let's go back to our sales sheet. As a quick tip, you can go to the sheet by clicking this Go to Sheet button here or here in the event that you want to go to a sheet but you don't want to scroll back and forth to find where it is. So go to Sheet. Now we're going to do a dual axis chart again like we showed earlier, and I'm going to Control, click and drag. So now we have sum of sales twice. This marks card affects the top one. So we can see that by, if I change the opacity, how it changes the color right here. This is the top one. And this marks card is the bottom one. And we're going to remove region off of color. And that makes our combined one line again. Perfect. Now if we want this to be on the same space as this, we right click here, the second measure in the rows section, and click dual axis. So let's put it right on top. I can see this versus this. Now if we wanted to on hover show that this is overall sales, we can click on tooltip. Region is missing because we don't have it with the color by region anymore. So we'll erase that and put, oh, we don't want it to be orange. Let's make it black. Overall sales. Okay, so when you hover here, it says overall sales. So we can see the difference easily. Let's make it a little bit more of a color that'll stand out. Just a little darker than the others, perhaps. So when we go back to our our dashboard, we can see sales and we can see our overall sales. Let's do the same thing for profit by year. Go to Sheet and Control, drag, release. We'll go to our marks card for this second sheet and pull off region, make it darker, change our tooltip, not orange, overall profit, okay, and right click, dual axis. There we go. Now I forgot to do one thing on the last dashboard. When you make a dual axis dashboard, it doesn't necessarily sync up these axes. And so this axis over here is for the overall line, and this axis over here is for the region line. So if we want it to stay that way, we should edit our axes, and instead of calling it just profit over here, we will change it to overall profit, and over here, profit by region, just so that it's clear which axis goes to which one. Or you can come here and click synchronize axis. So it's very clear that this is much bigger than these. And if you synchronize the axes, let's go back before we named him. Okay, synchronize the axis. Then we don't need both of these headers. So we can come here and click show header and we just have the one. Let's do the same thing on sales by year. Synchronize. Always good to make sure that your axes are either synchronized or well labeled. And let's hide it. Let's see what it looks like now. Great. Okay, one thing to keep in mind. When we do filter to just one region, the lines are going to end up at the same spot. If we filter to 2, then it's only the sum of those 2. So perhaps the header overall sales and overall profit isn't quite accurate because it isn't overall necessarily when we have it filtered. Why does this happen? Why doesn't this line always show the total no matter what you select here? Well, that's because this filter applies to the whole dashboard. So it filters this line to those regions just as much as it filters these lines. So I'm going to remove out that tooltip line because it could be a little misleading. Let's continue on and make a dashboard that digs a little bit more into sales specifically. Great, so we'll make our first sheet. We'll call it sales by region. And we're going to make another pie chart. So let's do it using show me. We'll click on region, and then we will control click on sales, open up show me, click pie. Let's close it again. Great, so now we have the sales by region pie. We'll make it the entire view, and when you hover, you can see that it's showing us sales in dollar amounts. Now, it would be more like a pie for it to be percentages. So a lot of pies, each of these slices is shown as a percentage of the whole at 100%. So let's come here to our slice size. We'll right click on it and we're going to use what's called a quick table calculation and change it to % of total. So now when you hover, you can see that the West is 31% of the pie. Great. Let's also label each of these slices. So I'm going to control, click, and drag region onto label and add region to the labels. I'm going to undo that and show you what would happen if I just dragged region onto labels without copying it, without holding control. It will move it and get rid of our colors, and we don't want that. So we're going to control and drag. Another way to do this, let's go back, is by taking region and dragging it onto label just straight from over here. But in this case, for the sum of sales where we've applied the quick table calculation, we want that quick table calculation to also show up in our label. So I'm going to control and drag, and it brings that quick table calculation along with it. If I were to undo, just drag sales on, it's going to go back to that dollar amount, and I'm going to have to add another quick table calculation. So instead, control and drag. That's probably one of my very favorite Tableau tricks. Great. Now let's add a filter for region. So I'm going to right click here and click show filter. And we will make sure that this gets added to all of our sheets once we've made them all. Okay, next sheet. We're going to call this sheet Sales by State. Let's do a map. Great. So one way to get your map started is to double click on any of these dimensions that have a globe next to them. So since we want to go with state, we can double click on state. And it starts mapping out state. So what it does is it adds latitude and longitude to our rows and columns that are generated here. And another way to get going, so let's go back, is to click on the geographic part you want, and then control click on sales like we did for for our pie chart. Come over to show me and choose one of our maps. We could do it with the circles, but we're going to do a filled map. Click on that. So now we have our filled map based on state. We can choose one of these different palettes if we'd like. Let's try this one. Or blue teal. Or we could do green, so that darker green means more money. Great. So now we have all of our states colored by sales. Let's also control and drag sales onto label. And you can see we have the $sign and the money formatting that we made earlier. And let's control and drag state onto label. Now maybe we want the state to be on top, so we can click on label and it pops up with all these different options. And if we want to edit the text, you can click here on the ellipses and edit it there. So let's cut state and paste it at the top there. I think I lost my center alignment, so we'll do that again. Hit apply, see what we think. Great. Okay, so now you can see that it puts the state on top. You can also see in some of these places where they're super close together that you can't see all of the states labels, and that's because this option here in labels is unchecked. Allow labels to overlap other marks. So Tableau senses when the marks are too close together and it's going to become too hard to read, and will hide anything that overlaps with each other. If we click this option, now you see everything, but it gets a little crowded over here. So let's unselect that, and you'll be able to see what the sales are upon hover. Great. Now we have our sales by state. For filters for this one, let's right click on sales here and click show filter. So basically, wherever you're using your metrics, your dimensions, or your measures, you can right click on them and create your filters. So now we could, the lowest amount for a state is $920 for sales for this time period. And we could filter out ones that have sales lower than that. But I think this isn't what I want. Let's remove that filter. Let's do it for the state. Show filter. Great, so now we could filter out a state. We could just show Arizona or show them all. Excellent. Let's move on to our next visualization. New sheet. Rename it to be called Sales by Subcategory. Great, so we're going to drag on category onto columns and subcategory. Because of our hierarchy, press plus. Now we have subcategory and category, and let's bring on sales. It's defaulting to this bar chart, which is perfect. That's what I want. And now we could color it by subcategory, and this is a discrete coloring. We could also color it by sales, and this is a continuous coloring. So the darkest corresponds with the height. Now we don't need to do this. There is already an indicator of who has the most sales, and that's based on the bar height. So if we wanted to color it by subcategory, then each one of them gets their own color. We could color it by category to add to the distinction between the different categories, so that's very clear where they start and stop. Let's do by subcategory. Excellent. So now we have 3 different dashboards. Oh, let's add some filters for subcategory. So let's bring on category as our filter. So we'll right click here, click show filter, and there's category. And let's do a filter for our date. So we're going to come here to order date. Let's drag it onto filters, and let's click years. Now these are all the years options. We'll click all. and hit OK. Right click here and click Show Filter. So now instead of doing a range where we could drag that line, now we have discrete filter, and so we can check and uncheck boxes to choose what years we want to see. Awesome, let's start with our dashboard. Let's call this dashboard our sales dashboard and change our size. If you have any questions about different sizes, what's available here, be sure to ask that in the comments below. And let's start with pulling on our sales by region. So last time we pulled on a chart, we saw that it added the legend for us. But this time you can see it added both the legends and the filter. So last time we created the filters after we built the dashboard, but this time you can see that the filter gets brought in when we brought in the dashboard. Let's do our sales by state, side by side here, and let's do sales by subcategory underneath. So I dragged it. You can see how I pull it towards the bottom of the dashboard, and it kind of fills in the space where it's going to be and then brings it in. So now it's brought in all our filters and all of our legends. It defaults to putting the filters and legends over here. We're going to click select layout container. It's going to select what they're all inside of. And we're going to make it take up this whole side, but it doesn't need that much space. So you can see in Tableau there's a lot of dragging, there's a lot of dropping, and a lot of resizing to get things the way you want them to be. Give our map more room. And we have a mixture over here of legends and filters. Let's move our legends out of there. So we can grab this legend and come and put it on this side. And this legend, come and put it over here. So that we're getting a little bit more near the visualizations they belong to. This legend goes up here with this one. I'm going to actually click here and change it from a tiled, so right here it says tiled object, to a floating object. That lets it sit on top of a visualization. I'm going to put it on top of this visualization right up here. Excellent. And then we have this one that's showing us the size of sales. That's because on this dashboard it says that size is determined by sales, but since it's just one circle, there's no size comparison. So it's not like we have several circles and we have to look and see which one's the biggest so that we can tell the amount of sales. So we don't need this legend and we can just remove it from the dashboard. Let's clean up some of these. We have several different versions of what your filters could look like. So my personal favorite is multiple values drop down. It gives you some of the most flexibility. But if you wanted them to only be able to select a single value, you could turn it into a radio button list so that it's a selected all or it's one at a time. You could also do a drop down or a slider and make that happen. A slider is a little bit different from a range. On the range, you can see that we could edit either side, and it's picking everything in between. But with discrete values, if you say everything in between, it doesn't make a lot of sense because what's everything between furniture and technology? We don't know that office supplies goes between those. There's no order. So let's do multiple value drop downs. For big ones like state, there is the option of searching. So I know I want Utah, and I search and there's Utah, instead of having to scroll through the list. This could be really helpful for if you had a filter by products, and that will allow somebody to look at just one product at a time if they know their name of the product, but also not have to just open up the product list and scroll and scroll and scroll, since there are a lot of products. So we can filter by region by doing this. Oh, this is a great reminder. You saw that this did not change all the visualizations. We have yet to apply these filters to all the worksheets. So let's do that right now. Apply to worksheets, selected worksheets, and we will click all on dashboard. Hit OK. We'll do this again. Until we have selected them all. Great. So it's really nice you get to choose what worksheets you wanted to apply to, because in the event that you had maybe a total number up here at the top that you just wanted to stay the same all the time, no matter what they selected, you could make that happen by not selecting that worksheet to be changed by these filters. Okay, great. So we can change what region we're looking at by selecting Central here. And then we're just looking at Central throughout all the visualizations. I love looking at it on a map and seeing just one at a time. It just really makes the region name just stand out to you. But if we wanted to use this as our filter to filter the rest of the dashboards, we can click this Use as Filter button. And now when we click on Central here, it stays in context here, but the other two dashboards change. One thing you may notice is that Texas is not the darkest on this chart because of the scale. The scale goes up to 500,000 there. But then when we click on Central, the scale updates just for what's selected. So everything else is filtered out, and now the darkest of the dark is only $170,000. And Texas becomes the darkest on the visualization. There are some ways you can change that, but if you're wondering why do my colors look a little differently when I filter, that's why. Great. We could also click Use as Filter here. So if we just wanted to look at Texas, we click this. This updates to just Central. This updates to just Texas down here. And unselect by clicking on maybe another state, or when you click on the state again, it should unselect. And we could do the same thing here, or if we just want to look at one subcategory and say, let me scroll down a bit, storage. Now everything updates to just storage. It's interesting. I wouldn't have known very quickly that there are some states that didn't have any storage sales, but now when we click on storage we can tell. I showed you before that you can control click and look at binders and storage, and it puts those two together. Also, in Tableau, you can drag, and we could select all of these. So we have art, binders, envelopes, fasteners, labels, paper, and storage. And none of those are getting sold here. I don't know what's up with Wyoming. Excellent. So now we have our sales dashboard. And let's get started on our next one. Our next dashboard is going to be the profit version of this dashboard. So some of these visualizations we can use again. So let's go to sales by region. Right click and click duplicate. Rename it to profit by region. Now you have to be careful whenever you go to reuse a visualization, because like I mentioned before, you got to make sure everywhere that sales is used, you have to replace it with profit. I'm also going to drag this sheet to be more at the end here after the sales dashboard, just to keep them separate so that we have the sheets that lead up to overall, then the sheets that lead up to sales, and then we'll have the sheets that lead up to profit. Great. So we'll grab profit and drag it onto angle size, and that updates the angle size. Drag it onto the size of the circle. Shouldn't make a difference since we only have one circle, and onto the text. Now when I dragged it on, it didn't do the percent of total anymore, so let's change that to the quick table calculation of percent of total for there and for the label. Percent of total. There we go. Now we have our percent of total again by region. Okay, here's another thing. Since we duplicated that filter, it's going to be using that exact same filter. You see, it's using region from sales by region, all the sales dashboards. But we don't want that. So let's remove out all the filters here and these action filters that are generated by our filtering. Those come from this. These are called action filters. And it's generated when we click this Use as Filter button. Okay, back to profit by region. Great, we're clear of filters. And let's add back in a region filter. And this one no longer has the icon that shows you that it affects multiple sheets, which is what we want for now. So you might want, perhaps there would be a situation where you would have two dashboards and you would want these filters that you put on here to affect both dashboards. And in this case, that's not what I want. Great, so another one we can use the basics for is sales by subcategory. So let's duplicate that. Great. Profit by subcategory already exists. We made this earlier. Tableau will not allow you to make a worksheet that has the same name as another worksheet. You can call it number 1, or since it does put the title up here, you can put an extra space at the end, or it does detect that space. It counts it as a different title even though it's the same title just with a space. That does cause some issues. So like when we're looking here and we're saying, oh, profit by subcategory, I want that. Oh, this is when we made it. But you don't want this one, you want this one, and it gets a little confusing. The nice thing is when you're dragging things onto your dashboard, when you hover, you should get a little picture here of what dashboard, what visualization you're looking at. And it really helps you to make your decisions and not just have to do it by name. If you're a little bit disorganized and you have all of these called sheet 5, sheet 7, you won't know exactly what that is right away. And so that little preview is very helpful. Great. Profit by subcategory. We'll do the same thing by removing out all our filters. So I just click on it and hit delete. You can also control click and then hit delete, or you can drag them off into a space that's not the visualization space. Great. And we only have sum of sales right there, so we'll change that to profit. And we have some negative profits there. We'll keep the colors the same for consistency between the two dashboards. And let's bring on category as a filter. Okay, show filter, there we are. And let's do our order date filter right now. Order date, we'll do years, okay, all the years. So it gives you this option here because it assumes that you're making a filter because you want this dashboard to just be filtered to your selection. You can do that. You can make a filter that isn't exposed to the end user. So let's say you were making a big dashboard and it was just focused on furniture, and you don't want them to be able to select a different category because of your analysis. You can make that happen. You can just click furniture and not show this by clicking hide card here. But in this case, we want to be able to make this interactive in a lot of different ways. Great, profit by subcategory exists. Now, instead of our map, we're going to make an area chart. So I'll rename this and call it profit over time by category. So we're going to bring on our order date into columns, and it goes to our discrete value. Let's change it to our continuous value so we get the axis. Let's grab our profit onto rows, and it makes us a line chart. We're going to change that to an area chart. An area chart is nice because when you split it up by category, by dragging category onto color, you can now see what category is responsible for how much profit, like you do with a line chart. However, its area is what defines that, so you can see that area over time and do comparisons. And also, it stacks them on top of each other so that you can tell that for 2013 our profit was around $50,000 really quickly. Otherwise, we have to add that line, this line here, and it makes these lines smaller and lower, more difficult to see. So back to our profit over time by category. So that's some of the benefits of having an area chart. And if we wanted to go a little more detailed than year, you can hit this plus. And now we have over quarter. We have some negative profits. That's interesting. But let's go back to over the year. Great. And for this one, we're going to make one more pie chart. So we could start from scratch, or we could duplicate our profit by region pie chart, which I'm going to do. We're going to do this for the comparison between a pie chart and an area chart. So it's going to be profit by category, but not over time. So right now it's profit by region. Let's drag category right on top of colors there. And now it's split up. It's having some trouble because it's splitting it by category, but because we brought region onto text, it's also splitting it by region. So we have region, 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 region inside of this category, and we don't want that. So we're going to drag category right on top of region here as well, and now it's just the 3 segments. So whatever you have in this marks card, unless it's on tooltips, will affect your level of detail in the visualization here. When it's on tooltips, sometimes it won't change the level of detail, but it could have an effect on, like, so if we brought Oh, let's do this right now. So, right now the level of detail of this chart does not go to the category by region like it did before. You can bring it onto detail here, and it won't affect color and it won't affect labels, but it will change the detail, and you see how it splits it out again. This is what it would look like if it's by region, by category, and you have much more slices to this pie. We'll go back. But if we take region and put it onto tooltip, it's not at a low enough level for that tooltip to make any sense, so it's going to put that star. You see region is star? That's because this section of the pie covers multiple regions. If we filtered the region to just central, now it populates. So there are sometimes benefits to having it in there, even when at all levels it doesn't make any sense, but we won't leave it there. Excellent. So you can see how the color is what determines, is a big part of what determines how many slices you get. The level of detail for the whole chart is a big factor as well on how many slices you get. Great. Profit by region, profit by category, by subcategory, and by profit over time. And we have our category filter. We don't have our subcategory filter yet. We grabbed category, but let's right click on subcategory and click show filter. There we go. Now we have a filter for category and subcategory. Here's our region one. We have region in 2 places and we don't want that. We want it to apply to all of them. We'll do that when we get to the dashboard. And we have category, year of order, date, and subcategory. Great, those are all the filters I wanted. So let's build our dashboard. We'll call this our profit dashboard once I get it set to the size I want. Profit. We'll start with profit by region. And we'll have our profit by category over time next to it. Great. We'll give that some different space. Have this at the bottom. Have this underneath there. Now it's bunched all these up next to it, so let's again drag it over to the side. It's always good to pay attention to the highlighted section, and it gives you kind of an idea. Oh, you see, I accidentally dragged an individual filter instead of this whole section. So when I grabbed this, I didn't grab all of these. So if you want to grab all of these and they happen to be inside the same section, you can come and click select layout container. And now I'm grabbing all of them. There we go. We'll do the same thing as before. You know what? I'm going to make these floating, because then it kind of sits inside of that same area. We'll make that one floating. And this one too. This category legend applies to both this chart and this chart. So that's very nice. And this subcategory legend, I won't make floating, I'll just put here by subcategory. And this profit by category doesn't need quite that much space. Let's give our bar chart some room. Excellent. We don't need the size of the circles. Make these drop downs. Now, because I didn't have to on this chart and this chart change profit to dollars because we set that as the default, it definitely saved us some time. So I recommend setting default number formatting at the beginning of your visualizations. Really nice. Excellent. Now you can rearrange the order of these. So I like to have the date at the top. It's sometimes hard to get it to the top, so I take it the second to the top and I drag the top one down. And then category above subcategory, just for logical sense. Excellent. And we have our profit dashboard. Let's see. There is this checkbox down here called Show Dashboard Title. So if we wanted to have the title at the top here, you can click that button. Any floating objects don't shift down like everything else did. There we go. So we could have that title, we could not have that title. That's up to you. Excellent. So at this point, we have our overall dashboard that looks at sales and profit. We have our sales dashboard, and we have our profit dashboard. Our profit dashboard isn't 100% complete because I forgot to make sure all of these filters apply to all of these worksheets. So let's go ahead and do that right now. apply to worksheets, selected worksheets, all on dashboard. One thing that is nice from this view, it's really nice to click all on dashboard and you only see the ones on the dashboard. But you can click here and say show all worksheets in workbook, and you can see the rest here. So if you wanted all on the dashboard and you wanted this one or something like that, then you have the option to see them all. Great. Perfect. So before you ever publish a dashboard, it's always good to double check that your filters work. When you filter to just 1 year, this area chart becomes a lot less useful. But if you're looking at 2 or more, you start to see the shape of it. Great. Now we're going to take a look at linking from our overall dashboard to our sales dashboard. Great. So we'll go to our overall dashboard and we'll be creating what's called an action. So you can make an action on a worksheet. You can see right here, actions, or on a dashboard, actions. So since we're linking between 2 dashboards, this is going to be a dashboard action. Sorry, just trying to unhighlight there. But if you're ever looking for an action you made and you can't find it, look in the other one. Great, this is our actions dialog box. Here we can see the highlight that has been generated. When it says generated next to it, that means that you didn't come in and define an action. It was made by clicking this highlight button here. That'll generate an action. Or when we look on our sales dashboard, we clicked on this uses filter button. So we should have several actions here that were all generated. We have a couple different kinds of actions when you go to make an action. There's a filter action that we see when we click use as filter, a highlight action that we can see from here in region, and a go to URL action that we haven't used. If you have any questions about go to URL, please post them in the comments below. It basically allows you to be able to select a URL here, and so if you had a dashboard that had to do with maybe stocks, you could put in a URL here and then put your stock ticker symbol there, so that you could have a URL that would then take you to a finance website that shows you your stock information. It can get pretty cool. Okay, but we want to link from this dashboard to one of our other dashboards, and you actually do that using a filter action. So we're going to name that action Go to Sales Dashboard. And we want it to happen when we click on our sales sheet. So you see right here it shows us the 2 sheets that are on this dashboard. When we click on the profits dashboard, we don't want this action to occur. This is our go to sales dashboard. Now you can have an action occur on hover or select. You've seen select happen. That's what our filter uses filter actions use. And on menu. So we're going to do it on menu. And the targeted sheets, it defaults to this dashboard saying when I click on this I want the rest of this dashboard to update. But instead it's going to take us to our sales dashboard. So when we click on this, I want these sheets to update. Now, we're going to define what filters it's going to apply. By default, it's going to apply all of the filters based on what we click. So if we click here, it will filter to just 2013. Let's say we click here. It'll filter to just 2013, and it will filter to the region we selected. So, let's see what happens when we do that. Okay, it's just going to default. Okay, now when I click on this, it's going to filter to 2013 and West. Go to Sales Dashboard. This is where it pops up when you have it on menu. It's taken us to our Sales Dashboard. It is filtered to 2013 and West. Just so you know, actions will not affect these filters here. You see that it thinks all of them are selected because it creates a separate filter. There is such thing as show only relevant values for these filters. So if we click this, it will filter this to only the ones that are relevant. So we can see that it's only 2013 that this dashboard is filtered down to. But if we click all values in the database, this filter doesn't have only one particularly selected. It does have them all selected right now. So we can get here for that information And to get back, we just need to navigate back to overall. Great, so it works there. But when we click on this up here, go to Sales Dashboard, we get a blank dashboard. Now, that happens because it's trying to pass region information to that dashboard, but this doesn't have any region detail on this line. It doesn't know what that is, so it's giving it a bad region value. So let's fix this. Go to our actions. We're going to edit our Go to Sales dashboard, and we're going to select what fields it'll filter on. We will filter on our order date, year, and let me go back to that. We clicked order date, year, and it goes to the target data source. Sometimes your target data source will be a different data source than the one that you are using for your source data source. Now, that gets a little bit complicated. Right now, we're just using one data source, so that's not something you need to worry about in a simple visualization like this. Okay, and we're going to add one more. We're going to add region, and it automatically selects region over here, but you could select it yourself. Let's see what happens here. Okay, if one dashboard has region in it and the other dashboard doesn't have region in it or doesn't allow you to filter by region, then sometimes you'll get an error here that will say it's missing out of your target dashboards. So we don't have any errors, so let's see what happens. So we go to click here, go to Sales Dashboard. What if we take out region, remove region, and we're just doing it based on year? Okay. Click here, go to Sales Dashboard, and there everything is. So now it will filter to the year that you selected, so this is all 2013, but it will not filter to the region you selected. So even when we come here and we select West, it takes you to the dashboard, but it doesn't filter it to West. You have to do that yourself. So now we have links from sales to sales. Let's make one for profit to profit. Go to Sales Dashboard, add action, filter. We're going to call this Go to Profit Dashboard. And we're only going to come from the profit table to make this happen. Let's go to profit and let's select our fields. We're going to do the same thing where it's only going to filter it to the year. Now you can see, oh, I started to type in. I didn't show you this before, but you can search text. So I started typing in year, and it shows you that under order date, you have all these different options. In this dashboard right now, if you remember, we're using the continuous one that is marked by the little calendar. So it knows it's a calendar date instead of just treating it like a discrete field. Okay. Excellent. Go to Profit Dashboard. And there we go. This visualization, like we said, when it's filtered to just 1 year, isn't quite as useful. But one thing you can do is for West here, we can select both years. I'm going to do it by control clicking. Click, click, go to Profit Dashboard. And now we've got 2015 and 2016. So that's how you do linking between the two dashboards. If you wanted to be able to include region as well, you could put a note in the tooltip for this, that this doesn't work for region, linking from this area doesn't work. Or perhaps you could not have this total line on the same visualization. You could have a separate visualization that shows the total or an area chart instead, and that will let you not have this problem of Go to Sales Dashboard not linking appropriately. So now we're going to create our final dashboard, our segment dashboard, and it's going to use a parameter in it. So we'll get to take a look at parameters on dashboards. So let's rename this. We're going to call it Profit and Sales by Segment. You don't have to name all of your dashboards a description of what they are, but it makes it really nice and easy. And it automatically puts it up here. But if you wanted to change this, you can just come in here and name this whatever you like. And then it will just show up here. So we could call this Segment Analysis. Click Apply. or OK, and there it goes. That means this and this does not have to be the same. If we go forward again, segment analysis and profit and sales by segment. That allows you to have some more useful names down here that make it easy when you're looking at them side by side, but have a name to match your dashboard up here. Great, so we're going to make a profit and sales. It's going to be a bars and circles chart, and we're going to bring in our segment that we haven't looked at yet. Consumer, corporate, and home office, and then we're going to look at it segment, and we're going to make a matrix with category, and we get to fill in this space with our visualizations. So we're going to do sales, and it's going to make these bar charts so we can see for technology by consumer, by corporate, by home office, and that is a matrix of bar charts. But we also want to be able to see profit, and right now it's making two sets of visualizations, but we want just one, so let's dual axis. And it's automatically changed it to circles. Also, it is not synchronizing the axis now because profit is blue and these profit is not anywhere near the same amount as sales, which makes sense. You shouldn't have profit that's higher than sales. So let's synchronize our axis. And let's change our sales. Our marks card over here is associated with sales. It's nice and easy when the two marks cards are based on a different measure to let you know which one you're affecting. And we'll change that to a bar. And now we have a circle on a bar chart. Now, if we had profit in front of sales, you can see how it's behind. And you can fix that by taking it to the back of sales. Another way you can fix it, say you wanted the profit axis here over here for some reason, you can right click on the axis and put mark type or move marks to front. Another way to change it. We don't need both of these, so let's not show that header. And we don't need this to be labeled profit because it's for both of them. So the way you get rid of that is actually you click edit axis and then you just erase the title. Oh, and you don't hit reset. You just erase the title and then you close it. So now no title here, but we still have the axis. And we have 3 sets of bar charts across. Excellent. The next chart we're going to build. Oh, so right now it automatically added the colors based on measure names. Measure names is a dimension that is created by Tableau, and it's just what it sounds like. We're coloring it based on the different measure names. One of them's named profit, one of them's named sales. And we know that you can come here, click color, and hit edit colors, and it will open this dialog box. But you can also come here and double click on a color. Pops open that dialog box. Let's pick a palette. Let's see. There's a lot of different ones of these. Tableau 20. Let's pick colors from this palette. Profit can be... So you click here, make sure it's highlighted, click the color you want. Click here, make sure it's highlighted, click the color you want. Hit apply. And then you can come to color and make it a little more opaque. Whatever. When you make it more opaque, you start to be able to see through your circles. There are benefits, but also drawbacks to doing that. Anyway, so stick with the Tableau orange and blue. Great, we have our first chart. Our next chart is going to be called Top Customers by Sales. And this is where we're going to use our parameter where we made our top N customers. So let's bring in our sum of sales, make a bar chart for that, and then we're bringing in our set. And so we have our in and our out. We're going to break up our set by our segment as it's part of our segment analysis, and we'll bring in our customer names. And let's sort it. Excellent. Now you can see that when we sorted it, it didn't take this big guy and put it all the way at the top. It just sorted it each within its own section. Great, and so here we have our in and out, and that's not a super user-friendly title for our users of this dashboard. They're like in and out of top N customers by sales. Maybe we want this to say something a little bit more user-friendly. So let's make a calculated field, and we're going to call it the top N customers label. And we're going to go and say if, and we're going to use our set, top N customers by sales. And since it's an in or out set, it treats this like if it's in top end customers by sales, then top, we're going to do a string. So it's going to be top, and then we want to use the number that's in our parameter. So we have to convert it from a number to a string, and we have to concatenate them together. In Tableau, you can use a plus sign. Top, and always make sure you have a space between what you're concatenating together. That's something that I tend to forget. Top space customers. So if they pick 20, it'll say top 20 customers. So if it's in the set, then top blank customers. Else, if it's not in the set, we will just call it other. And in Tableau, you always need to end your if statement with an end. Here it tells us our calculation is valid. While we're here, I want to show you a little trick. There's this arrow button here that can give you all of the different functions that are available within Tableau. And it even sorts it out by different categories. So if we didn't know how to make this into a string, we could go to type conversion, we could click on string, and it gives you an example. Also, when you click on a function in here, did you see how it's on date, and then I clicked on string, and I'm like, what does this do? Click on it, and it tells me. So this makes it really useful inside of Tableau. Also, in Tableau, you can make a comment in here. So if somebody's like, what's going on here? You can press dash dash or slash slash and type in, this is a more user-friendly title. Hit OK. And there we go. We have our more user-friendly title. We drag it here. We see our top 20 customers and other. And if we don't want to show this anymore, but we still want it in place, you can right click on it up here and click show header, and it hides it. So that in out is still happening there. And let's drag it to our filters, and there we have it. We have our top blank customers, and it tells you right there how many. And we need to come here to parameter, right click and click show parameter control, and that's how we can control these changes. So let's set it to 10 at first, and we have it our top customers by sales, but it's interesting to know profit as well. So we have really big sales, but how is their profit doing? So let's drag profit onto color, and you can see this person has a negative amount of profit despite their big sales, so that's important for us to know. And we can change our color like we did previously to go from red to blue, and we can change our center to 0, and now we can see the negatives really quickly. Now, they're not the only one either that have a negative profit, but some of our highest sales. That's great to know. Excellent. Those are our visualizations for the segment dashboard. So let's talk about filters really quick. We have this filter. We won't show the filter itself. We don't want to allow them to show in or out. We just are going to allow them to show how many. But we do want to be able to have them filtered by category. So let's show that filter. And by segment, show that filter. And then we'll have our parameter. Great. Let's make our dashboard automatic, as you probably read right there. The dashboard will resize to fit any screen it is displayed on. That can be really handy, especially if your visualization is really dynamic and can change. However, some visualizations, like this visualization for example, if it gets too squished, you stop being able to read things very well. So automatic has its definite pros and cons. So we're going to bring on our profit and sales by segment, and it already pops up with its legend and total customers by sale, and it pops up with its legends and filters, and it pops up with its parameter. Now I'm going to close that and be like, if you don't see your parameter when you first bring it in, the parameter is affecting this sheet, and you can go to parameters and find it. But parameters are workbook wide, meaning that it's going to exist over here too. It doesn't affect this sheet. However, it's still going to show up there because it could affect, it is available for any sheet, and it's the same. There is no determining what worksheets this affects. This will affect any sheet that it is on. So if I've changed it to 10, and if I come down here and go back to the other visualization that uses it, this is why I should name my sheets. Let's see if I can find it. Nope. Here we are, sheet 13. in sheet 13, we have our top 10. So I've got a 10 and I've got a 10 over there, and if I change it to 20, and I go back to my segment dashboard, it is also changed to 20. So it will affect all sheets always. Very important to know. Great. So here's our visualization. Here are some of the more useful legends. So let's make this floating and put it over by the visualization it matters for. We can do the same thing here. Floating right up here. Floating does not work very well for if you were to make this an automatic dashboard so that the size changes all the time, because floating could end up right on top of your visualization and keep you from being able to see what you need to see. And let's make these affect all the dashboards in the workbook. Again, we don't have to do this for our parameter. It will already affect all the dashboards in the whole workbook. And format these. Another thing you should know is that there are more formatting options for these, including edit title. So it's already named it category automatically, but if you had, like here, oh, this is a great example. Edit title, top end customers, and you could change it to select number of top customers, or something like that. Give it a little more space. And yeah, these floating ones do not shift when you shift things, so it's always good to double check your floating legends. And this is a little bit more user-friendly than the title we made for the developers. And that's using parameters in a dashboard. Today in this video we learned about an overview of business intelligence on Tableau. We talked about how to install Tableau Public and how to connect to a data source. We also talked about creating calculated fields, like this one. We talked about making sets and parameters. We learned how to make a donut chart and a 2D donut chart. We learned about making dashboards and adding filters to those dashboards. And we also learned about connecting between dashboards. Welcome to Tableau Training Part 2. Today we will be learning about the topics we discussed in Part 1, live versus extract data sources. We'll talk about joins and unions, and we'll look at table calculations. We'll look at the rank functions, and we'll look at actions, specifically URL actions. We'll talk about reference lines and bands. We'll look into some insights in the data, such as delay analysis. Also, we'll learn how to build a waterfall chart. And then finally, we will learn about level of detail calculations while making 2 different visualizations. In Part 1 of this Tableau training, we introduced Tableau basics, and we learned how to create donut charts and 2-dimensional donut charts, and we learned about linking between dashboards. Now let's discuss the difference between a live connection and an extract connection. First, it's important to note that these different types of connections are not available in Tableau Public. It's always a live connection. And a live connection is where the data will update based on when the source of the data updates. So if you're connected to a database and something in the database changes, then you'll pick up those changes when you open the report, as it will query that database when the report is opened. Whereas an extract connection is extracted creates a subset of the data that improves performance. So when you're looking at it locally on your computer, you have an extract of that data set, that subset of the data, right on your computer or up in Tableau server, depending on where you're looking at it. And it does not update when the database updates. It only updates when your refresh updates it. So without a refresh set for that extract, you won't get the new data. As an example of this, let's say that in our sample superstore, we have Kelly Williams associated with the central region, but that's changed. So let's go ahead and change that. We will change it to Sarah Smith, and we'll save it. Now let's go back to our Tableau workbooks, and you can see we can refresh it over here and see Sarah Smith come in. Over here in our extract, Sarah Smith doesn't come in. If we click to refresh the extract, it doesn't refresh the extract until we navigate to sheet 1. But when we go back to our data source, then we see Sarah Smith coming in. So that refresh can be scheduled, and it could run once a day or once every several hours. But you would need to set up a refresh or else you would never get Sarah Smith's data coming in. Next, let's talk about joining data in Tableau. So here we have the people table, but let's say we want to join it to our orders information. So I'm going to start with our orders table, and then we're going to pull on people, and Tableau is going to create a join for us, and it's going to choose the column that we would like to join on based on the names in the two data sources. So if these two data sources didn't have a column that had the same name, then Tableau wouldn't be able to guess what two to join on. So we would have to come in and select out of the orders side and the people side what we'd like to join on. And then we have the options to do an inner join, a left join, a right join, and a full outer join. Let's review quickly what these look like. So say we had two tables that we wanted to join together. One of them was the student table that had the student names and the key to their grade, and which we could use to look up their grade over here in the grade table, which had the key to their grade and the actual grade, A, B, C, D, F, and incomplete. We can see here that somebody has made a mistake and put in a letter grade instead of the key to the letter grade. And we'll see how that affects what we're looking at. So if we were to do an inner join, that would only take the rows where the join could complete. So we have 1 that could join to 1 just fine, but we don't have 2 and we don't have 3. A doesn't join to anything, so this row would be not included. And then 4, 5, and 6 would all join. So that would look something like this, where we would see Adam. When we grab student from this table and grade from this table, we can see Adam had an A, Beverly had an A, Dale had a D, Elizabeth had an F, and Frank is incomplete. And Charles is missing. Also, you don't see any B or C in this list of grades. For a left join, it's going to take everything from the left table and only the pieces from the right table that apply to the left table. So it looks pretty similar to our inner join, only Charles shows up. So the join wasn't able to complete since A doesn't exist in grade, but we include Charles anyways, and grade becomes null for Charles. It won't put in the grade key because we're not asking for the grade key, we're asking for grade from the grade table. So we try to look up A inside of the grade table, we can't find it, and it returns null. We look up A inside the grade key. Perfect. Right join is like a left join, only it takes everything from the right table instead of the left table. So it grabs all the grades, A, B, C, D, F, and incomplete, and only the rows from the left table that join appropriately. So since Charles doesn't join appropriately, he doesn't show up. We also have B and C showing up even though it doesn't exist in the student table, and it won't be tied to a student because that join wasn't able to complete as it didn't exist over there. And the last one is a full outer join, where it takes everything from both tables whether or not the join is complete. So we have all of the people where the join completes. We also have Charles where the join doesn't complete from the left to the right. And we have B and C where the join doesn't complete from the right to the left. So those are our options in Tableau. Here in our sample superstore data set, you could look and see if there are any regions in the orders table that don't exist in the people table. And that's how you can know what kind of join you want. And so if you want those orders to still show up even though they don't have a region, or their region is not in the people table, that's when you would do a left join. For our purposes, we'll do an inner join. Now let's say we had a second Excel sheet here that had more orders, and you can do a union, which is just adding more orders by dragging that second orders table right underneath the original orders table. You can see it says there, drag table to union. And that's helpful for if you have an Excel sheet for maybe different years. So say you had a separate Excel sheet for the orders in 2015 and then another one for the orders in 2016, you could pull on your 2015 orders and then drag your 2016 orders right there to Union, and it would take these orders and then add the rows instead of the columns for the 2016 orders. For example, we've added people but as a join, and that will first put in all of our orders as columns and then add the columns for our person. But if we were adding more data that fell under the order columns, so it would have the same data, the same order ID, ship date, but we wanted to add more rows, then that would be when you union. Now we're going to take a look at calculations and which ones are calculated on the database side versus which are calculated on the table side. So here we have percentage of total sales split up by subcategory and category. We also have percentage of total sales along table down. So the difference between these two things are one of them is made using a calculated field, which is where we do the sum of sales divided by the sum of fixed sum of sales. This part is called a level of detail calculation. And this calculation, the sum of sales and the sum of the level of detail of sales, which basically makes the database find the total sum of sales regardless of these dimensions we pulled on. So it gives us our total number. So this will be sum of sales for bookcases, and this will be sum of sales for everything. This calculation is done on the database side, whereas this one, percentage of total sales along table down, is what's called a table calculation. It's a quick table calculation of percent of total, and it is done in Tableau. It's processed locally right inside of the table after the aggregations have occurred. There are some pros and cons of doing it this way. So for this percent of total sales, I had to create the table calculation here, and it does the fixed sum of sales where it finds the sum of sales for the entire database, and since it is fixed, it will ignore filters. So for example, I took off both of the sales and I'm just going to put on the percent sum of sales. And let's say we wanted to see how office supplies and technology are as percentages of sum of sales and ignore furniture. So we can grab category and we'll control, click and drag. And we're going to unselect furniture and hit OK. Now it's still taking it out of the total sum of sales including furniture, and so our grand total down here is only 67% instead of 100%. Whereas if we take sales and double click it and it adds it over here on the table, then we right click and do a quick table calculation and click percent of total. This one is doing it out of 100, and these numbers don't match. And that's because it does take into account the filter of category. So let's pull the filter of category off, and we can see that they're both out of 100% now, and each of these take into account the same amount of data since we have no filters here. So if you want it to take into account the filters on the table, then you need to use a table calculation. However, when you push the information back to the database to do the calculation, it's doing it as part of the query to the data source, and it can save you some time. And so which one of these is faster sort of depends on what data is available already when the original query comes back. Next, we're going to discuss ranking in Tableau. First, let's add a second data source. So we can do that by coming up to Data and clicking New Data Source. Or you can just click this plus data source right here and click Microsoft Excel. We're going to use this rank example worksheet. Perfect, and it's already pulled in the sheet we want because there's only one sheet. And we'll go to sheet 2, pull on store, pull on sales, and we will rename sheet 2 as rank example. Great, so now we have, here's all of our stores and here are our sales, and if we wanted to rank them based on who had the highest sales to the lowest sales, we could create a calculated field called rank by sales. And we're going to use our rank function, and we're going to put in sales. Now we receive this error here, so when we hover, we see what that arrow says. Oh, you can click. And it says all fields must be aggregate or constant when using table calculation functions or fields from multiple data sources. So we learn something unique here that you might not know, is that a rank is a table calculation, and it requires it to be aggregated. So we can make sum and put the parentheses around sales, and our error goes away. So now we know rank is a table calculation, and we have our box here that expands out and can teach us about what we're using here. So when I click on rank, it will tell us that it returns the standard competition rank for the current row, and it says identical values are assigned an identical rank. So let's see what that looks like. We'll hit OK. We'll double click on rank by sales, and we can see our ranks. So E had the highest sales, so it's 1. D is next, and C and B are tied, 20 and 20. And so they both share the rank of 3. And then because they are 2 of them that share the same rank, we skip 4, and the next one gets 5th place. But now this isn't the only way to rank. So let's make another one of these. We'll click duplicate and edit. Let's erase copy. And we're going to call this rank dense by sales. Double click on rank, start typing rank again, and we're going to click rank dense. Now the difference here is that rank dense returns the rank where identical values are assigned an identical rank, but no gaps are inserted in the numbers. So we'll click OK, double click rank dense, and you can see instead of going 1, 2, 3, 5, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. So it doesn't include that gap. Now let's give them a little bit more space here, and maybe I want it to be in the order I created it. So these measure values are defining what's going to happen up here. So we can take sales and put it at the top, and that'll move sales to the front, and put rank dense at the bottom. So now we can see sales, we can see rank by sales, rank dense by sales. Now let's duplicate and look at the next one. We have rank modified next, and change the name here. You notice that I receive an error, and that's because that name already exists. Tableau won't allow you to use the same name, and it will give you that error. So those errors can be pretty helpful in finding out what's going on. Hit apply and OK, and then double click rank modified by sales. And now we can see the difference here. Let's go back here and look at what it says here. Click on rank modified, and it says it returns the modified competition rank where identical values are assigned an identical rank. But what happens instead is, instead of both receiving 3 for third place, they both receive 4, which is the lower of the options. So if we were going by rank and we just arbitrarily decided that this one's third place and this one's fourth place, then they both receive the same rank here, but they receive the higher of the 2 options, whereas this one receives the lower of the 2 options. And let's do one more. Duplicate, edit, erase copy, and we're going to do rank unique, and let's change the name to rank unique. Perfect. And now this is going to give it a unique ranking even when they share the same number. So we'll hit apply, OK, double click rank unique, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So what it's doing is, let's quickly look here. So rank by sales. we haven't talked about this yet, but you can choose to rank it ascending or descending. That means that do we want to rank it based on whether, you see here it says ascending or descending, and that's how you will define. So it defaults to descending, and it's saying the biggest is the best. So for sales, that's accurate. So what it's doing is biggest down. Now here it has to decide which one to give 3 and which one to do 4, and it's doing that based on the ASCII values of the store. So it's looking at more information on the row, and since uppercase B comes before lowercase c, uppercase B is getting the 3, even though they both have 20 for sales. Let's go back now to our orders data, and we'll make a new sheet. And now we're going to talk about actions in Tableau. We've talked about actions briefly before in our Tableau training video for beginners. So if you want to see the introduction, you can go and look there. Also, if you want to follow along with our data sets, you can comment below and ask, and the Simplilearn team will get you that data set. So let's make a chart where we're going to look at category. So we'll drag category onto columns, and then we're going to look at sales. So we'll drag sales onto rows, and it will create 3 bar charts for us. And we're going to call this sales by category. Now let's make a second chart that we will use together, and we'll bring category onto columns, and we'll bring subcategory onto columns. And let's bring sales onto rows again. And let's take subcategory and bring it onto color, and that makes each subcategory its own color. And we'll call this sheet sales by subcategory. So now back to sales by category. Here you can make a worksheet action where we're going to move from the sales by category sheet to the sales by subcategory sheet, and also filter down that sheet to only the category we want to see. So click filter, and we can name this filter go to subcategory. And we're going to do this filter on select, so this name won't be seen except for in our actions list. And what sheets do we want to affect? We're going to have sales by category show up. One thing to note here, it is only showing the sheets for it to affect based on the ones that are using this data source at this point. So you can see we have 4 sheets down here, but it's only showing 3 sheets, and that's because rank example, if you recall, is using the rank example data source. So you can click here and you can see all the sheets, or you can see the other data source. If we click rank example, it will show the rank example data source. So we just want sales by category to be the source sheet, and the target sheet, we want it to be sales by subcategory. So on select, we want it to be sales by subcategory. We're going to use all the fields available to create this filter and hit OK. So now we have our go to subcategory on select. We'll hit OK again, and let's make this a little wider so we can see. And so when we click on furniture, it will take us to only furniture of the sales by subcategory. We go back to category and click on office supplies. Now we just see office supplies. And this is a way to make Tableau drill to a lower level. Great. So we have those. Now let's duplicate this sales by category sheet. And let's see, if we go to worksheet and we go to actions, you can see that we have the action here go to subcategory that still exists on our duplicated sheet as well. So you can see it's affecting both sheets, sales by category and sales by category too. Let's say we don't want that, and we can unselect sales by category too. And hit OK, and hit OK. Now when we go to worksheet actions, you can tell that it's not affecting that sheet. So if we come and click technology, nothing should happen. But we go to sales by category and click technology, it'll take you to the technology subcategory. Great. So we have our sales by category too. Let's bring it to the end. rename it we're going to call it sales by category stacked, because we're going to take subcategory here and drag it onto color. And now we can see our different subcategories in the colors there. Now we can take a look here and sort by subcategory based on sum of sales. And now you can see that it is the biggest sales at the bottom for each subcategory. That's just a way that I like to view it. So let's do a highlight action, and we're going to do it on a dashboard. So let's take sales by subcategory and look at it over top of, or sales by category stacked, over top of sales by subcategory. So we want both of those. Let's make our dashboard automatic for testing purposes. And we'll go to dashboard, we'll click create actions. So we're going to add an action. It's going to be a highlight action. Highlight sales by subcategory. And we are going to have the sales by category stacked be the source sheet, and the sales by subcategory be the target sheet for all fields. Okay. Okay. And on select, you can highlight your chart there and see where it falls inside of the other visualization. A cool thing you can do is you could select office supplies here and it will highlight all of office supplies, or if you drag and select a couple of them, it will show you those. So you're just like, I want to see all these small ones, or I want to see this one and these small ones, or whatever. Then it will highlight the ones that you drag and select. Now this is also true of our sales by subcategory and sales by category. So when we clicked on technology, it filtered to just technology. And we'll undo that. And when we drag and click office supplies and technology, we get office supplies and technology. Now if we go back to the dashboard, we can see that this dashboard is now filtered also to office supplies and technology, and that's because we're using the same sheet. And when you navigate away from that sheet, it doesn't mean that your filter goes away. So when I clicked undo, that's when it caused the filter to go away. So if you're going to have two things affect that sheet, just remember that just because you navigated away from what you selected doesn't mean that what you selected goes away. That filter will stay there. And it shows up right here. And if we pull it off, everything goes back to normal. However, the action is still there. So when you click on it, it comes back. Now let's take a look at the last kind of action, which is a URL action. So we're going to make a map based on state. So I'm going to double click state, and it's going to build out my map. Let's change it to a filled map by clicking map up here. And we're going to take sales and put it onto color. So now it's colored based on the darkest is the highest sales. We're going to put state onto label, so you can see the state name, and we're going to put sales onto label, so we can see the sales amount. Let's quickly change our default property for sales, so that it always shows up as currency. And we're going to lose the decimal places, so it'll by default show up with a $sign and so on. Great, so now we have our sales map, and we're going to create a worksheet action. Now the difference between a worksheet action and a dashboard action is that a worksheet will only affect the worksheet and a dashboard will only affect the dashboard. And so when we created our worksheet action on sales by category, if we were to pull sales by category onto the dashboard, that action won't transfer over. You'll need to make a dashboard action. So we're going to make a go to URL action. We're going to have it on menu. We're going to call it wiki. And it's going to only affect our new sheet, sheet 6, which we should rename. And we're going to have a URL in here, so this will take us to Wikipedia, and then whatever you put at the end of the Wikipedia link, it will take you to that page on Wikipedia. So we're going to take state and add it to the end of that link. And now to test the link, you can just click test link, and it will take a random value and show you what it will look like. So now that's how we know that we have our link set up. Okay. Click OK. Let's rename our sheet to URL filter by state. And so when we click on Texas, okay, back to URL filter by state. Let's go to our worksheets and go to our actions, and on the go to subcategory, it is also affecting this URL filter by state because we didn't unselect it. Now, to keep that from being a problem, we're going to just come here and sales by category be the only sheet, and that way it won't auto-select new sheets as you create them. So we'll no longer have that problem. You click on Texas and nothing happens except for it highlights that one only. That's how it should be. But when we hover on Texas and wait long enough, oh yeah, on click, sometimes you just have to hold still. It'll come up with our little link here, and we click on Wiki, and it will open up our browser with the Wikipedia page for Texas. This can become really handy in the event that you have data that maybe has an order ID, and you can take that order ID and insert it into a URL in your system so that it can take you to your web interface page for that order. Here it's helpful for if we wanted to learn more about the state of California, which it can have information about the languages spoken and population, which can be helpful when we're looking into our sales information. Another way this can be useful is by showing the web page right inside of Tableau. So let's make a dashboard. Change our size to automatic, and let's pull in URL filter by state. If we go to dashboard actions, you can see there are no actions for this dashboard yet, so we're going to add a go to URL action on select. And since it's on select, the name of this URL won't show up, but it will show up in our list here, so it's nice to name it something unique. Let's put in our Wikipedia page, and it'll take us to state. So we'll hit OK, OK, and now when we click on Oklahoma, it'll open up a page for Oklahoma. But let's unselect Oklahoma. If we drag on web page from the objects here, you don't even have to enter anything for your URL. You just hit OK. And now we have the bottom half of the screen is a web page, and when we click on Oklahoma, instead of taking us to Oklahoma in a separate thing, it'll take us to Oklahoma right here in the visualization. So we'll change it to Texas, and this will change to Texas. If you unselect, it leaves the page there based on the one that you had just selected. Next, we're going to take a look at reference bands and lines. So let's make a new sheet, and we're going to call it reference lines. And so a reference line is found on the analytics pane, and it is something that comes and draws a line on your visualization based on the data on the screen. So let's make our visualization. We'll do our category and subcategory again, and we'll double click on sales, and it brings it onto text. That's not what I want. So let's do sales onto rows, and we have our bar charts, and we'll talk about the difference between a cell, a pane, and the table. So when we go to analytics and we go to drag our reference line onto our visualization, it says you can add the reference line for the whole table, for a pane, or for a cell. So if we take our subcategory and drag it onto color, since the subcategory is our lowest level, it's going to define our cell. So each one of these, if we drag our reference line onto cell, each one of them gets a reference line. You see how it added those on? This is our dialog box. We will look at that in just a moment. So let's remove that. If we take reference line and put it onto pane, that's going to be similar to having category onto color. So each of these different colors is now a pane. Reference line onto pane, and you see how we get reference lines based on each pane. So let's undo that. And now if we take category off and everything is all one color, and we take reference line and put it onto table, now we have our reference line for the whole table. Great, so we're going to find out the average for each section. So I'm going to take category and put it back onto color, and we'll take reference line and put it onto pane. Now we have our reference line. It's based on the computation of average, and it's using the value of sum of sales. So since it says sum of sales here, you might think that it is taking the reference line and putting it at the sum of the sales, but that's not what's happening. It's just using our aggregated version of sales to figure out the average. So instead of taking each individual sale that makes up the bookcase section, it's taking the sum of sales for the bookcase section and comparing it to the sum of sales for chairs. So it's taking an average across these added up sections. You could also have it be total, where it's adding all of these up and it makes that total line. The sum line is the same as total in this case. A constant, which is where you get to define the value. And so if we wanted it to be 200,000, there it is. Let's go back. There we are, back to where we were. Constant, minimum, which shows you the minimum for each section, the maximum for each section, or the average, or the median. So let's stick with average, and now you can see it's labeling the line as average. We could also have it label the line as the value, so now we can see that the average is this amount of dollars. Or you can choose custom, and then you can put something in here. Like maybe we wanted the computation, a colon, and then the value, average, this amount. You can also have show recalculated line for highlighted or selected data points. That means when you click on a section, it will recalculate the average just for what you've selected. We'll hit OK. And so in that case, when we click on tables, you can see our recalculated average line. So the average for tables, for just tables, is the sum divided by the number. So the sum of tables is 206,966 divided by 1 is still 206,966. So selecting just tables isn't really helpful. But if we wanted to know the average of tables, and we'll control click appliances, and we'll control click binders, oh, there we go. All three of those are selected, and we can see the average of those three, which is this line. You could also select like this and see your new average. Oh, and it's doing the average independently. So, select these guys, and now we see the average of just those 5 categories. And those are reference lines. Now, let's duplicate this sheet, and I'll show you how to delete a reference line. So, we'll rename this to reference bands. Click on this reference line, right-click, and click remove, and it takes it off. We have the same thing for reference bands as we had with reference lines, where you can have it be for the whole table, per pane, or per cell. So let's do a reference band for the whole table. So it's doing entire table, and it's taking from the minimum to the maximum. Now we could change the minimum to be the average to the maximum, and now that will highlight the whole table. Everything that's above the average becomes highlighted. And if you wanted to change it, you could do the minimum to the average. But let's go to average to maximum. And then you can change things like you can add lines. So we have a line for the average or the maximum. You can make it thinner, you can make it dotted. You can change your fill, so maybe if you don't want it to be quite that dark, you can change it to be a little bit of a lighter color of gray. And you can have show recalculated band for highlighted, or you can remove that, and that way when we highlight stuff, everything just stays where it belongs for the entire table. And that's how you create a reference band. Reference bands and reference lines can be really handy in making several different kinds of visualizations, such as bullet charts. If you have any questions about that, please comment below and the Simplilearn team will get back to you. Now let's do another analysis on average days to ship. And for this one, we're going to look at it by state. And we're going to look at it by ship mode. And so we'll take average days to ship and put it on columns. And now we can see the average days to ship by first class, same day, second class, or standard class. And you can see how they differ. So let's change the order of these really quick. If we come up here to ship mode and we click sort, and we click manual, we can have same day above first class. so that it kind of goes in order of priority. So same day, first class, second class, standard class. There we go. And now we have it in order of what you might expect and priority. And now we're going to create a calculated field that we will use to do a sort of conditional formatting. And we will name it delay analysis. Great. So let's do if the average days to ship is less than or equal to 2, then we'll have it return the words shipment early. So if we want to press enter there, that won't cause any problems to our calculation. So you can press enter, or you could have extra spaces and it won't, Tableau will ignore those. So this allows us to format our calculated field in a way that's easy to read. So if it's less than 2, then they're going to call it an early shipment. Else if average days to ship is greater than or equal to 5, then shipment late. And else if, let's get the rest of them. And average days to ship is not less than 2. Greater than 2 and less than 5, then on time. 2 words. On time. And now you can see we have an error here. It says expected end to match if, and that means that we don't have an end at the end of our if statement. If statements always have to have an end. Okay, let's hit apply. And let's grab our delay analysis and put it onto color. And it has on time as blue, early shipment as orange, and shipment late as red. We can double click on the color and we can change shipment early to green. And now we can see the best ones, the on-time ones, and the ones that stand out as late. And standard class happens late a lot. It's interesting to see that on average, the District of Columbia has second class as a late shipment. You can see that all of these share the same axis size, so they all go from 0 to 6, even though this one never gets that close to 6. If we click Edit Axis, you can choose if you want that to be the case. So it's like right now, all of them use uniform axis range for all rows and columns, and that's really nice because it's easy to compare Colorado to Colorado to Colorado. If you change it to independent axis for each rows, you can see now this one only goes from 0 to not even 1, whereas this one goes from 0 to 6. And you can compare it with color, but you can no longer compare it with size across all of these different categories. So uniform axis range is the default in this case, and we will keep it that way. So now we have a quick analysis of our delays. We're now going to build a waterfall chart based on profit. So we'll call this our profit waterfall. And we'll take a look at what a waterfall looks like at the end and talk about how it works. So after we build it, we'll talk about some of the benefits of having a waterfall chart. So what we're going to do is build it over time. For this visualization, we're just going to look at the year of 2014. So I'm going to filter it to the order dates for 2014. And then we're going to take our order date and bring it onto columns, and we're going to look at it by month, but we're going to look at it by our discrete month. So you can see that I chose the one that has month and year, and then when I chose discrete. And then we're going to take profit and put it onto rows, and we're going to change it from profit to our running total of profit. So you can see that it takes January and then it adds February to it. And so it's always getting bigger when we undid it. Sometimes there's up and down. So back to, we have our running total where it will sum January and February for the February mark, and then sum January, February, and March for the March mark. If I take profit and put it here, you can see January is negative 3,000 and February is positive 2,000. But here, it's the sum of those, which is negative 467. Take that back off. We're going to change our marks to a Gantt bar. And now we're going to duplicate profit and edit what we have. We're going to call this negative profit. And it's going to be just profit with the negative sign in front. Oh, it looks like I've done this before. So now we have a new name because I added a space at the end. So hit apply. And let's delete the old one. Okay, so now we have our negative profit. Just to look at it, it's just minus profit. And we're going to use that to determine the size of the Gantt bar. So what it does is it takes where the line was and it adds the size of it to be the size of profit. But because the line was at the top and we didn't want to build the profit up, we had to change it to negative profit, so it would build it down. So here, the line was down here because it was so low negative, and we added negative profit. And then let's take profit and put it on color. And so you can see where profit is negative, it turns it orange. And where profit is positive, it turns it blue. So what's happening here? What we can do now is we can see our total sales at the end and how we got there. So for the first month, we were at 0 when we started, and we went down to negative 3,000. The next month, we were at negative 3,000 when we started, and it grew up to be almost back to 0. And then we can see that from there on out, we grew up each month, and you can see how much each month contributed. Our biggest contributors are November and March, November being a little bit bigger. And you can see where we started at the beginning of that month and where we ended. And that's how a waterfall chart works. So it lets you go through over time and see exactly where our problems were and exactly which months helped the most, where we started and where we ended for each month. Next, we're going to talk about level of detail calculation, and we'll talk about those first by showing an example. So I'm going to bring all my customers on by name, and then I'm going to bring on order ID, and it's going to add all members, but then I'm going to change order ID from a dimension to a measure, and we have a count distinct. So now we can see each customer and how many orders they have. So let's sort it, and we can see one person has 17 orders, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people have 13 orders, and it goes on from there. So what if we wanted to make a visualization that would show how many customers had how many orders and what number of orders was the most popular? We would need to do a level of detail calculation. So let's clear the workbook. A level of detail calculation allows you to build a visualization and bring on metrics that are at a level that is different from what's shown on the visualization. So, in order to do this, we need to create a calculated field that will show us the number of orders per customer, even though we're not going to have our visualization be per customer. So let's call this orders per customer. And we'll come here, and we're going to use a level of detail calculation called fixed. Now there are two other level of detail calculations, and they are called include and exclude. And you can learn more about those in some of our Simplilearn classes, and if you have any questions, please comment below and we can answer them. So we're going to do it fixed, and you can choose dimensions, and it computes an aggregation using only the specified dimensions. So it will ignore all the other dimensions, and we're going to have it based on customer name. So we're going to have fixed customer name, and we're going to get a count distinct of order ID. And make sure you close it with your curly bracket, and we have no errors, and we'll hit OK. And this allows us to see number of orders per customer, so let's pull it out. first let's make it a dimension and then pull it out onto our columns. And now we can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, up to 17. So that means we had some customers just order 1 and some customers order 17, and we had them order everything in between. So if we never had a customer that had 9 orders, then 9 wouldn't appear in this list. Now we're going to take customer ID or name. Let's do ID because it should be unique. And we'll pull it onto rows. And we're going to change it to a measure, and it's going to be account distinct. And so now we can see how many customers ordered how many items. So we have our number of orders per customer, which is at the per customer level, even though this visualization is not at the per customer level. There's nowhere in this visualization where we pull on a customer item as a dimension. So let's sort it, biggest to smallest, and we can see that 134 of our customers ordered 5 items, or had 5 orders. And so it just 5 is the most popular, 7 is the next most popular, 17 is the least popular, 1 is relatively unpopular, which is interesting to know. And so you can use this to analyze how many items your customers generally order, and maybe if they have 4 items that they are going to order, that perhaps if you made good suggestions you could get them to go up to 5. And that's an introduction to level of detail. So let's name this sheet Level of Detail, LOD, orders per customer. Perfect. Now let's make a new sheet, and we are going to do an analysis about new customers. So we'll call this Level of Detail, New Customer Analysis. So this visualization is going to be about customer acquisition over time. So when we do things over time, we grab our date and pull it up here. And for a line chart or anything over time, we're going to use these so that it makes an axis instead of just change to line, instead of dimensions or something that is not continuous. And then we're going to take our customer ID, pull it onto rows, but let's change it to count distinct customer ID, and now we can see our count of customers on every day. I think day is too low of a level. Let's go at month. So now we can see how many customers made an order during what month. Let's take region and split it out by region. When we click on central, we can see central. Now this is including all customers, but say we only wanted to include a customer when they're making their very first order. So we're only going to include their first order. So we need to create a calculated field, and we want to compare, we'll call it new or existing, and we want to compare their order date per customer to their first order date, the min order date. Nope, order date. And we're going to get this error. It says cannot mix aggregate, which is min, and non-aggregate functions. And what it's saying here is that this order date is at a per row level, since we don't have any aggregation on it, and this order date is at a per visualization level, so it's only going to split up based on the visualization, and it won't let you put those two things together. So we're going to use our level of detail calculation again, and we're going to make this fixed per customer ID, and then we'll do our min order date. So now, instead of trying to return something different based on the visualization, it will always return the min for each customer ID. So if the order date on the visualization is equal to this order date, if the order date on the visualization is equal to the first order date for that customer, then new, else existing. end. So when the order date equals the very first order date, that means that it's a new customer making their first order. Otherwise, it's an existing customer because it's no longer their earliest date. Apply. Okay. And now we can take our new field, which is new or existing, drag it onto filters, and we only want new. We'll hit apply, and we can see that we have new customers, but less over time. So now we're going to change this count distinct to be a running total, and we can see over time how our new customers are adding up. So it's taking the prior value and adding our new customers, and then at the end we get our total customers for each region. And we can now make this the lowest level, which is day, and you can see places where it like levels out. So we can see we have a lot of new customers and it's increasing, but then here for the region of East, there kind of is a level spot where we're not getting new orders. And that seems to be the same for each of them. So for February of 2014, why were we not getting any new orders? And how come the West region is getting new customers? How come the West region is getting new customers faster? Here, while it's leveling out in the red, it looks like the West region leveled out as well, but picked up sooner and started getting new customers. So this type of analysis will help you view new customers over time. And it's only possible because we were able to do a level of detail calculation here on new or existing that would compare this data at only aggregating the data for the specified dimension. So we were able to grab their minimum order date here. So those are a couple of ways that level of detail calculations can be very helpful. In summary, today we learned about live versus extract Tableau data sources. We learned about joins and unions in the data sources. We also looked at table versus database calculations. We looked at how the different ranks compare. We built some actions into our dashboards, filter actions and highlighting actions. We also looked at URL actions. We built dashboards that used reference lines and ones that used reference bands. We did analyzing of average days to ship and delay analysis. We built a waterfall chart. And we also looked into some level of detail calculations. We will be building dashboards from start to finish. First about world population, then health. Next we'll build a dashboard about economy, and finally we'll build a dashboard about business ease. I would recommend getting access to the dataset before you start this tutorial so you can build along with me. If you would like access to this dataset, please comment below and we'll get you access. So first we're going to build a dashboard that revolves around population. So we're going to build a map based on country. So I'm going to double click on country and it's going to map out all of the countries. And then on our marks, I'm going to change it to map. So it's a filled in map. And we want this to be colored by population total. And we can see who contributes the most to population. We're going to label it with population as well. But you can see that it's labeling it the total population, and what we want to label it is how much it contributes to population by percentage. So let's add a table calculation, and we're going to have it do percent of total based on country. Okay, so now we can see which countries contribute what percent. Let's also bring the country name onto the label, and let's put it on top. So country name's on top. Now it's getting a little bit crowded in here, so we're going to unclick Show Marks Label, and we're just going to show the ones that we want to see specifically. So we can right click on China here, hover on Mark Label and click Always Show. And on India, since these are our two biggest contributors, we can see that this one's a little bit darker than the others in that area. And here, And that's just a manual way to choose which ones have indicators, labels, and which ones do not. And we're going to put a note here. So we're going to annotate an area that explains that China and India contribute the most to world population. Just calling out this section of the visualization. And let's name this sheet. So here we have our visualization, and when you hover you can see both the total population and its percent contribution and the country name. Our next visualization for this dashboard is going to be population over time. So let's bring on our time element. But one trick for bringing on a time element, if we just drag it on, so year with the calendar mark here, if we just drag it on, it'll default to a discrete version. So let's take it back off. And then we could edit it there. But one thing you could do is if you, on a Windows machine, you right click on it and drag it on, then it will pop up with a dialog box that allows you to select what kind of date value you want to use in the first place. So we're going to use year here. And now we have, instead of discrete, we have a continuous axis. And we're going to bring on population total. And we can see that over time. One thing you can do when the value is up so high in your axis is you can uncheck this box that says include 0, and it will not always include 0 in your axis, but this can be misleading. So you can see that it looks like population growth is something really dramatic by increasing that slope of the line, whereas it really wasn't quite as dramatic as it seems. So as long as it's communicated well and you're not doing it to mislead your users, you just need to keep in mind that this include 0 can change what your graph is saying. So we're going to not include the 0 at this time, just so that we can focus in on our data a little bit. Now we're going to add our forecast. So we're going to click on forecast and drag it on, and it adds the forecast to our visualization right there. And now we can right click here and see forecast result is actual and forecast. So you can see that the forecast picks up here in 2012 and pushes out what it thinks it'll be in 2013 as well. You can change how far out that forecast goes by right-clicking on the line and clicking forecast option. And we can change, it says automatically the next 2 years, but we could change it so that it's the next 10 years. And it will go out into the future, out to 2022. You can change prediction intervals, or if you don't want to show them, you don't have to show them. And this is just kind of a visual guide for those prediction intervals. Okay, and then you can also have your trend line show, where it shows your trend line following out from where your population growth is, and also the trend line for your forecast right there. And we'll call this world population trend. Excellent. And we're going to make one more visualization for this, and it's going to be a pie chart. So the pie chart is also going to be based off of population. So we're going to click on population, and we're going to control click on country and come over to show me and click your pie chart. Great. So I'm going to make this the entire view so we can see the pie chart better. And this is getting really crazy in here. And so I have changed my mind, and instead of country, I'm going to drag region over top of country. And now we see something a little bit more manageable. So we can see that here's Asia, and it makes up the biggest piece of the pie, and then here is everybody else. So right now, each of these is population total. And we could keep it that way, or we could do what we did last time and change it to % of total, so that on hover we can see the population and the percentage of population that it contributes. So for this pie chart, we're just going to show Asia versus everybody else. So we need to make a group. And what we'll do is select all of these, and we're going to right click and click group. So now we have all of those things we selected, and we have other. Let's edit our group. Right click, edit group. We're going to rename this group Asia because that's all that's in there. And we're going to rename this group rest of the world. Okay, so now we have our group. We can drag it onto label, and we can see Asia and rest of the world. And now see how it's breaking it up into those different sections? That's because we still have region on our detail right here. So we pull region off. Now it's just split Asia, rest of the world. We can change our colors, make it a little bit more visually interesting. And we can still see our percentages. And now, let's rename it, and then we'll put it all together on a dashboard. Great. So let's make our dashboard. We have this new dashboard button down here, and you can choose what sizes you want. So we have a fixed size where you just select the width and height. We have automatic, which will just fill your screen. And we have a range, which has a minimum size and a maximum size. Some of the good things about fixed is that once you have it, you can have it always look that way, so no matter where they're looking at it, you know that it's going to be laid out the way that you expected. However, if somebody's looking at on a screen that is bigger or smaller than yours, then it doesn't fill up the screen, or it will fill up the screen too much and they'll have to scroll up and down and left and right. If you have automatic, then it will fit the screen that it's displayed on. However, the things that you've placed might get squished too close together. And then the range gives you a minimum size and a maximum size, meaning if the screen is too big, it still won't fill up the screen, but it can get closer. And then as they get smaller and smaller screens, you at least know that it will never make it get smaller than this particular size. So there's some benefits to that as well, where you still have a little bit of control of what it will look like in the end. Great, let's bring on our worksheets. And you can see that where you hover, it fills up that space, and that's where it's going to show up. You can also adjust the lines in between different visualizations for things that need more space or less space. Another important thing to recognize is that when you click on a visualization, like this one, up here it will tell you how it's viewing that visualization within that space. So if you click standard, then it will do a standard fit, versus if you have entire view, where it will make it fit inside the box. Over here we could have fit width or fit height. On some of the visualizations, it doesn't make as much of a difference. However, when you have a visualization that maybe has a lot of text in it and they need to be able to scroll, you'll want to have it fit width, but you don't want it to fit height, because then it will shove all of that information into the box and not allow you to scroll up and down. So if you saw, as we dragged these on, it took these legends and added it to the left here. We can modify that and make them floating and drag them next to the visualizations that they are relevant to. And this particular one has a couple of things wrong with it. We might not want the title of this to be region group, so we could come in and we could edit the title and then maybe just call it region. However, I don't think we need this legend at all because it's very clearly marked on the visualization there. So you could also just remove it from the dashboard. And this one is telling you how big of a circle it would need to be before it gets to that population number. So it belongs to this circle as well, but again is unnecessary potentially because we have our two population numbers showing up right as we hover. So we'll remove that as well. So at this point we have a visualization or 3 visualizations all on the same page, which is the basics of a dashboard. However, we might want to be able to interact with them a little bit more than just hovering. And so this is where we should look into adding filters. So we have information over time, we have information by country, and we have some information by region here. And one of the quickest things you can do to add functionality to the dashboard is by clicking this Use as Filter button. So if we click this, that means whatever country we click on here will filter the other visualization. And then you can unselect it to go back. Now, that Use as Filter button actually creates an action here, filter 1 generated, that it's made on its own. Now you can see that when we click on China, it doesn't make a lot of sense to have this pie chart update based on that China click because it's just going to show duplicated information. So it shows the 20% or the 20% here and the 17 billion. And then here it does the same thing, except for it shows 100% because it's filtered everything else out of the chart, so it now makes up 100% of the circle. So that doesn't make a lot of sense. So there are ways to format your visualization or your actions, modify your actions so that they only affect the things that make sense. So we can come here and click Edit. We're going to call this Country Action. And we want it to use the population by country sheet and then modify only the trend. So now when we click on China, we see China's trend over time. And it doesn't affect our pie because that doesn't make sense for it to affect our pie. We might want to select on our pie Asia or rest of the world and have that affect the other visualization. So we can click Use as Filter here and click Asia, and now it zooms into Asia on our map and shows us just the Asia world population trend, and here's rest of the world, and we can see that Asia is grayed out, and there's the rest of the world, and here's the rest of the world population trend. We might also want to be able to use this to filter to a certain year. So if we click Use as Filter, then we click on 2011, you can see these numbers are slightly updating. So this is 19%, and we come here, 19.5%, come down here, and we can see that the pie updates a little bit, although it hasn't been anything dramatic, but you can kind of see it over time. So that's one way to add filters to your visualization. Another way is to use actual filtering instead of just actions. So if we come back here to our trend, we could take the year, we're going to control click and drag it onto filters. And now we have a year filter, so we could have it the actual year number. So just look at 1 year at a time, or a range of dates. So if we click range of dates, that makes this slider from 2000 to 2012. So if we hit OK, we'll right click and we'll click Show Filter. We can see it here. And as we drag this, it updates. But kind of messes with our forecast. So let's not do a year filter in this case. So we click Remove Filter there. But maybe we want a filter just on this for the different years. So let's drag year onto the filters. We're just going to do the year number next. And here's all the years. We're going to let all of them be selected for now. And then we're going to show the filter. And here's all of our years. And we can change the way that our quick filter shows up. and we can make it like a drop down, so they can still select multiples, but it's a drop down. Or maybe we want this visualization to be just 1 year at a time. So we could choose single value in a list, and it lists out all the years, or in a drop down, and we want it to be 2012. And then we want this to show up on our dashboard. So we come to the dashboard, and we click more options here, hover over filters, and we can see the filters available, and we can click year of year. And now our formatting hasn't passed on. So that's one thing to remember, that formatting it just on the workbook doesn't necessarily mean that the formatting will pass over to the dashboard. So I tend to not do any formatting on the workbooks and just format it on the dashboards, because the dashboards are what I publish. So we're going to single value drop down. We're going to add it. We're going to move it to the top. So now how we do that, let's talk a little bit about what each of these sections are. Come here to layout, and you can see we have this layout here, item hierarchy. So tiled is the whole screen, and inside of that we have a horizontal container. And inside this horizontal container, we have another horizontal container. And when you click on something in this view, it shows you where it exists. So we can see this horizontal container is outlined now, and then we change it to vertical, and it outlines this. Now, a horizontal container allows things to be side by side, and a vertical container allows things to be one on top of the other. And so in our vertical container, we see all this extra space for extra things to be on top of each other. But if we wanted to have it at the top, we would maybe want things to be able to be side by side. So if we go back to the dashboard and we grab horizontal and drag it to the top, it adds a horizontal container up here. And now you can see everything that's floating kind of stays in the place that it was, even though all the other things shifted. So that's one of the disadvantages of floating, is that you're kind of just manually choosing where it will stand using your X and Y position, and it's not dynamic. So let's give us a little bit less space up here. We can add a text box into our horizontal container, or we'll say population dashboard. We can format it. Now we have our title up here, and then we can add our filter. We're going to drag it to be on inside of our horizontal container, but on the side here. We can give it more or less space. Let's bring our legends down to places where they make sense again. Perfect. And so now we have this that will affect this only and show you just 2012, 2011, 2010. So we don't want it to affect the trend, because we want the trend to show all of time. And just looking at 1 year for this trend that is only at a yearly part and forecasts into the future doesn't make any sense. But we maybe want it to also affect this worksheet so that these two are in sync. And so that the dashboard is basically for 2012, except for the trend, which shows you the past and the future. So one way that you can do that is clicking Apply to Worksheets here. And you can choose Selected Worksheets. And it will show you all the worksheets in this visualization, or in this dashboard. And you can click Show All Worksheets in Workbook, and then if there were other worksheets, it would show them. So we wanted to do Asia versus rest of the world and population contribution by country. Okay? And that's another way we can change what year they show. So it's only going to show 1 year at a time, unless we select all. And then this visualization isn't affected by it. If we don't want to click on a country and have it make the change, if we instead want to have a filter for country, we can do that by taking country and dragging it onto filters. We'll have it show all for now. And then when we go back to our dashboard and we come to this visualization, we can go filters and add country. And it's just added it side by side where we had our other filters. So that's a nice feature of Tableau where it can kind of guess where you might want things. We're going to do multiple value drop down. And right now, it only affects that visualization. And we can just look at one country at a time. And we might not want it to affect this visualization because it doesn't do us any good to just look at one region in a pie chart. But maybe we want it to affect the world population trend, so we can do the same thing we did before. And we want it to affect these two. We'll click OK. And so now we could look at all of these countries, and that would update both these visualizations. Another thing I like to do on a filter is customize and click Show Apply button. And this means we can make all these changes in here. See, I've selected none, however, these visualizations aren't updating. And then I wanted to look at Turkey, so I found Turkey, and then I hit Apply, and that's when they update. Perfect. So now we have a dashboard complete with filters and actions. We also have a title on our dashboard. We can give it a little bit less space, and some legends. We have titles on each of these pieces. However, if we didn't want a title here, we can click Hide Title, and it will just show our visualization there. And this is dashboard number 1. Here's what it looks like in full screen mode. Full screen mode is a good opportunity for you to test it to see what it will look like to the end user. I press escape and get back out, and it doesn't give you these highlights when you hover over things that are dashboard formatting related. You can see that all those extra lines went away, and it just gives you the opportunity to test out your dashboard in a more real way and see how they will use it instead of giving you the dashboard editing options.
Next, we're going to make a dashboard revolving around health information. So first we're going to make a map about birth rates. So we're going to call it birth rate rank map. And to make a map, we're going to double click on country, and we're going to change it to a map type. So we have a filled map here. And then we're going to bring birth rate onto color. So let's define our colors a little bit by clicking on this color part of the marks card. We'll click Edit Colors, and we're going to change it to red and gold. And the idea here is that the red is for a higher birth rate, which is more associated with countries that have poor health. So we'll hit Apply, and now we have our higher birth rate countries highlighted in red. Next, we're going to create a class. So we're going to duplicate birth rate, and let's edit that field. We're going to call it birth rate class. And so we're going to say that anything that is in the top 50 countries with the highest birth rate is categorized as having an alarming birth rate. So we will first do the average birth rate, and then we're going to do a rank on that. So you see sometimes when you're auto-completing your statements, it will replace one of these functions that you have with the one that you pressed tab for. So if I type if, or I start to type if, and then I come here and click on if, it replaced my rank with if. So keep an eye out for that. If you're like, where did my thing go? It's because I was typing it right next to it. So if I put a space, and then I start to type if, and I click if, it will not delete rank. So we're going to say if the rank of average is less than or equal to 50. So if it's in the top 50, then alarming birth rate. else if, and we can take this again, is greater than 50, then normal birth rate. And always make sure you put on the end. Also, we didn't necessarily have to have this else if statement. So if we had just done else normal birth rate, that would have covered all of our bases. So with these if statements, just make sure that you're always getting all of the different options that you want. But in this case, we defined both. However, we didn't have to define the second calculation, because if it is not in the top 50, then it's obviously in the bottom, the rest. So we're going to hit OK. And then we're going to put birth rate class onto label. And it's gone around and labeled everything. And I am seeing alarming birth rate on everything. So let's see what the problem is. So if we open this back up by right-clicking and clicking Edit, you can see it says results are computed along table across. So we're going to click Default Table Calculation here. And instead of compute using automatic, we're going to change it to compute using country. We'll hit OK and hit Apply. And that didn't seem to fix it. So this is the first place I would look if it's not doing what you would expect. So we'll put it back to automatic. Okay. The second place I would look is inside of the table calculation that is created. So when we defined rank here, we put a table calculation on it. So when we right click here, we get edit table calculation. And we're going to choose that we want to do the rate based on the specific dimension of country. So now we can see, using the logic, the calculation assistance, that we no longer have just alarming birth rate. We have normal birth rate and alarming birth rate on our screen. So we can close this. And we are done here. But one thing you can do is, when we have allow labels to overlap other marks selected, then it will make sure that every label shows up, but it gets super crazy in there. So there are some times where the labels may overlap a little bit, and so you'll want to select this option. In our case, we don't want that. And now we have a visualization showing birth rate map based on rank. Our next visualization is going to be about average life expectancy, male versus female. So we're going to do a chart across time. So we're going to click year and bring it onto columns, and we're going to change it to this year in the continuous section. So now we have an axis, and we're going to double click on female life expectancy. Oh, there we go. Double click on female life expectancy and then double click on male life expectancy. So what that did was made us two charts, one on top of the other, but we don't want that. So we'll take this off, and we're going to drag male life expectancy right onto this axis for the female life expectancy. And what this has done is made what's called a blended axis chart. So it's not a dual axis chart where we have another axis over here for the second visualization. This one is a blended axis chart. So they necessarily use the same axis, and they necessarily have the same kinds of marks. So we'll take a look and see what the difference is there. So if I were to change this to a bar chart, we would have bar chart for both of them, and I can't define one separately from the other. Change it back to a line chart, and they're both a line chart. Now if we go back to when we just had female life expectancy and we drag male on next to it and we have two charts, now we can change it to a dual axis and we have one on top of the other. However, our axes don't line up. We can see at the top here is 15K and over here it's 14K. So we're going to synchronize the axis, and you can see one on top of the other. And we have two marks cards. So we could have this one be a bar chart and that one be a line chart. So that's some of the differences of those two. We're going to do a blended axis chart. So I'm going to take male and drag it here. And we have our blended axis chart. And now you can see that our scale here is really strange. So what it's doing is it's adding up all of the life expectancies for all the different countries instead of averaging it. So we're going to change that by right-clicking on the measure down in this measure values card, hovering over measure sum, and we're going to change it to average. Since I only changed one of them and they share the same axes, it's really spread out now and it almost looks like a straight line down there. And then let's change the other, and it should get everything a little bit more in sync. There we go. So now we can see the average life expectancy over time, which for both of them seems to be going up. However, it seems to be higher for females. Now let's take a look at our analytics and let's drag on forecast. So it's forecasted out the next 2 years for both lines. And we'll bring on trend onto linear. And let's change it to a square. So now we see each individual point for the life expectancy for females and males, and we can see what they're expected to be in the future and our trends. And our next visualization is going to be a heat map about multiple different measures, so we'll just call it a heat map for now. And for our heat map, we're going to look at the different countries. So we'll bring country onto rows, and we're going to look at their birth rate. So I just double-clicked on birth rate and brought it on. We're going to look at their health expenditure percentage on GDP, so how much they spend on GDP. So when I double-clicked on it, it did what we did before, where we have a measures value card, and so now whenever we put measures on here, that determines what goes here, because we have our measure names on columns. So every measure in here, their name is going to define the name of the column, and the values define what's in the text right here. Great. We're also going to bring on infant mortality rate and the life expectancy for females. Okay. So now it has changed these to not have decimal points after them, which is not as helpful. So we're going to format those, and you can format it field by field. So for birth rate, we definitely want to have decimals afterwards. As a matter of fact, the birth rate is a percentage. So instead of doing a number standard, we'll just go to percentage. And now we don't need to have those decimals afterwards. We can just look at the birth rate as a rate. And for percent of GDP for health expenditures, we can come click there and do the same thing. And for infant mortality rate, okay. And to make this make a little bit more sense, we again need to change it from a sum to an average. And for some of these, we could change it from a sum to an average right inside of the, well, for all of these, we could change it from a sum to an average in the default properties under aggregation, so that it will automatically average it whenever we bring it out. Default is sum, but if we make it automatically average, then we won't have to do that again for any other visualizations. I won't do that at this time because I get a little bit confused sometimes when I don't have my sum on there by default, because that's what I'm so used to seeing by default. Great, so we now have a matrix by country and by our different metrics here, and so we can take our measure values and drag it onto color, and we'll make our marks from automatic to square, and it will make our heat map. Now, what happens with a heat map is it colors darkly the higher the number it is in this case, and right now it's doing it for the whole area. So 1% is obviously much, much smaller than 82. But if we wanted to be able to look at birth rate independently from life expectancy, we can right-click on the measure values on the color and click Use Separate Legends. And so now we have a legend for each one of these. Let's change the colors on those legends so that we can see them separately a little bit more clearly. So we'll change the colors by coming over here to each of the legends, and we'll leave one the same, but we'll change this one. If we click Edit Colors, you can see our different palettes. You can see some of them just have one color, others have one color to another color. We used the red gold before, so now you can see that one is changed. We could use another one that goes from green to blue. Great. You can also define your own. So you can make a custom one that could go from light to dark, and then you can choose what color you want as your dark color. So we could pick a lighter blue, and then we see that last one. And now with these separate color palettes, you can quickly see the difference with birth rate and spending on health. And that is our heat map with separate legends. So let's build this all into a dashboard now. We're going to call it our health dashboard. And for simplicity, we're going to make it automatic so it fills our screen. And then we're going to first bring on our map. We're going to bring on our health-related map with birth rates. Then we're going to bring on our heat map. And we'll bring on our life expectancy lines. Now, as we brought on all of our charts, it brought in our legends here. And we're going to move our legends up to the top. So let's add a horizontal container. And then let's put our legends into the horizontal container. And let's put these ones in order. So life expectancy. Oh, so birth rate is going to be over here. Great. Now, one thing we can do is make these smaller. Well, that's actually just making that one bigger, huh? Okay, so you would make them smaller by making something else bigger or by adding in a blank space, which would then help you adjust the size by taking up the space that you're not using. Another thing to pay attention to is this fixed width. So once you start to drag the size on something, it no longer is dynamic. So if we unfix that width so that it's only taking up whatever space is left. Oh, and that one is not fixed width. And then we can edit the width on this to be even bigger. Then it will squish things over to where we would like them to be. So that's one of the ways you can add space or make things the size you would like them to be. Now let's take a look at filters. Oh, before we take a look at filters, I want to look at this map one more time because I think that it would be useful for our colors to be a little bit more distinct. So one quick way to navigate to your worksheet from your dashboard is to click this Go to Sheet button. And while we're here, I'm going to click on Color, Edit Colors, and we did red and gold, and we're going to change it from this sequence to a stepped color, and we're going to change it to 3 colors. So it's going to either be this color, this color, this color, and when I hit OK, you can kind of see it's a little bit more dramatic in our differences, and it's put everything into the 3 categories we defined. So let's go back to our dashboard, and we can see the difference there. And now we're going to take a look at our filters. So we want to be able to filter by country. So let's bring country onto filters. and we're going to allow it to use all. And we're going to, here you can click Apply to Worksheets. And you can click Selected Worksheets, and it's going to pop up with all the worksheets in the whole workbook. And so one disadvantage of doing it on the worksheet is that you can see all of the worksheets in the workbook, and you have to differentiate between which ones are on the dashboard and which ones aren't. And these are the 3 on this dashboard, so we're going to hit OK. And we're also going to do it by year. So when we drag the year onto filters, we're going to allow them to choose years. So we're going to do the distinct number of years. We'll click Use All. Okay. And we're going to apply to the worksheets this one with the birth rate and the average life expectancy male versus female. We're not going to filter down our line chart by year because we want to be able to see it over time, and if we filter down the time, then we don't get as much context. So we'll hit OK. Let's go back to our dashboard. If I click on more options here and hover over filters, you can see that year filter and that country filter. You should also be able to see both of those filters on the heat map because I told it to apply to that one as well. So here's the country. Oh, I made a mistake. Let's go back to this visualization and apply to worksheets. Selected worksheets. See, I wanted it to be on the birth rate and the heat map, not the line chart, and I clicked the wrong one. So that was a good test. So when we go here to the heat map and click down, you can see now we get the year of year as well. So we'll click year of year. Let's put it over here, and we're going to make it a multiple values drop down, and we'll bring it over to the middle. And let's also get the countries filter. Great, so now that we have these in here, we don't need this to be so big, so let's edit the width and make it 300. Even smaller, 200. Great. And let's change our country to be a single value drop down. So you can pick one at a time. And let's also change it, or this year of year, since we can select multiples, let's change it so that on customize that you show the apply button. So here, since they can only select one, we don't have the apply button because it will just automatically apply. And here, since they can select multiples, we'll let them unselect all and pick their years and then hit apply. And then you'll see the changes. And you can see that even though I've selected only 2011 and 2012, you still see all of the years on this line chart as expected. And there is our health dashboard.
Our next dashboard is going to have to do with economy. Our first sheet is going to be another map that is going to have to do with overall GDP. And as we usually begin with maps by double-clicking on country and changing it to a map mark type. And this time we're going to bring on GDP onto color and change it to average. And we can edit the colors. Let's this time do a custom diverging, so you get to pick both colors. And let's pick a little bit lighter. Okay, red for there, and then we want to do maybe like a deeper green. And that way, you can see who has the highest GDP, which is green. We hit apply, okay, and then it will eventually get lighter and lighter until it goes to gray, which then it will lead to green. Okay. And next we're going to make scatter plot, which we will call GDP versus GDP per capita. So GDP, or gross domestic product, versus gross domestic product per capita or per person. And to make a scatter plot, you have one measure on one axis, and then another measure, which is going to be GDP per capita, which we will now create on the other axis. So let's start with GDP, and we'll hit duplicate, and let's edit that, and we're going to call it GDP per capita, and we're going to take sum of GDP and divide it by the sum of the total population. So population total. What is my error? Opening parenthesis. There we go. And then we have GDP per capita. So what this will do is sum up the GDP across whatever measures we have in place, across whatever dimensions we have in place, and then sum up the population for those same dimensions, and then divide it, instead of dividing it per row and then doing an aggregation on it. Okay? So now we're going to bring on GDP per capita on the rows. And we have the sum of GDP and the GDP per capita. And to make it more than just one little mark on our scatter plot, we will drag on country to detail. And now we have one mark per country. And you can see some countries have a high GDP per capita, and some countries have a high GDP overall, but not as high of a GDP per capita. And so on. We have some middle of the road people here. So we can change this from automatic to circles, and now they're dots like you might see on a scatter plot. And you can drag region onto color, and now we can see our different regions. And we see a lot of reds here, and it's quick to see what region things belong in. Also, you can click to highlight, and you can see all of the Americas highlighted in context. The next visualization we're going to make is going to be showing how much countries spend on healthcare as a part of their GDP. So we're going to rename it to be GDP on healthcare. And we're going to look at each of our countries. And we're going to make a bar chart that shows the health expense GDP. And we're going to change this to average. And we're also going to show the health expense per capita. Over here it shows how much is spent per person on health. And this is showing how much is spent on health based on GDP. Click at the top and click sort, and it's sorting by this first one. And you can see which countries spend the most of their GDP on health. We can again bring region onto color, so we can see the different regions highlighted. And let's bring on labels. So for our different marks cards, we're going to want to control click this and drag it onto the labels. And we can see that it's a percentage, but it's coming up as a number, so we can right click and click format right there. And we're going to change the number to percentage. Maybe just do 1 decimal place. And then for this one, we're going to control and drag that onto labels. And maybe we'll change this one to currency. However, if you don't want to change it to currency, since we aren't sure necessarily what currency this data set is in, it's worth checking out what currency it is in. So for now, we'll just have it as a number. And now we're going to customize our tooltip. So we're going to go to the overall marks card, and we'll click on tooltip, and we want it to tell us the country in the top. So we'll erase region, and we're going to erase country label and center country. And then we're going to put this country spends this percentage on healthcare. And if you want to preview it, you can hover or click here on preview, and it will show you an example. Marshall Islands spends 2.1% on healthcare. We'll hit enter, and then when we hover, it tells you the country, and it has our custom tooltip on both visualizations, or on both of the different axes. So let's build our dashboard. We'll bring on our map. We'll bring on our healthcare visualization and our GDP versus GDP per capita. And we'll move our legends to the top again by adding a horizontal container to the top and bringing them up here. One thing we can do also is to give this more space. We can have it go all the way to the top, and these legends are just side by side, just above the map and the GDP per capita scatter type plot. An interesting thing you can do in Tableau is you can see this outlier of the United States is making it difficult to see the rest of the information or to visualize if there's any trend there. So you could right click on it and click exclude, and then it will exclude it from your data set very quickly. And then you'll just click this back button to get it back. Great, now let's take a look at filters. We are going to do a single filter. So let's go to this visualization, and we'll bring on country. We'll click use all, okay. And we're going to apply it to worksheets. So I showed you how we can apply it to worksheets here. You can also apply it to worksheets once it's on the dashboard. So if we come here and look at filters, we can see that country is on the filters for this visualization. But if we come down here and look at filters, we still see country because it's in the details of the information. So either way, when we add country, since I added it from this visualization, it only affects this visualization. Okay, but we want it to affect all on the worksheet. So we're going to apply to worksheets, and we can click selected worksheets, and we can click all on dashboard. Okay, let's bring this over here. We're going to allow them to see all at once and be able to scroll and select the ones they want. And now, when we select different ones, it affects all 3 worksheets. We're also going to add an action for a URL action. Add action, go to URL, and when we click on a country on the overall GDP map, we want it to take us to the Wikipedia page that talks about the economy for that country. So that is this URL, and it's going to say Wikipedia for economy of, and we're going to add our country to the end. So we hit OK. We have it running on menu, so let's change it to run on select. And as soon as you click it, it will take you there. Okay, so now let's try it. And we can click on Canada, and it will take us to the Wikipedia page for the economy of Canada. Great. We click on Brazil, same thing. So if we unselect on Brazil, then it will make our map highlighted normally again. We can also use this one to filter the other visualizations. And so we could click Use this filter here, and then when we click on France, it will filter these two other visualizations to France. You can see that when we filter this visualization to a particular country, so if we look at Germany, Germany wasn't green before on our map, but now it is. That happens because our scale has changed just for the ones selected. So if we control-click France and Germany and Switzerland and Austria, we now have a scale that reflects only these countries, and the biggest is going to be the darkest green, or the highest GDP is the darkest green, and the lowest is the lightest pink. And there is our economy dashboard. You can see that we have some nulls on these visualizations. That occurs when we don't have all of the data for every point. You can ignore those and they won't show up on the final visualization when you publish it to server, or you can deal with those by clicking on them and filtering that data out, or showing that data at the default position, which is showing the null values at 0. Our final dashboard is going to be about the ease of doing business in a country. So our first visualization is going to be a bar chart, which we will call Days to Start Business. So how many days it takes to start a business is important to know when you're trying to start a business in a country, and also can be an indicator of how easy it will be to do business in that country. So let's make a bar chart that includes every country, and then we're going to bring on days to start a business, and we will sort it smallest to biggest. And we have some days or some countries that don't have any days, so let's filter out those countries. And we're going to filter it to only those that have a good market. We're going to make a calculated field. We're going to define business-friendly market. We're going to define our market based on how easy it is to start a business and how many days it takes. So if it takes less than 25 days to start a business, we'll consider that a good market. And so we're going to do if the days to start a business is less than or equal to 25, then else if days to start a business is greater than 25, then business might or might not work. Doing less than or equal to 25 or greater than 25 allows us to be able to define these two different markets. So we'll hit apply there. And we're going to filter it just to a good market. And we're going to look at just 1 year. We'll look at 2012, our most recent year. And we're going to color it based on region. And we can see which regions tend to have the shorter days to start a business. And we're going to move on and build our next visualization, which is also a bar chart, which we will call Ease of Business. So we have this Ease of Business field, and we can bring on the country and we can bring on Ease of Business. And we want to make it a measure. So the Ease of Business is at this point looking at it like it's a string, and we can change that in our default properties and convert it to a measure, or use it up here and change it to a measure. When we try to change it to a measure here, it wants to treat it like a string, so it wants to take the minimum or the maximum. But if we here convert it to a measure, then it also automatically made it a count. So the first thing to do would be to change the data type to a number. And now we can change it to a measure and aggregate it. So we could do like the sum of ease of business. In our use case, we're actually going to do the average of ease of business, and then we want to have the smallest on the top. We do have some that don't have ease of business ratings, so we're going to filter that data out. And again, we want the year to be 2012, but how we're going to do that is by coming to this visualization and by applying this particular year of 2012. So we'll do it on select workbooks and select ease of business. Okay. And now this one also has the year of 2012 there. And we're going to segment this by creating another header. We're going to call that business friendly. And we're going to say that if the ease of business is, so I guess this is a nice thing to know. So if we start typing in what we want to see, then we can select it from a list here. But you can also interact outside of this box. So you could just grab ease of business and drag it into the dialog box here. And that's really nice. So we're going to say if it is greater than or equal to 1 and less than or equal to 3, then we're going to say it has the most business friendly regulations. Give us a little more room to look at. Okay, and this statement won't work because it's saying and what is less than or equal to 3. So you have to have ease of business in both places. And then this should say then, and not the. Great. So now we're just getting an error because we don't have an end. So if that's all we wanted to do, then that's what we would do, but then we'll just do another else if. And it's already taken, this if statement goes through one condition at a time. So it's already classified everything that's between these two numbers. And so now we can just say if ease of business is less than or equal to 10, then we'll call it very, very business friendly regulations. And we'll keep going. Else if ease of business is less than or equal to 50, then we're going to call it moderate. And we're just going to say moderate business regulations. Copy that for later use. Less than or equal to 150, then strict. So the reason that this doesn't grab everything that is less than or equal to 150 is because these sections 1 to 3 and then 4 to 10 and then 11 to 50 have all been classified up to this point. So it's just getting everything else. And we're going to finally say else everything else is going to be called not preferred for business. And see if we get any errors. Calculation is valid. Let's see if this works as we expect. So we'll hit apply, and we'll bring business friendly onto our rows. And now it categorizes everything based on what we said. So we want to define what order these go in. So we're going to click sort, and we want the most business friendly at the top. Then we want moderate, then strict, then not preferred. Okay. So we have our top 3 that are the most business friendly, and then we've got 4 through 10, which are very, then we've got our moderate, our strict, and our not preferred. So let's bring region again onto color, and we can see which regions are the most business friendly. And we have our year of 2012 there. And now we're going to make this even more useful by adding the business tax rate onto the label so that you can see that business friendly is like Singapore, but they have a pretty high tax rate of 27, whereas if you get down to some of these that are not preferred, some of them have really low tax rates. So let's make sure that we're getting the right tax rate. So you can see that 27 is definitely not the highest tax rate that we have for business. But you can also see that there are places that have even lower tax rates, like Saudi Arabia, and we have 8% here. It looks like we don't ever go to that second decimal place. So let's quickly format this. Oh. Business tax rate is also text. So if we could convert our data type to decimal, and then we will format it to be a percentage, and we just need the 1 decimal place. Okay, now let's make some annotations. So we could come and click here on this mark, and then we can annotate that mark, which will make this dialog box, and it's already filled in here. And so we could use some of this information. So I'm going to copy that, and I'll put some hard returns there. So we're going to say that this country is the most business friendly, but has a business tax rate of, and let's grab the tax rate. And then we'll erase this, and we'll hit OK. And I made a typo. So Singapore is the most business friend is not what I meant to say. So I can click edit, business friendly, but has a tax rate of, and you can move this around. Draws the line to Singapore, which is the mark that we wanted to annotate. So that is an annotation on a mark. If we wanted to just make an annotation for the area, then we could point out that more business-friendly countries often have high business taxes. We could change that size, make everything fit. Now we have this second note where our user can come in and see some more information about what's being presented here. Great. And now we're going to make one more visualization, and it's going to be about phone and internet usage, because you may want to know about the phone and internet trends when you're looking to start a business. So we're going to do this one over time. So it does not need to have that year filter on it. And we're doing our axis. And we're going to look at mobile phone usage. So I double clicked it, it shows mobile phone usage over time. And we're going to change it to average so that it's averaging it across the countries. And then we're going to bring on internet usage. So we'll bring it on side by side so we have two visualizations. And we're going to also make that average. Now, we might not want these to share an axis because they are measured a little bit differently. And so we can make it a dual axis, but allow them to keep their independent axes. Or you can synchronize the axes and see them at their rates. However, the usage is just a little bit of a different measurement. We can have one of them be a bar chart and the other one be a line. Let's have this one be the bar chart. Okay, and then the line is in the front. You can also change which one's in the front by coming and clicking on the axis itself. And you can click move marks to front, and that moves that one to the front. Okay, and now it's made each of these wide, and there's like a start point and an end point on the axis for the bar, and that comes here under size, where they're all fixed. Or you could have it be manual, where we can define the size of the bars. So we're going to make those bars like this. And we can see them going up over time. We can also change the width of the line itself. Make it thicker or thinner. And we can change the colors here. So let's change it to orange, since red might imply that it's bad in some cultures. And now we can see our internet usage and our phone usage over time and how it's trending. And so this will all come together on our new dashboard, which is about ease of business. You can see that I have a sheet called Ease of Business and a dashboard that I've called Ease of Business, but it won't let you create a dashboard with the same name as your worksheet. So, Ease of Business dashboard. Let's have it fit the screen. And we're going to bring on our days to start business visual, our ease of business visual, and our phone and internet visual. Let's put our legends at the top again. So we'll make our horizontal container, and we'll bring our region legend into there, and then our measure names for internet versus mobile phone. And we have a filter that already is pre-applied to two of the visualizations called year of year. And it's selected 2012, and if we select 2011, it's only changing this one, it's filtering out all the information for this visualization and changing this one to 2011. So let's see why that's happening. If we go to this visualization and click the Go to Sheet, we can see year of 2012 is here. Let's click Show Filter. And if we change the filter to 2011, okay, it's not showing up here, and the only filter I can see that could be removing it is this average ease of business that is removing anything that is null. So if I pull that off, you can see that we don't seem to have any information for 2011 for ease of business. And the more years I select, I'm not seeing any ease of business information. So we're going to want to set this to 2012 only, because that seems to be the only information that is useful for this visualization. So let's go back until we're back to the state we were in when we started. Okay, so here we are. And we're going to want to remove this filter. And we're going to give it its own filter that only selects 2012. That is not connected to the other filter. So now, when we change year of year, it only changes this visualization. Sometimes that's useful to note, sometimes it's useful to put, let's do a single value drop down. Sometimes it's useful to put this right next to the visualization it affects. So if we could change it to floating and just put it like here, that makes it clear that it's just changing this chart so that people don't get confused. Another thing that we can do, that we should do on all of our visualizations, is change the titles so that they're more business or user friendly. Great. And so we have our filter, and let's use this as a filter, and that way we can click on New Zealand and we can see its most business friendly regulations, and we can see its internet and phone usage over time. We can click on a lot of different countries to see those changes. We can see that some countries have a steeper change, so some of them have adopted phone and internet usage and have stayed pretty similar, whereas other ones have only really adopted it in the last couple of years. Also, if we wanted to filter to just one country, we could do what we did before and create a country filter. Here's another way to go to the sheet. You can click this down arrow and click Go to Sheet, or you can come over here. You can see that it's highlighting a visualization over here, or a sheet, and whatever sheet I click on is highlighted over here. And there's this little pop-out arrow here that also takes you to the sheet. And we can bring country on, use them all, go back to our dashboard. We'll go to filters and select country. We'll make it a multiple value drop-down. We're going to add the apply button, and now we're going to make it apply to all the visualizations by clicking apply to workbooks, selected worksheets, all on dashboard, OK. Now we can see that if we just want to look at Afghanistan, OK, we can see how many days it takes to start a business there. It's not preferred for business, and it's internet and phone usage over time. And those are our 4 dashboards. So as a review, we have made a dashboard on population. We made one about health. We made one that had to do with our economy, and one that had to do with our ease of doing business.
Business intelligence is a set of processes and techniques to analyze raw data and extract information that helps drive business decisions. It helps you keep track of business data and draw valuable insights. There are several tools that play a key role in business intelligence. Some of the popular tools are Power BI, Tableau, and ClickView. Hi guys, welcome to this tutorial on what is Power BI. In this video, you will learn why Power BI is needed, what is Power BI, the various features of Power BI, and the different components of Power BI. Later, you will look at the architecture of Power BI, what Power BI service is, and how to create a Power BI dashboard. Finally, you will understand a case study on Meyer and do a demo using Power BI. Now let's understand why Power BI is needed. First, Power BI has the ability to access vast volumes of data from multiple sources. It allows you to view, analyze, and visualize huge quantities of data that cannot be opened in Excel. Some of the important data sources available in Power BI are Excel, CSV, XML, JSON, PDF, etc. Second, Power BI provides an easy-to-use drag and drop tool with features and functionalities that allow you to copy all formatting across similar visualizations. Power BI has exceptional integration with Excel. It helps you gather, analyze, publish, and share Excel business data. Power BI helps to accelerate big data preparation with Azure. Using Power BI with Azure allows you to analyze and share vast volumes of data. Azure Data Lake can reduce the time it takes to get insights and increase collaboration between business analysts, data engineers, and data scientists. Power BI allows you to get insights from data and turn insights into actions to take data-driven business decisions. Finally, Power BI allows you to perform real-time stream analytics. It fetches data from multiple sensors and social media sources to get access to real-time analytics. so you are always ready to make business decisions. Now let's see what Power BI is. Power BI is a business analytics service provided by Microsoft that lets you visualize your data and share insights. It converts data from different sources to build interactive dashboards and BI reports. As you can see, we have an Excel data about sales. Using this data, Power BI helps you build different charts and graphs to visualize the data. Now that we have understood what Power BI is, let us look at the important features of Power BI. First is Power BI Desktop. Power BI Desktop is a free software that you can download, and it allows you to build reports by accessing data easily. For using Power BI Desktop, you do not need advanced report designing or query skills to build a report. Second, as already discussed, Power BI supports stream analytics. From factory sensors to social media sources, Power BI assists in real-time analytics to make timely decisions. Third, support for multiple data sources is one of the major features of Power BI. You can access various sources of data such as Excel, CSV, SQL Server, web files, etc. to create interactive visualizations. And finally, custom visualization. Custom visualization is another vital feature of Power BI. While dealing with complex data, Power BI's default standard might not be enough in some cases. In that case, you can access the custom library of visualization that meets your needs. Let us jump into discussing the various components of Power BI. As you can see, there are 6 major components of Power BI. Now let's discuss them one by one. First is Power Query. Power Query is the data transformation and mashup engine. It enables you to discover, connect, combine, and refine data sources to meet your analysis need. It can be downloaded as an add-in for Excel or can be used as part of Power BI Desktop. Second, we have Power Pivot. Power Pivot is a data modeling technology that lets you create data models. It also allows you to establish relationships and create calculations. It uses data analysis expression language or DAX to model simple and complex data. Third, we have Power View. Power View is a technology that is available in Excel, SharePoint, SQL Server, and Power BI. It lets you create interactive charts, graphs, maps, and other visuals that brings your data to life. Next, we have Power Map. Microsoft's Power Map for Excel and Power BI is a 3D data visualization tool that lets you map your data and plot more than 1 million rows of data visually on Bing Maps in 3D format from an Excel table or data model in Excel. Then we have Power BI Desktop. Power BI Desktop is a development tool for Power Query, Power Pivot, and Power View. With Power BI Desktop, you have everything under the same solution, and it is easier to develop BI and data analysis experience. Finally, we have Power Q&A. The Q&A feature in Power BI lets you explore your data in your own words. It is the fastest way to get an answer from your data using natural language. An example could be, what was the total sales last year? Once you have built your data model and deployed that into Power BI website, then you can ask questions and get answers easily. Now, let's see what Power BI Service is. Power BI Service is the software as a service part of Power BI. It is also referred as Power BI Online. To access Power BI Service, you need to log into app.powerbi.com. Now let me show you that. I'll go to Google, I'll open a new tab and search for app.powerbi.com. It's loading. But this is how the homepage of Power BI Service looks like. I've created some dashboards on it. First, you need to log into app.powerbi service. You can see I'm logged in. Now under my workspace, if I go to dashboard, here I've created a finance dashboard. You can see the different charts and graphs I have prepared and pinned it to the dashboard. So Power BI Service allows you to connect to your data, create reports and dashboards, and you can also ask questions to your data. Now as you can see in this dashboard, we have created some charts and graphs. So this is a tree map. There's a pie chart, there's a bar graph. Below you can see there are line charts and donut charts. It tells you the total sales that were made, the total number of units sold, the sales by product, sales by country, sales by segment, and lots more. One of the key features of Power BI is creating dashboards from multiple reports and datasets. Power BI Dashboard is a single-page visualization to tell a story. The visualizations on a dashboard are generated from multiple reports, and each report is based on one dataset. A single-page dashboard is known as a canvas. The visualizations you see on the dashboard are called tiles. These tiles are pinned to the dashboard by report designers. Now let me go back to my dashboard. So this is called a canvas, and each of these are called tiles. So on the top, you can see we have 3 tiles. Now let's understand how to create and publish reports in Power BI dashboards. Power BI allows you to create different reports on Power BI desktop. These reports can be published on the Power BI dashboard using Power BI service. Here, you can see there is a Power BI report created on Power BI desktop. If you click on Publish, it will take you to the Power BI service where you can build a dashboard. Here is the button for Power BI Publish. Once you click on Power BI Publish, it will take you to the dashboard. So this is a single page Power BI dashboard on Power BI service. Now, let's understand the Power BI architecture. Power BI architecture is a service built on top of Azure. There are multiple data sources that Power BI can connect to. Power BI Desktop allows you to create reports and data visualizations on the dataset. Power BI Gateway is connected to on-premise data sources to get continuous data for reporting and analytics. Power BI services are basically the cloud services that are used to publish Power BI reports and data visualizations. Using Power BI mobile apps, you can stay connected to their data from anywhere. Power BI apps are available for Windows, iOS, and Android platforms. Now, let's look at a case study on how Meijer, which is one of United States' largest supermarket chains, used Power BI to solve its business problems. Initially, Meijer had become dependent on its IT organization to extract insights from its data. It was time-consuming and inefficient as you had to wait for IT to build every report. Meijer was unable to perform ad hoc and real-time analysis easily. So what Meijer did was, it connected Power BI to an on-premises SQL Server Analysis Services cube. This allowed them to refresh 20 billion rows of data in near real time. With Power BI, teams can now pull in the data faster and perform real-time analysis to derive insights from data. A bakery department inside Meijer used Power BI to compare its sales with regional performance. They analyzed where Meijer was behind the regional trends, focused on the problem, and created a solution. With Power BI, they can now drill down into hourly sales and send out a sales flash to 800 Meijer business leaders. So Power BI enabled them to standardize data sources and empower store directors and team leaders to develop and track their data to ensure what they can improve. Now, let's do some practical hands-on demo with Power BI. So this is how the Power BI desktop interface looks like. On the left, you have the report view, the data view, and the model view. The report view is where you visualize your data with different charts and graphs to build reports. The data view allows you to view the whole data, while the model view is where you check if there are any relationship between the tables. On the right, you can see the different visualizations that you can build. We'll quickly run through all of these in our demo. So here you can see there's a finance sample data that will help you draw insights about the sale of products in different countries. We will create a report to visualize different charts and graphs and analyze those sales. So let me go to my Power BI desktop. First, we'll import our data. So let me go to our Get Data tab and choose Excel as my data source. I click on Excel. So here is our finance sample data. We'll select sheet 1. You can see the data here. Click on it and then select load. This might take some time to load the data. Now if I go to my data tab, you can see the entire data set. It has fields such as segment, country in which the sales was made, the name of the product, the units sold, and the sales price, and many more. Let's start building our report now. I'll go to my report view. So first let me create a text box. Let me resize it. Let me name it as Finance Dashboard. We'll increase the size of the text. We'll use font Consolas, center it. We'll also add a background to this. We use blue color, change it to white, and increase the size. Now, let me first show you how you can create a matrix. I'll go to Visualizations and click on Matrix. Let me resize it. From the Datasheet tab, I'll select Sales and drag onto Values. So you can see the total number of sales that were made. Now, let me do some formatting. So I'll go to the Format tab, click on Column Headers. Let's add a background color and let me increase the text size to 20. Similarly, under Values, we'll increase the size of the text to 20 as well. We can also click on Border and choose the color of the border. May take as, let it be black. So this is a simple matrix that we created which shows the total number of sales that were made. Similarly, let me choose matrix once again. Now we'll drag on the units sold onto values. We'll continue with the same drill. Under column headers, we'll add a background. This time, let's choose some other color, and under values, let's increase the size of the text to 20. Even for the column headers, let's increase the size of the text to 20. Again, we'll switch on border. Let me resize a bit. So here we have two matrices created for our report. The first matrix shows us the total sales that were made. The second matrix shows you the total units that were sold. Now let's move ahead and create a simple bar chart. So under visualization, I click on clustered column chart. Under this, we'll drag the date column onto axis and the sales onto value. Let me expand it. So it shows you the sales by year. This is the sales that were made in 2013 and this shows you the sales that were made in 2014. Now there's a drill down option which gives you more granularity. This depicts the sales by quarter. If I drill down further, you can see this shows you the sales by month. Also, you have some options like sort by and sort by sales. So you can see October month made the highest number of sales. Moving ahead, let me now create a pie chart where we will see the sales by different segments. Under visualization, I'll click on pie chart. Let me first resize it. Here, I'll drag the segment column onto the legend and the sales column onto the values. As you can see, we have the sales made by different segments. Government segment made the highest number of sales with 44.22%. Now let me add a border to both the visualization. I'll click on the pie chart and go to the Format tab. I'll switch on the border. Similarly, for the clustered column chart, I'll go to the Format tab and click on Border. Now let me resize a bit. Alright. Next, we'll create a very simple table that will depict the total sales made by each product. So under Visualizations, I click on Table. Let me bring this below. So from the data sheet, I'll first drag product onto values. You can see the different products and then sales just below it. So this depicts the total sales that were made by each product. And finally, it displays the total value of the sales that were made. This is same as the one shown here. Now let's do some formatting. Under Format tab, I'll go to Values and increase the text size to 15. Let me expand it. Also, under Column Headers, I'll increase the text size to 15. Then, let me go and add a border. Now let me create a map that will show you the sales that were made by each country. So first, let me create a new page and under Visualization, I'll click on Map. Now, I'll drag the country column onto Location. So you can see we have our map ready and we'll drag sales onto Size. You can see the different countries and the sales that they made. If I move the map, you can see the sales made in the Europe region. Let me resize it. I'll add a border to this. Now let me go ahead and create a donut chart that will show you the profit by each segment. Under Visualizations, I'll click on Donut Chart. I'll move this to the top. Now, from the data sheet, I'll add profit onto the values and segment onto the legend. If I expand this, you can see government segment made the highest amount of profit with 65.04%. Let me resize this and we'll add a border. Okay, in the final visualization, I'll show you how to create a tree map. This tree map will tell you the total amount of sales made by each product. So under Visualizations, I'll click on the tree map. Let me expand it. I'll drag sales onto values and product onto group. So here you can see our tree map and the sales made by each product. You can see now we have our report ready. We have created two separate canvases to visualize our data. Now, if you want to change the color of these bars, you can simply go to the Format tab and under Data Colors, you can choose whichever color you want. In Power BI Desktop, you have an option to switch your theme. This will make your dashboard or the report look more attractive. So now we are under the default mode. Let's try out different themes. That's Frontier, it's Temperature, Solar, which is a little yellowish. The one which I like is Tidal. I hope this was helpful in making you understand the basics of Power BI and how it works. You learned the various features and the components of Power BI and looked at the architecture of Power BI. Finally, you saw a demo to create a report using Finance Dataset. In our previous video on what is Power BI, we had learned the basics of Power BI, its features and components, the architecture of Power BI, followed by a demo. In this video, we will learn what Power BI Dashboard is, we'll understand how to create different reports in Power BI Desktop, then you'll publish a dashboard onto Power BI Service, and finally, you'll derive insights from the dashboard. Now, let's understand what Power BI Dashboard is. Power BI Dashboard is a single-page visualization to tell a story. Here on the screen you can see there's a dashboard which has been published on Power BI Service. There are multiple charts and graphs that you can see. The visualizations on a dashboard are generated from reports, and each report is based on one dataset. A single-page dashboard is known as a canvas. The visualizations you see on the dashboard are called tiles, and each of these tiles are pinned to the dashboard by report designers. Today, we'll be covering the following dashboard that you see on the screen. It will be a 3-page report where we will be analyzing the Superstore sample data. As you can see, there are 3 tabs. Now let me move over to our dataset. So our Superstore sample dataset is in the form of an Excel file. You can see there are multiple columns. You can see there's order date, shipment date, the mode of shipment, customer's first name and last name, the segment to which the customer belonged to, country of the customer, the city, state, and if you go towards the end, you can see there are the different product names, the sales, quantity sold, discount, and the profit. So the report that you see here and the one which we are going to create might vary a little in terms of the color formatting and the spacing, so you need not worry about that. Now let me go ahead and bring up a new workspace. So I'll go to File, click on New. This will take some time to bring up our new workspace. Now it will ask you for trying the free version, or if you want you can go ahead and sign in. I'll just close this. So here is our new workspace. Before creating the dashboard, we need to make some changes to our Superstore dataset. Using the features of Power BI Desktop, first we'll extract the year, month and quarter values from the order date column. I'll go to Get Data tab, click on Excel as my source. I'll locate my file, it's on desktop, click on Open. This might take some time to load the dataset. I'll select the orders sheet. You can see the preview of our data here. I'll go ahead and click on Load. This will take some time to load the dataset onto Power BI Desktop. I think we have successfully loaded our dataset. You can check that by going to the Data tab. So here is our dataset. First, let's make some changes in the format of the order date and the shipment date. I'll click on the order date. Under the Modeling tab, we have this data type and the format. I'll click on the drill down option. Under date and time, now let's choose the first one, which is in the format of DDMMYYYY. I'll click on it. As you can see, our order date column has been changed to that particular format. Similarly, I'll select the ship date column, go to the format option. Under date and time, I'll click on the first one. Here you can see even the ship date column has been changed to that particular format. Now let's extract the month values from the order date column. To do that, right click on the order date column, select new column. So this will create a new column if you go to the end. So there's a new column. Rename this column as month, and since we want the month value from the order date column, I'll search for order date. Dot, since I want the month, I'll select month. Now if I hit enter, it will give me the month values from the order date column. Similarly, if you want to get the quarter values from the order date, right click, select new column, rename the column as quarter, then choose the order date column, followed by the quarter name. Hit enter. So you can see you have a quarter column and it has all the values of the quarter to which the date belongs to. Now let me go ahead and create one more column. This time we'll create a new column for the order year. This time we'll extract the order year values. So let me rename it as year. We'll continue with the same procedure. I'll look for the order date and then select the year. Hit enter. So it gives you only the year values on which the order was placed. Now let's find which day of the week was the order placed. So we need to use the weekday function and give the order date as parameter, followed by which day you want the week to start with. I'll show you how to do that. So I'll click on order date, then select new column. Let's rename this column as day of week. I'll use the weekday function of Power BI. You can hit tab to finish. I'll look for my order date column, comma, I'll choose 2 here since I want my week to start with Monday and end on a Sunday. Hit enter. So you can see we have the day of the week column. So the idea to create this day of week column is to find out if the order was placed on a weekday or a weekend. Now let me go ahead and create one more new column. Let's name this column as weekday or a weekend. I'll use an if clause and pass in my parameters. For logical test, I'll use the day of the week column. So I'll search for orders and then look for day of week. If this day of the week is equal to 6, which means if it's a Saturday, or I'm using the or operator, if the day of week is a Sunday, that is 7, then it's a weekend, else it's a weekday. I'll close the bracket, hit enter. So you can see we have our weekday and weekend column. So moving ahead, another thing we can do is we can find the total number of days it took for the shipment of the product. This can be done using the datediff function of Power BI. So let me show you how you can do that. I'll click on any column, right click, go to new column. Let's rename the column as days for shipment. Then I'll use the datediff function. I'll give my starting date, which is the order date. So I'll search for order date, followed by the second date will be our shipment date, which is ship date, and the day. I'll hit enter. So you can see here it gives us the total number of days it took for the shipment of the product. Now let's create a full name column where we will concatenate the first name and the last name of the customer. Let me go ahead and do that. I'll create a new column. Let me rename the column as full name. Then I'll take the first name from the orders table, use the ampersand, followed by a space using inverted commas, followed by another ampersand and the last name. I hit enter. You can see we have a full name column. If you go back, so there were 2 columns in the name of first name and last name. Now we have merged both the columns into a single column named full name, and you can see the first name, space and the last name. Now let me give the sales column a currency value. So I'll select the sales column. Here under general, if I go to currency, I can see there are multiple currency symbols. Choose whatever you want. For this video, I'll take $English United States. You can see our sales column is now represented by a dollar value. Similarly, let me make some changes to the profit column. As you can see, there are multiple decimal values for each profit. So let's standardize it. So I'll select the profit column, and this is where you can standardize it. Now it's auto. So let me make it 2 decimal places. So our data is ready now. Let's go to the report view and start building our reports. Before that, under the model view, you can see the new columns that we had created. You can see there's weekday, weekend, there's year, there's quarter column, month column. The same you can see under the report view as well. Under fields, you can see these are the columns that we created: days of shipment, day of week, quarter, month, weekday or weekend, and year. Now we are under the report view. First, let me go ahead and create a text box. So under the home tab, you have the text box. I'll select that. Let me stretch it a bit. We'll give a title, Sales Dashboard. I'll select this and increase the size to, let's say, 28. We make it bold and center align it. Also, under the visualizations tab, under background, we'll add a background color to this text box. Let me select this blue color and let me make the font as white. So now we have our title ready. So under general, you can decrease the height of the text box. Let me make it as 70. First, let us create a new card from the visualizations panel. So under visualizations, there is an option to create new card. I'll click on it. Let me resize. I'll move it to the top. We'll see the total amount of sales or the total revenue that was generated from the sales. After selecting the card, I'll choose sales onto fields. So here you can see it gives you the total sales that were made, so which is nearly $2.3 million. If I go to the Format tab under Data Label, let me switch on the border. Under Title, you can give a new title, for example, Total Revenue. Hit Enter. Now you can increase the text size to say 15 and center line it. You can also change the color of the sales value. So under Data Label, under Colors, you can choose whichever color you want. Similarly, let's create one more card to find the total number of units that were sold. I'll copy the same card, Ctrl C, Ctrl V. I'll move it a little below. Now I'll remove the sales column from the fields and add the quantity column onto fields. Again, under title, I'll edit this title as total quantity sold. Let me create one more card where we will see the total amount of profit that were made. I'll select this. I'll remove the quantity column and add profit. Under the Format tab, under Title, I'll make this as total profit. Hit Enter. Stretch it a bit so that you can see the total amount of profit that were made. Now, let me add a slicer wherein we'll have the order date column. So I'll add the order date column onto fields. So you can see here we have the order date column, and under slicer header, let me increase the text size to 15 and let's switch on the border. You can also give a title to the slicer. So under the Format tab, go to Title, switch it on, and we'll give a title text as Slicer by Order Date. Scroll down, I'll center align it and increase the text size to 15. Now if you want, you can also change the date colors to blue. So under Date Inputs, you can go to Font Color and select any blue color. Now let's create a line and stacked column chart to visualize sales and profit by each year, each month and each quarter. So from the Visualizations tab, let me select Line and Stacked Column Chart. I'll resize this. After that, let me add the order date column onto the shared axis. We'll drag the sales onto column values, and under line values, I'll take the profit column. So here you can see we have the sales and profit by each year. The bars represent the sales and this line represents the profit it made for each year. Let me go to the Format tab and make some changes to the data colors. Let the color of the profit remain the same, but the bars, I'll choose a custom color, give a hexadecimal value like 196273, hit enter. So we have successfully changed the color of the bars. Power BI has an interesting feature where you can drill down the sales
by each year, each month, each quarter, or by days. So let me show you. So on the top, it shows you go to the next level in the hierarchy. So if I click on this, here you can see the sales and the profit that were made for each quarter in every year. Quarter 4 for every year made the highest amount of sales and the profit. Similarly, if I drill down further, you can see, let me expand it, you can see by month. This is for each month over all the years how much sales were made. You can check November month gave us the highest amount of sales and December month gave us the highest amount of profit. Similarly, you can still go to the next hierarchy. Here you can see the sales and the profit made for each day over all the years. So day 17 made the highest amount of sales and day 23 gave us the highest amount of profit. If you see the lowest sales and the profit, you can see order date 25 gave us the lowest amount of profit, and similarly you can see day 29 gave us the lowest amount of sales. Now you can also go to the Format tab and switch on the data labels. So you can see here in 2014 we got nearly 49.5k profit and nearly $0.48 million sales. Similarly, in 2015 we had nearly 61.6k profit and 0.47 million sales, and so on. Now let me go ahead to the Format tab and switch on the border. Let me now create a clustered column chart for sales by year and quarter. So from the visualizations, let's select clustered column chart. Let me resize this a bit. And under axis, we'll add the year column. So I'll drag year onto axis. Under legend, I'll take the quarter column. And under values, I'll choose sales. So you can see here the sales that were made under each quarter for each year. This picture clearly says quarter 4 for every year made the highest amount of sales and quarter 1 made the lowest. Let me go to the Format tab and I'll go to the data colors. Let's change the colors for each of these quarters. We'll be using hexadecimal values. So under custom colors for quarter 1, let me select hexadecimal value as follows. So for example, PF D6 D9. Similarly for quarter 2, I'll select 6D9 DA6. For quarter 3, and finally for quarter 4, I'll choose a little darker color. So here is how our clustered column chart looks like, and we can see the sales by year and quarter. Now let me go ahead and let's add a border. Now we'll analyze the sales by each state. So for that, we'll use field map. So I'll click on field map. Let me resize it. Now let me add the state column onto location. Under tooltips, I'll add the sales column. Let me expand it. So you can see here we have the map which shows the sales by each state. Now let's do some color formatting to this. I'll go to the Format tab, click on Add Colors, and blue is the default color. There's an additional option where you can use conditional formatting. So I'll use that. So it gives you the option to choose your color between maximum value and the minimum value. You can also choose this diverging option where you get a center value or a mid value as well. Now for the minimum value, I'll choose a color. Again, I'll use a custom color. It will be similar to a green color. I'll hit OK. Then let's use some orange color for the mid value range. For example, EB. And similarly, for the maximum value, we'll use a little darker color which looks similar to red. Click enter. So now we have defined our color scheme. Let's click on OK. Let's zoom out. So you can see the states which are in green color made the lowest amount of sales, while those which are in orange or in red made the highest amount of sales. So in this example, you can see California had the highest amount of sales. Similarly, New York is next, is just below California with the amount of sales, followed by Texas. We'll go back. Let me also add a border to this. Similarly, you can also select the profit column or the units sold column to see the units or the profit that were sold by each state. So let me now go ahead and create a donut chart. In that donut chart, we'll analyze the sales and profit by each segment. So under visualizations, I'll click on donut chart. So under legend, I'll add the segment column. Under values, I'll take the sales column, and we also want the profit, so I'll take the profit column onto tooltips. So you can see we have our donut chart prepared, and you can see the sales and profit by each segment. Let me expand this. The donut chart indicates consumer segment made the highest amount of sales and profit, while home office segment made the lowest. I'll go back. Let me go to the format tab, and we'll make some formatting to our data. Let's change the color of all the segments. Choose custom color. Let's give a color coding as 1558C. Similarly, we'll change the color for corporate segment as well. Let's take a gray color. And finally, we'll change the color for home office as well. I'll also switch on the border. So we have our donut chart prepared. Now let's move ahead and create a pie chart to analyze the profit and sales by each category of products. So under visualizations, I'll select pie chart. I'll drag the category column onto legend. Under values, I'll take the profit column, and under tooltips, I'll take the sales column. So you can see we have a simple pie chart that tells you the profit and the sales that were made by each category. As it's evident, category technology made the highest amount of sales and profit, while furniture category made the lowest amount of profit and sales. I'll go back. Under format, I'll change the data colors. Let's go ahead and do that. I'll use custom colors and give a hexadecimal color value. Similarly, for office supplies, I'll take another hexadecimal value. And finally, we'll change the color of the furniture category. Also, let's give a border. So we have a pie chart prepared that tells you the profit and sales by each category of products. Now we are done with our first sales dashboard. So I can go ahead and rename this tab as overall sales. Next, we are going to analyze the sales, profit, quantity sold, and all of these by taking region and the state as filters. So we'll continue with the same drill. First, I'll create a text box. So under home menu, I'll go to text box. I'll stretch this. I'll give a title to this page, for example, region and state level analysis. Let me make it bold, and I'll increase the size to 28, make it center aligned. We'll make the text as white, and under visualizations, let's give a background color. I'll choose this blue color. So let me go ahead and create 3 slicers, a region slicer, a state slicer, and a year slicer. So under visualizations, I'll click on slicer. Let me resize, move it on top. And for region slicer, I need to add region onto fields. So you can see we have a region filter now. Let's do some formatting to this. Under slicer header, let me make the font color white and let's give a background, let's say blue, and let me increase the text size to say 15. You can also choose a font family. Let's go for Calibri, and you can increase the size of the items. Let's increase the text size to say 15, and let's give a border. So now you have the region slicer ready. Let me copy paste this. Next, we'll create the state slicer. So I'll remove region from here and add state onto the field. So you can see we have the state slicer ready. Similarly, you can also go ahead and create a year slicer where you can analyze the sales and profit or quantity by year. I'll remove state from here and I'll drag the year column onto field. You can see we have all the 4 years from 2014 to 2017. Now sometimes it might be difficult for you to scroll through all the values present in a slicer. For example, in the state slicer, you can see there are multiple states. And if you want to filter your report by a particular state, you have to always scroll down or scroll up and check manually where the state is. So Power BI gives you this feature where you can use the search option. So if I click on this, you can see there's a search option. Select that. So now in the search bar, you can search for any state you are looking for. For example, if you want to search for California state, you can just type on California. So I have just typed CAL and it shows me California. That's an important feature that Power BI gives you. So let me now go ahead and create a simple table where we will see the quantity and the profit made in each city. So under visualizations, I'll select tables. Let me resize this. So under values, first I'll add the city column, followed by the quantity column and the profit column. Let's do some formatting. So under column headers, let me change the font color to white and let's add a background. Let me increase the text size also. Let's make it 15. Similarly, if you scroll down under values, let's increase the text size to 15 as well. And let's choose the font family. Let's take Consolas. So here you can see all the cities, the quantity sold in each city and the profit that was made in each of these cities. Now let me add a border to this. So now you can filter each of these cities by region or by state. For example, if I choose Central as my region, it will give you all the cities that lie in the central region. Similarly, you can also search for any state. For example, I am taking Minnesota. So under Minnesota, You can see all the cities and the quantity as well as the profit they made. Let me now uncheck the filters. Now let me go ahead and filter this table in terms of profit. So I'll sort by profit. You can see we have our cities sorted in terms of profit. So New York City made the highest amount of profit, followed by Los Angeles and Seattle. Below you can see the total units that were sold and the total profit that was made from all the cities. So you can also filter down the quantity sold and the profit made by each year as well as by region and state. So let's see. Suppose I am choosing East as the region. So under East, it tells you the states that are present. Let's go for Delaware and let's select 2016 as my year. So you can see the cities that lie under Delaware state and the quantity as well as the profit they made in 2016. Similarly, let's select Massachusetts as the state and let's go for another year, for example 2017. You can see all the cities that are present under Massachusetts, the quantity sold and the profit that was made. Below you can see the total quantity and the profit. Let me uncheck all these. Now moving ahead, let's analyze the sales by each state and the category of product. For this, we'll create a clustered bar chart. So under visualizations, I'll select clustered bar chart. Let me resize a bit. Under axis, I'll take the state column. I'll take category onto legend, and under values, I'll put the sales column. So you can see here, we have the sales for each category under each state. For example, California state made the highest amount of sales under technology category, and it made the lowest amount of sales under office supplies. If I scroll down, you can see all the states and the sales they made for each category. I'll go back to the report. Now let's use some filters. You can filter here. For example, if I want to check the sales by each state and category for 2015, I can just click on 2015 and it will tell you the sales that were made. Now let's do some formatting to this bar chart. We'll change the colors for each of the categories. Similarly, we'll change the color for office supplies. And finally, for the technology. So now we have our bar chart ready. Moving on, now let me add a border to this bar chart. Okay. So now that we have seen our sales by state and category, let's now check the profit by year and category. For that, we'll create an area chart. I'll resize this chart. Now, under axis, I'll take the year column. Under legend, I'll take the category column. And under values, I'll take profit. And so we have our area chart that depicts the profit by each year and the category to which the product belongs to. I'll go to the Format tab and under Data Colors, I'll choose some colors. Let's change furniture to this blue color. I'll take office supplies a red color and technology I'll use a green color. So now you can use the filters. For example, you can check the profit that was made by each year and category under East region. So you can see here, in 2017, technology made the highest amount of profit while furniture had the lowest. Similarly, let's check for South region. So you can see in South region in 2016, technology made the highest amount of profit and furniture made the lowest. In 2017, office supplies made the highest amount of profit and furniture was the lowest. I'll uncheck this South region filter. Similarly, you can also see the sales by each state. So under state slicer, you can choose whichever state you want and check the profit it made by that year or category. For example, I'll choose Connecticut. So you can see the profit Connecticut state made in each of these years. I'll uncheck it. Let us move ahead and now let's see profit that was made and the quantity that was sold by each category and subcategory of the product. So for this, I'll choose the line and clustered column chart. So I'll select from the visualizations. Now under shared axis, I'll select the category column. Under column series, I'll take the subcategory column. Under column values, I'll choose profit and I'll choose quantity under the tooltips. So now you can see the profit that was made under each category and the subcategory. For technology category, copiers subcategory made the highest amount of profit. The quantity sold was 234. Similarly, if you check for furniture category, we didn't make any profit for tables subcategory and as well as for bookcases. Under office supplies, paper subcategory made the highest amount of profit. Now let me go ahead and add a border to this. Fine. Moving ahead, now we will see the sales by each segment. For that, let's create a funnel. So from visualizations, I'll take the funnel and I'll drag segment onto group and the sales column onto values. So you can see here the sales that were made by each segment. This picture clearly depicts that consumer segment made the highest amount of sales. Next was corporate and then home office. Now let's do some color formatting. So the default color is this blue. I'll click on show all. Now we'll give individual colors to each of the segments. Using custom color, let's give a hexadecimal value. Similarly, we'll change the color for the corporate segment. And finally, for the home office segment. Now let me go ahead and give a border to it. So if you want to analyze the sales by segment and for a particular region or state or any particular year, you can do that. So let's select for East region and let's take New Jersey as the state for year 2014 suppose. So you can see here corporate segment made the highest amount of sales followed by consumer and home office. Let me uncheck these filters. So our second report is ready where we analyzed the sales, quantity, profit at region level, state level and by year. So I can rename this as region and state. Next, we will analyze the sales, quantity, profit in terms of categories and subcategory of products. So let me first copy this text box and create a new tab. I'll paste that text box here and change the title to say category and subcategory level analysis. First, we'll create a slicer where we'll take the category as filter. So If I want, I can directly copy it from my previous tab and change the fields. So let me copy this and paste it here. I'll sync it, and let me remove the region field and add category onto the field. So you can see we have the 3 categories here. Let me copy paste this again, and let me take the subcategory now. So I'll select this and I'll drag subcategory onto the field. So here you can see we have all the subcategories, and above we have the categories. Let me resize this a bit. With that, now let's analyze the sales and profit by region and segment. To do this, we'll use a tree map. So let's see how you can build a tree map. Under visualizations, I have tree map. Let me select it. I'll move it to the top and expand it a bit. Now, under group, I'll select a region column. Under details, I'll take segment. I'll take the sales column under values, and let's take profit onto tooltips. So if I expand this, you can see the sales and profit by each region and segment. For example, in the West region, you have consumer, corporate and home office as the segments, and you can see consumer segment made the highest amount of sales and profit, while home office made the lowest amount of sales and profit. Similarly, you can check for the other regions as well. Now let's give a border to this tree map, and under data colors, let me change the color of the regions. Scroll down, custom color. Let me choose my own color. Let's take this as a gray color. And finally, for the West region. So now you can select individual categories and subcategories to check the sales and profit by region and segment. For example, if I select furniture as my category, you can see the changes that were made to the tree map. You can also select office supplies and see how the sales and profit changes. Similarly, you can also go ahead and select whatever subcategories you want, and then check the sales and profit by region and segment. With that, let me now create a pie chart to see the quantity and the sales by each segment. So I'll go and select a pie chart. Let me resize this. If you want, you can increase the size of this tree map also. So let me go ahead and select segment onto the legend. Under values, I'll take quantity and sales under tooltips. So this pie chart depicts the quantity and the sales that were made by each segment. As you can see, consumer segment made the highest amount of sales and had the highest quantity sold, while home office had the least number of quantity sold and the least number of sales. Let's add a border and change the data colors. Similarly, I'll change the color for the corporate segment. Let's make this gray, and home office, I'll take the following color. Move this a little to the right. Now let's build a scatter plot to analyze the sales, quantity and profit by each subcategory. So under visualizations, I'll select scatter plot. I'll resize this. So I'll add subcategory onto legend. Then I'll add sales onto the x-axis, quantity sold onto the y-axis, and under size we'll take the profit column. If I expand this, you can see the sales, quantity and the profit that was made for each subcategory of products. You can see here subcategory phone has given us a significant amount of sales with less number of quantities sold, and it has given us a good amount of profit also. Similarly, subcategory chairs has also given us good amount of sales with close to 2356 quantities sold and a good amount of profit. If you see this one, which is subcategory paper, it gave us less amount of sales with more quantities sold, while it gave us good amount of profit though. So you may promote phones or for example chairs to sell more, since it gives you more amount of profit with less quantity sold. Let's add a border to this. You can use the category filter. Suppose if I choose for furniture and expand this, you can see under furniture, subcategory furnishings gave us the lowest amount of sales with the highest number of quantities sold, but it gave us a decent amount of profit. Subcategory tables gave us a decent amount of sales with lesser number of quantities sold, but didn't give us any profit. Subcategory chairs gave us the highest amount of sales and also the profit. I'll uncheck this. Let's now create a line chart where we can see the profit by each year and quarter. So under visualizations, I'll select line chart. We resize this. So under axis, I'll take year. Under legend, I'll take the quarter column, and under values, I'll take the profit column. So now you can see the profit that was made each year and the lines depict each quarter. So if you check for 2014, quarter 4 made the highest amount of profit, while quarter 2 made the lowest amount of profit, while quarter 1 made the lowest amount of profit. Similarly, if you see for 2016, you can see quarter 4 made the highest amount of profit, while quarter 1 made the lowest. If you check for 2017, you see quarter 3 and quarter 4 almost made the same amount of profit, while quarter 2 made the lowest amount of profit. I go back. Now you can filter these by categories also. Suppose if I see for technology, you can check the amount of profit that was made in each year and in each quarter for technology category. Let's add a border to this. Likewise, we'll now create another line chart that will depict the sales by each year and quarter. So let me copy paste this. I'll drag this to the right. Now I'll remove profit from values and add sales. Let me uncheck this also. So here you can see we have the sales by each year and quarter. Now if you see for 2014, again quarter 4 made the highest amount of sales and quarter 1 in 2014 made the lowest. If you see for 2016, you can see 2016 also quarter 4 made the highest amount of sales and quarter 1 made the lowest. We'll go back. So our final report is ready, where we analyzed the sales, quantity sold, the profit at category and subcategory level. I can go ahead and rename this as category and subcategory. Let me save this. Now if you want, you can also filter it by subcategories. For example, if I select chairs as my subcategory, so for chairs you can see the sales that was made by each year and quarter. So in 2017, quarter 4 made the highest amount of sales, while quarter 1 made the lowest amount of sales for chairs. Similarly, you can select other subcategories also. For example, let me take some other category like machines. Let's see the profit now. So for machines subcategory, you can see in 2014, quarter 4 made the highest amount of profit, while quarter 3 made the lowest amount of profit. Now if you check for 2015, you can see quarter 3 made the highest amount of profit in chairs, while quarter 1 made the lowest amount of profit. Let's uncheck this. So now we are almost done building our report using the Superstore sample dataset. So we have our 3 reports ready. You can see the first one was overall sales. The second report we created by taking region, state and the year as filters. So we had a region and state level analysis. And finally, we analyzed the sales quantity and the profit sold by category and subcategory. So I have arranged all these graphs and charts so that it looks a little better. Now let me go to this publish option on the top so that we can publish this report onto the Power BI dashboard. So I'll click on publish. I'll save it. You can select the destination. Here I have only one destination, which is my workspace. So I'll choose it and select. So there you go. Publishing to Power BI, it was successful. I'll close it and let me move to my Power BI service. I'll refresh it for once. So under my workspace, you can see we have the dashboard report. So below you can see there are 3 tabs that we created. The first one is overall sales. The second one is sales by region. And the third one is by category and subcategory. Now, to put these reports onto the dashboard, I need to pin each one of these visualizations. So let me pin one by one. So it asks where would you want to pin it to. I'll select the existing dashboard. Or better, let's create a new dashboard. Let's say Power BI dashboard, spin it. I'll close this. Similarly, let's spin the remaining ones. I'll select Power BI dashboard again, pin it. Let's spin everything. So this slicer, you can't pin it. Let's do the remaining ones. Same will do for the donut chart as well as for the pie chart. Now if I go to my dashboards and select Power BI dashboard, you can see we have a one-page dashboard here. You can resize all the charts and graphs. Let me resize it and move it to the top. So we have our first canvas here, which tells you the overall sales, the profit and the units that were sold over different states, different segments and by categories. So one of the important features that Power BI service gives you is that you can ask questions about your data and it will tell you what the exact solution is. For example, you can see here you have a field where you can ask questions. So for example, if I type total sales and hit enter, so it tells you the total amount of sales that were made, which is $2.3 million. Similarly, if I want to find out the total profit, I can search for it here, hit enter. It will give you the exact amount of profit that was made. Let's do something else. For example, if you want total profit by say year, I'll hit enter. It gives you a nice line chart where you can see the total profit that was made over all the 4 years. Next, suppose I search for total quantity sold by segment. See, it gives me a bar chart where you can see the total quantity that was sold, and it gives you a list of options where you can find out the total quantity that was sold by city, state, order ID, first name, last name, and many others. So consumer segment had the highest quantity sold. Let's see for something else. For example, if you want the total sales by, say, subcategory, I'll choose the first one. See, you have all the subcategories and the total sales that they made. So it's a very interesting feature that Power BI gives you. Go back. Now, if you want, you can go to the report menu, and if you want, you can pin the other visualizations as well. So another important feature about Power BI dashboard is that you can derive insights from the visualization. For example, if I click on these dots, there's an option you find, View Insights. I'll select it. So on the right, you can see Power BI has itself given us some insights from the data and the visualizations we have made. You can see sales by year and quarter, the sales by day of week and quarter, sales by shipment mode, where you can see the standard class ship mode made the highest amount of sales. You can also see the sales and count of city by year, and many more.
In this video, we'll be creating two dashboards using a sample sales dataset. So if you want to get the data and the dashboard file that we'll be creating in this demo, then please put your email IDs in the comment section of the video. Our team will share the files via email. Now, let's begin by understanding what is a dashboard in Excel. A dashboard is a visual interface that provides an overview of key measures relevant to a particular objective with the help of charts and graphs. Dashboard reports allow managers to get a high-level overview of the business and help them make quick decisions. There are different types of dashboards such as strategic dashboards, analytical dashboards, and operational dashboards. An advantage of dashboards is the quick detection of outliers and correlations. With comprehensive data visualization, it is time-saving as compared to running multiple reports. With this understanding, let's jump into our demo. For creating our dashboards, we'll be using a sample sales dataset. Let me show you the dataset first. So here is the sales dataset that we'll be using for our demo. So this dataset was actually generated using a simulator and is completely random. It was not validated, though we have applied certain transformations to the data using Power Query features. So this data, as you can see, has 1000 rows. So using the simulator, we had generated 1000 rows of data. Similarly, if I go on top, you can see this dataset has 17 columns. Now let me give you a brief about each of the columns. So first we have the region column. So we have Middle East and North Africa, there's North America, Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, and others. Similarly, we have the country names from which the item was ordered. The third column is the item type. So we have different items: cosmetics, vegetables, there's baby food, cereal, fruits, etc. Then we have the representative's name, or you can say this as the customer name who ordered the product. Then we have a sales channel column. So there are basically two channels, whether the item was sold offline or online. Next we have the order priority column. Now here C stands for critical. Then we have H, which is for high priority orders. Then we have M for medium priority orders, and finally we have L, which is for low priority orders. You can see the order date column. Then we have the order ID, the ship date. Next we have units sold, which is basically the total number of units sold for each item. Then we have the unit price column. This is the price at which each product was sold. Then we have the unit cost column, which is basically the production cost for each of the items. Next we have the total revenue. The total revenue is actually the product of units sold and unit price. Then we have the total cost column. Now the total cost column is actually the product of units sold and the unit cost. Similarly, we have the total profit column. So total profit is the difference between total revenue and the total cost. And finally, we have created two more columns, that is order year and then we have order month. Now these two columns were actually generated using the Power Query features. So we used the order date column, which is this column, and extracted order year and order month. So first, we are going to create a revenue dashboard where we'll focus on generating reports for revenue by order year, revenue by year and region, revenue by order priority, and much more. We'll create separate pivot tables and pivot charts and format them to make them look more interesting and presentable. We'll add slices and timeline to our dashboards in order to filter it based on specific fields. Now let's create our first report to see the total revenue generated each year. So we need to create a pivot table for this. I'll click on a cell in my dataset and then I'll go to the Insert tab. Here we have the option to select the pivot table. I click on this. You can see my table range is selected. Next, I want to place my pivot table in a new worksheet, and let's just click on OK. There you go. So we have a new sheet where I can place my pivot table. So first, I need to find the total revenue generated by each year. So what I'll do is, I'll drag my order year column under rows, and then I'll select the total revenue column under values. You can see I have my pivot chart ready. Now if you want, you can sort this. So from the data, you can see we have order year from 2010 to 2017. Now based on this data, let's create our pivot chart. So I'll click on any cell, go to Insert, and here you have the option to select recommended charts. I click on this. Now actually I want a line chart, so I'll click on line here and select OK. There you go. So we have successfully created our first pivot chart. Now let me show you how you can format this chart to make it more readable. So first, let me delete these. So I'll right click and select hide all field buttons on the chart. So this will delete the buttons present on the chart. Now let me go ahead and edit the chart title. So the title I want is total revenue. I'll type it down by year. Alright. Next, let's do a few more transformations. So if I click on this plus sign, which is actually for chart elements, we have some options like to add axis, axis titles, chart title, data labels, this grid lines, legend, and others. Okay, so let's remove the legend now. You can see the total legend is gone. Now let me add axis titles. So we'll label our x-axis and y-axis. So here under x-axis I can write it as year. Similarly on the y-axis I'll put revenue. Okay, now you can move a bit. Alright, now let me select this chart style option and go to colors first. Here I'll select yellow color. Okay, and then let me go back to style. Let's select a new style from this list. I want this style. Okay, now you can also add data labels. So I'll just click on data labels. You can see we have the revenue for each of the years. Now this is not readable at all, so we'll format this a bit. If I click on this arrow, here I have more options. If I scroll down, you can see we have something called as number here. I'll expand this, and under category I'll select custom. Now here we'll give a format code which is a bit different. So this is actually a kind of a formula. So I'll write if my revenue value is greater than, let's say, 9,99,000. Let me make sure there are 6 9s here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Okay, we are good to go. I'll close the bracket. I'll give a hash, give 2 commas. So if the revenue is greater than 9,99,000, I'll put it in the format of millions. So within double quotes I'll write M. I'll give a semicolon followed by another hash, and if the value is less than the desired number, it should be 0 million. Let me click on add. Alright, you can see how nicely we have formatted our data, and you see here we have added the new format which is in millions. Alright, now if you want you can go ahead and adjust the boxes. Let me move this a bit up. I'll delete this. Now if you notice this line chart, you can make a few conclusions. For example, if you see here in 2010, the total revenue generated was nearly 175 million. Now this came down to 150 million in 2011. Then the revenue constantly grew from 2011 till 2014. It reached 195 million. And after 2014, it again came down to 180 million, and the revenue dropped significantly between 2016 and 2017. In 2017, the revenue was just 96 million. Now before moving ahead to my next chart, let me just rename this sheet. So I'll write it as revenue by year. Alright. Now let's analyze the revenue generated each year in different regions. So for this we'll create another pivot table. Let me close this. I'll click on any cell, go to insert and select pivot table. I'll just click OK so that my pivot table is placed on a new sheet. Alright. Now this time we want the revenue by each year and region. So first of all, let's drag region to columns. Then let's drag the order year column under rows, and then I'll select total revenue onto values. So here you can see we have the pivot table ready. So for 2010, you can see in Asia, this was the revenue generated. Similarly, if you see for 2013, this was the total revenue generated in Europe, and we have for other years as well. Now let's create a line chart based on this pivot table. So I'll select any cell in the pivot table. I'll go to insert and I'll click on recommended charts. From this list, I'll select my line chart and click on OK. There you go. So we have our next pivot chart ready. So on the right, you see the different regions that are present in different colors. Let me just expand it so that you can see all the regions we have. So in total, we have 7 regions, and each of the regions have been represented in different colors. So if you notice this graph, for the sub-Saharan African region, in 2012, sub-Saharan Africa made the highest amount of sales. Now from the sample data you can also tell that the revenue for North America has been significantly low compared to other regions. Similarly, if you see for Europe, this was the revenue trend between 2010 and 2017. So if you see here in 2011, the sales were at this level, then it significantly dropped in 2012, then in 2013 there was a huge spike, and then again came down in 2015 and so on. So you can make your own conclusions by looking at these line charts. Now let's format this chart. So first of all, let's delete the field buttons present on the chart, and we'll also delete the legend. Alright, now let me just reduce the size of the chart. Next, we'll add a chart title, so we'll give the title as revenue by year and region. Okay, you can also format the y-axis in terms of millions. So I'll right click on this axis and I'll select format axis. I'll scroll down and here we have the number drop down. Let me scroll again. Under category I'll select custom and we'll use this format that we created for our previous chart. There you go. You can see our axis labels have been changed in terms of millions now. So let's close this and let me save it. Now you can reduce the font size or increase the font size. Let me just show you. Suppose you want to increase the font size of the chart title, so you just select it and from here you can either reduce or you can increase. You can see now it's 12. If you want, you can make it 16. Similarly, you can also edit the axis labels also. By selecting the chart title, you can also move it to left or right, or you can place it in the center as well. For the time being, let me just keep it to the left. Alright. Now we'll see the revenue and total cost by each region and we'll create a combo chart for this. So let me show you how to do it. I'll go to my data sheet. I have my cell selected. I'll go to insert and click on pivot table. Let me just click on OK. Alright. So for this, I'll select my region onto rows and then I'll have two columns under values. The first one is going to be total revenue and the next column will be the total cost column. Alright. So here we have the pivot table ready. Now based on this pivot table, let's create our pivot chart. So I'll go to recommended charts and if you see below at the bottom we have combo chart. So this is the preview of the combo chart. Alright. Now let me just click on OK. There you go. So we have a nice combo chart ready here. Now the way to look at it is the bars represent the total revenue, which is this column. Now the line represents the total cost. So let me go ahead and edit this chart a bit. So first of all, let's delete the field buttons. Alright. And let's also remove the legend from here. Next, we'll add data labels. So I'll click on data labels here. Okay. So these are the data labels for the bars or the revenue column. Now let's format the data labels in terms of millions. So I'll click on this arrow, go to more options. If I scroll down, I have number. From here I'll select custom and I'll choose my type, that is in millions. Alright, so you can see we have formatted our data. Next thing, we'll add a chart title. So here I'll write as revenue by region. It's actually revenue and total cost by region. Before moving ahead, let me rename the sheets as well. I'll write revenue and total cost. Similarly, sheet 3 also I'm going to rename it as revenue by year and region. So this makes your sheet more readable. Alright, now moving ahead, next we are interested to get the revenue generated by order priority. And for this, we are going to create a pie chart. So let's go to the data sheet and create our pivot table first. I click on OK. Now I'll select order priority under rows, and under values I'll select total revenue. So this is a very simple pivot table. So you have your order priority. So C is for critical, H is for high, L is for low, and M is for medium. Now based on this, let's create a pie chart. So I'll go to recommended charts, and here you have pie chart. I want to select this 3D type of pie chart, and I'll click on OK. Alright, so we have our pie chart ready. Let me just resize it, and from here I'll remove the field buttons, and I also don't need the legend, so I'll delete this as well. Alright, now let's give a chart title. So this is going to be revenue by order priority. Now let's add our data labels. I'll check this option. Okay, now let's again format this in terms of millions. So here I'll click on the last option, I'll go to numbers. Under category I'll select custom, and my type is going to be in terms of millions. There you go. Let me close this. I'll just move this to the center. Alright. Now if you want, you can change the color of the text as well. So let's have it in white color and see how it looks. Okay, so this looks pretty decent. Cool. Now moving to our next report. So this time we are going to find the total revenue by countries. So we have multiple countries present in our data set. We want to visualize the revenue generated in each country. So for this, we are going to create a horizontal bar chart. So let me show you how to do it. But before moving ahead, let me just rename this sheet. So I'll write revenue by, I'll just put OP, which stands for order priority. Alright. Now let's create our horizontal bar chart. I'll go to insert, click on pivot table and select OK. So I want my revenue based on different countries. So I'll select country and put it under rows, and then I'll choose total revenue and place it under values. So here you have the different country names. We have Afghanistan, there's Albania. Let me scroll down. You have Bangladesh. There are a number of countries. You have Czech Republic, there's Estonia, France, Gabon. Similarly, if you scroll down, we have India, there's Jamaica, Italy, and all the way to the bottom if you go, we have New Zealand, there's Netherlands, Philippines, Portugal. We also have Singapore, lots and lots of countries. We have the UAE, United States of America, Zimbabwe, and others. Alright, let me go up. So based on this pivot table, let's create our pivot chart. So I'll go to insert and select recommended charts. From here, I'm going to select the column chart. You can see the preview here, and let me click on OK. Alright, so here you can see the different country names at the bottom and the revenue for each of the countries. Let's go ahead and edit this chart. So first of all, I'll delete the field buttons. Okay, and let me also remove the legend. Here I'll write revenue by countries. This is going to be my chart title. Okay, let's format this chart a little more. So I'll click on this option and we'll select a new style. Let's say I'll select style 6. Okay, and let me now go under colors and we'll select the color of the bars. So let's choose this color. Okay, so you have a horizontal column chart ready, and at the bottom you can see the different country names, and we have the revenue. Cool. Now let me go ahead and rename this sheet. So I'll write revenue by countries and hit enter. Okay. And finally, we'll create another report which is going to be part of our revenue dashboard, and this is revenue by items. So we'll visualize our revenue for different items present in the table. So if you see this, we have cosmetics, vegetables, cereal, fruits, there's clothes, snacks, households, and other products as well. So let's check the revenue for each of these items. So we'll continue the same drill. I'll create my pivot table on a new worksheet, and this time I'm going to drag item type under rows, and we'll have the total revenue under values. So here on the left of the table you can see we have the different item names, and then we have the total revenue. So let me just sort this total revenue from largest to smallest. So you can see here office supplies made the highest amount of revenue, followed by household, then cosmetics, and fruits made the lowest amount of revenue. I'll click on this, go to insert and select recommended charts. This time I'm going to create a bar chart. So this is how my bar chart is going to look like. I'll select OK. Alright, now let's format this chart a bit. I'll delete the field buttons and I'll delete the legend as well. And let's edit the chart title. So this is going to be revenue by items. Cool. We also want to change the color of the bars. So I've selected all the bars. I'll go to my home tab, and here let's say I want to select green color. Alright, I've edited my chart a bit. Now let's make it 14 and I'll remove the bold. Okay, here if you want you can change the font also. Let's keep it in blue color. Alright, finally let's rename this sheet. So I'll write revenue by items. Cool. Finally, now it's time for us to merge all the charts that we have created to our dashboard. So let me show you how you can create the dashboard. I'll create a new sheet, and first thing I'm going to do is I'll click on the view tab and uncheck grid lines. So this will remove the grid lines present in the worksheet. Next, I'm going to insert an image. So we'll have a background image on our dashboard. So the way to do is I'll go to the insert tab, and under illustrations I have the option to select pictures or insert pictures. So I'm going to insert picture present on the device, that is my computer. I'll go to desktop, and here I have a folder called Excel dashboard files, and I'll select this dashboard background and hit insert. So this is going to insert an image. Now let me just drag this image so it covers a fair enough portion. So I'll hit shift and I'll drag it. Alright, so you can see I have successfully added a background image. If you want you can still expand this background image a bit to the right. Cool. Now the next thing is going to be the title of the dashboard. So I'll click on insert, and here I have the option to select a text box. So I'll click on a text box, and I'm going to place a text box in the middle, and I'm going to name this text box as Excel Revenue Dashboard. On sales. I'll centerline it. Let's do some more formatting. So I'll select this text box. On the top you can see shape format. Here I'm going to expand this shape fill, and I'll select no fill. So my text box is transparent now, and I'll also remove the outline. Alright. Now let me just double click on the title of my dashboard, and I'm going to select a font. You can select whichever font you want. Let me stick to Britannica Bold, and I'll increase the size to, let's say, 30. Alright, I'll just drag the text box. I'll make the text as white instead of black. Alright, so we have our title of the dashboard ready. Now if you want, you can also insert some icons to this dashboard. So I'll go to insert, and I'll click on illustrations again and select pictures. I'm going to add these two pictures, which is of a store and a cart, to make it look visually appealing. So I'll place the icons here, and similarly let me just copy it, and I'll place the cart and the store to the right as well. Alright, next the idea is to bring in all the charts that we have created and place it on the dashboard. So let me copy each of the charts and place it on the dashboard. So I'll hit Ctrl V to paste it, and we'll resize this as well. Alright. Similarly, let me bring in all the other charts as well. Alright, so now you can see I have added all my charts and graphs to this dashboard. So you can see here we have our line charts, our column charts, the combo charts, the pie chart, and others. Now let me go ahead and format these charts a little more. So you can see this looks a bit cluttered. So let's adjust the labels. Let me bring this down. Similarly, I'll bring 190 million a little below. Alright, this looks fine now. One more thing we are going to do is we'll remove the white background from each of the charts and make it transparent. So let me show you how to do it. So I'll select this chart, then I'll right click and go to Format Chart area. Here on the right you see we have an option called No Fill. So if I select No Fill, you can see the white background is gone now. Similarly, let me also remove the grid lines. So I'll select the grid lines and hit delete. So I've also removed the grid lines from here. Now let's also remove the white outline that we have. So I'll select this chart, go to Format, and here I'll go to Shape Outline and I'll select No Outline. You see this? So we have our total revenue by year, which is a line chart, and this is completely transparent now. Now what I'm going to do is I'll place this chart over a box. So I'll go to Insert, and in Insert we have the option to create a shape. So I'll click on Illustrations, and here I'll choose a shape, and let me select a rectangle. So I'll just create a rectangle here. Alright, and now what I'll do is I'll select this and bring this to front. I'll right click and choose bring to front, and I'll place this shape below it. Alright, now the next thing is to edit the shape. So first I'll change the color of this box. So let me select this blue color and let me increase the transparency. So I'll right click and go to format shape. Here I'll increase the transparency. Let's keep it to 25%, or let's say 20%. Alright, next thing, we'll just convert all the font to white color, including the axis labels, the chart title. We'll also convert all the axis labels to white color so it looks better. Now we'll just adjust our chart over here. Next thing, let's just remove the outline. So I'll go to shape outline and I'll select no outline. You see, we have now formatted our chart. Let's just pull this a little up. Alright, now we'll add this blue background to all the other charts. So we'll first add the background, make it transparent, and then we'll convert the font text to white color to make it more readable and visible. So for the time being, I'll just pause the video and come back again. Alright, so now you can see on your screens we have nicely formatted our dashboard. So I've added a few logos for each of the charts. You can see the logos here. So for revenue by countries, we have a globe. Then if you see here, this is kind of a map or a location. Similarly, we have all formatted the color of the bars. Then we have also formatted the labels in terms of millions. If you look on the y-axis, even the revenue for year and region are all formatted in terms of millions. If you want this, you can also format the total year by revenue in terms of millions. So the way to do is, you can select this graph, right click and go to format axis. Here if I scroll down, you have numbers, and under category I'll select custom. Then I'll select my type as this format, which is in millions, and you see here we have successfully formatted our y-axis labels. Alright, so the next thing is to add slicers and timelines to our dashboard. Now slicers are used to format your data based on a particular column. Suppose if you want to see revenue by certain items, you can add item as a slicer and you can view the entire dashboard. Similarly, for timelines you can add date columns. So if you want to see what was the amount of sales or revenue generated on a particular year or a particular month, you can do that using a timeline. So I'll select one of the charts, and then either you can go to the insert tab, and here you can see under filters we have slices and timeline, or if you go to the pivot chart analyze tab, here also you have insert slicer and timeline option. So I'll select insert slicer here first. Now it's giving me the list of fields present in the dataset. So I'll select country, region, and let's say we want to know by item type and sales channel. So these are going to be my 4 slicers. I'll click on OK. You can see it here. We have our 4 slicers here, and these are the list of values. Under region we have Asia, this Europe, North America, and others. Similarly, we have the different country names for country slicers, and then for item type also we have all the items that were present in our dataset. Now moving ahead, we need to connect all the slicers to a dashboard. So what I'll do is I'll right click on this option and I'll go to report connections. Okay, so under report connections you have all the pivot tables that we created. You currently see only one of the pivot table is selected, so we need to select all the pivot tables. So let me check all the pivot tables present in this workbook and click on OK. Alright, now that we have connected one of our slicers, we'll now connect the other remaining slicers. So I'll right click on this, go to report connections, and I'll check all the pivot tables present in this worksheet. Click on OK. Similarly, let's do it for the country slicer. I'll go to report connections and let me select all the pivot tables. And finally, we have the item type. So I'll right click, go to report connections, and then I'll select all my pivot tables. And let's hit OK. Alright, now let me just organize this a bit. So I'll place my pivot tables to the right. I'll just reduce the size. Let me scroll down. Now I'll add my region slicer here. Similarly, I'll add my final slicer, that is sales channel. Now in our next dashboard, which is going to be the profit dashboard, I'll show you how to add a timeline. Alright, now I have arranged all my slicers. So let's say you want to find the revenue that was generated for an item type, let's say beverages. So you can just select beverages here, and all your charts show the respective revenues. So you have the total revenue by year for beverages only. Similarly, here you can see the revenue by year and region only for beverages item type. If I scroll down, now this chart represents the revenue that was generated in each of the countries only for item type beverages. Let me just uncheck it. Alright, let's say you want to see the revenue generated for a country like India. So I have selected India here, and now you can see my graph has changed only for country India. You can see here it is showing only for India now. Now similarly, you can also filter your revenues based on the different regions. Let's say you want to know the revenue generated based on sales channel. So we have two sales channels, that is offline and online. Suppose you want to know the revenue generated offline. So I'll just select offline. You can see the values have changed. So these were the revenues generated for each of the items only for offline. If you see here, now these were all the offline sales for the different regions. So this is our entire Excel revenue dashboard on sales. We created multiple charts and graphs. Then we applied different formatting. We added different icons. Then we formatted the labels also. Next, we added slicers, and finally we saw how we could filter our data based on these slicers. Likewise, now we are going to create a profit dashboard based on the same data. So before moving ahead, let me rename this sheet as revenue dashboard. I'll write REV dashboard. Okay. Now we'll move to our data sheet and start creating our pivot tables and pivot charts for the profit dashboard. Alright, so let me go ahead and create my first pivot table. So I'll create a new worksheet. This time I'm going to create a line chart to visualize the profit for each year. So I'll drag my total profit column to values and my order year to rows. So here you can see we have our pivot table ready. Now you can sort this data to get an idea as to which year had the highest profit and which year had the lowest profit. So from this pivot table you can see, since I've sorted this data in descending order, so 2014 had the maximum amount of profit and 2017 had the least amount of profit. I'll just do Control Z to undo it. Alright, now based on this pivot table, let me go ahead and create my pivot chart. So I'll go to recommended charts and click on a line chart. So this is the preview of the chart. I'll click on OK. Let me close this. Similarly, we are going to edit this chart now. So first I'll hide all the field buttons present on the chart and I'll rename the chart title as Total Profit by Year. Next, I'm going to remove the legend, so I'll delete this. Let's do some more formatting. So I'll go to Style and this time I'm going to select my style type. Okay, and if you want you can choose the colors as well. For the time being, let's have this yellow color. Next, let me add the data labels. So again, if you see here, this is not formatted properly. So let's go ahead and format the data labels. So I'll click on number and I'll select custom here, and the type I'm going to select is in millions, and I'll click on close. So here you can see we have our line chart ready which shows total profit by year. Let's rename this sheet as profit by year. Alright, now let's move back to our data sheet again. Next, we are going to show the total profit by countries. For this I'm going to create a map. So let me first create my pivot table. So I'll go to insert and I'll click on pivot table. Let me click on OK. Since I want the country names, so I'll select country under rows and then I have my total profit under values. The next thing I'm going to do is I'll just rename the row labels as countries, and then I'm going to delete the grand total which you can see at the bottom. So here we have the grand total. Let me just delete the grand total. So I'm going to select this pivot table, go to the design tab. Here we have subtotals and grand totals. I'll switch off the grand total. Let me just verify it again. I'll scroll down. You see the grand total has gone now. Alright, now we want to create a map out of this. The way to do is I'm going to select my data, copy it, I'll go on top and I'll paste it here. Using this data I can create my field map now. So I'll go to insert. Here we have the option to create a field map. There you go. You can see we have our map ready. I can expand this. Now as you can see, our map has a color scale which comes from light gray color to dark blue color. So the countries that are in gray, or you can say light blue, have the lowest amount of profit, while the regions or the countries that have been shaded in dark color or dark blue color have highest amount of profit. I will go ahead and delete this scale. Okay. Next, we need to connect this map to the original data source. So what I'll do is I'll right click on this map and I'll go to select data. Here instead of the previous range, I'll give my new range now. So my new range will be my original pivot table that I had created. I'll go on top and click on OK. So we have our map ready now. Now if you want, you can change the color of the shade. So I'll just go to colors and let's say we'll keep green color. So the countries that are shaded in dark green have the highest amount of profit, while those which are highlighted in light green color are the countries that made least amount of profit. Okay, now moving on. Next, we want to create a pivot table that will show us the profit by year and sales channel. So for this we are going to create another line chart. So I'll go to insert and click on pivot table. So I'll select new worksheet. Here, since I want to know the profit by year, first of all I'll drag my order year column to rows, and then I'll choose my total profit column under values. Next, I'm going to select my sales channel under columns. There you go. So we have our pivot table here. Based on this pivot table, let me create my pivot chart. So I'll go to recommended charts and I'm going to create a line chart. I close this. You see here, based on this chart, you can tell the profit generated with online sales were actually lower than that of offline. So here the blue line represents offline profit and the orange line represents online profit. If you mark clearly, in year 2012 the online profit was actually higher than the offline profit. So let me go ahead and edit this chart a bit. So we'll delete the field buttons. I'll also delete the legend for now. Let me go ahead and add a chart title. So I'll write profit by year and sales channel. Okay, so this is my second report. Before moving ahead, let me just rename this sheet. So I'll write profit by countries. Similarly, let me rename this sheet as profit by year and let's say SC for sales channel. Okay, moving ahead, now I want to create a pie chart based on a pivot table that will show the profit by sales channel only. So this is going to be a simple pie chart. So I'll first go to insert, click on pivot table and click on OK. So I'll drag my sales channel under rows and then we'll have the total profit column under values. So this is my simple pivot table. Now let's create our pivot chart, which is going to be a pie chart. Let me explore the other types of pie charts we have. Okay, so I'm going to select a donut chart here. I'll click on OK. Let's edit this chart. I'll remove the field buttons. Let me now remove the legend as well. I'll just resize it. And this is going to be profit by sales channel. Okay. Let's also add data labels. And here again, I'm going to format this label. I'll select the category as custom and my type will be in millions. Okay, let me just move this to the left and this to the right. Okay, let's also delete the lines. Cool. Now let me just rename this sheet. So I'll write profit by, let's say SC, which stands for sales channel. Cool. Finally, I'm going to create a report that will show the revenue and profit by items. So I'll go ahead and create my pivot table first. This time I'll choose my total profit under values and we'll also have the revenue column. So I'll put my revenue at the top. Then I'm going to select item type under rows. So here is my pivot table. Based on this pivot table, let me now create a combo chart. So you can see the preview of the chart. The blue bars represent the total revenue and the orange line represents the total profit. I'll click on OK. Let me close this. First, let's remove the field buttons. Let's also remove the legend here. Then we'll add a chart title. I'll name it as revenue and profit by items. Okay. If you want, you can also go ahead and change the color of the bars. So let me just select one of these colors. Okay. Alright. So we have our 5 reports ready that we are going to use for our profit dashboard. Next, let's create a new sheet and we'll get started with building our dashboard. So I'll click on a new sheet. Let me just rename this as profit dashboard. Alright. We'll continue with the previous drill. So first of all, let's go to the view tab and remove the grid lines. Now we'll insert a background image like we did for our revenue dashboard. So I'll go to insert. Under illustrations, I'll click on pictures and select this device. I'm going to have the same background. I'll click on insert. Alright, so you can see we have a picture of a company, or you can say an organization. Let's just drag this a bit to the right. We'll adjust the size also. Alright. Now let's copy the title of my profit dashboard. So here you can see I have brought my revenue dashboard, and I'll copy the title and the logos that we used for the revenue dashboard. I'll paste it on my new dashboard. Let's just align it in the center. Alright, the next step, let me now go ahead and edit the title. So this is actually going to be Excel profit dashboard instead of revenue. Now we'll copy each of the charts that we just created. For example, the revenue and profit by items, then we had profit by sales channel. All this we are going to copy one by one and put it on the profit dashboard. So let me just copy a few now. I'll paste it here, and later on we can make the adjustment. I'll copy this as well. Similarly, I'll bring the other 3 charts onto my sales dashboard. Okay, so here on my profit dashboard I have added all the charts and have aligned and reshaped it so that it looks good. I have also made some formatting. For example, I have reduced the size of the chart title. Now let me go ahead and show you a few more formatting that we also did for the revenue dashboard. First, let's remove the white background from all the charts. So I'll select the first chart, I'll right click and I'll click on format chart area. Here under fill, I'll select no fill. Next, I'm going to remove the grid lines, so I'll just delete it. Let me close this. Now we also have a outline, so I'll go to design, actually format, and I'll remove the outline. Next, I'm going to add a blue box at the back like how we did for the revenue dashboard. So let me select a blue box from here and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, now let me just select the chart and I'll bring this to front and I'll move this to the back. Next,
I'm going to change the font color all to white so that it's clearly visible and it's more readable. I'll do it for the x-axis as well. Okay, so here I have my first chart ready. The same I'm going to do for the rest of the charts. Okay, so now you can see here I have formatted all my charts. I've also added a blue background. You see here I have also formatted the Y labels in terms of millions, which is actually the profit. Similarly, here I have added the data labels. This is for revenue. Some of the charts also have the data legends. So here you can see the blue color represents offline and the red represents online. Similarly, here you have the legends. I've also formatted the map as well. Okay, now the next thing is to make this dashboard more interactive. So we'll add our slicers as well as timeline. First, let me show you how to add a timeline. So I'll select one of the charts and I'll go to insert. Under insert, I have the option to create a timeline. So I'll just click on timelines. So timeline is actually based on date columns. So since in our dataset we only have two date columns, one is order date and one is ship date. So Excel has only shown us two columns. So I'm going to create my timeline based on order date. So I'll select my order date column and I'll click on OK. You can see here this is called a timeline. I can expand this. Now this timeline is based on months now. If I scroll this timeline, you can see here I have my order year 2010 and I have all the 12 months. Similarly, we have for 2011, then we have for 2012, all the way till 2017. Now you can filter this in terms of years, quarters, months or days. Let me just select year now. So I have years from 2010 till 2017. Let me just squeeze this and I'll place it somewhere here on the right. Now let me go ahead and create a few slicers for my profit dashboard. So I have selected one of the charts. Under insert, I'll click on slicer. You can see it gives me the list of columns from which I want to create slicers. So I'll create a region. Let me also select country. Let's say I want the representative's name or the customer's name, and I'll click on OK. So here I have created three slicers. Let me first resize it and I'll place it on the right. Similarly, I'll place the country column also. Then we have the region slicer. I'll resize this and I'll bring it here. Okay. The next thing we need to do is I have to connect all the slicers and the timeline to the pivot tables for the profit dashboard. So I'm going to click on the multiple select option and go to report connections. Here I'm going to select all the pivot tables that are related to profit. So here I have selected 4 and I need one more, which is pivot table number 10. I click on OK. Similarly, let's create or connect my region filter to all the pivot tables. So I right click, go to report connections. Here I'll choose all my pivot tables which are based on profit. I'll click on OK. Let's do it for the country slicer as well. I click on OK, and similarly I'll connect my timeline as well. I'll go to report connections and I'll select all the pivot tables related to profit. Then I'll click on OK. Let me now go ahead and create another slicer based on sales channel. So I'm selecting one of the pivot charts. I'll go to insert, click on slicer and I'll select sales channel and hit OK. So I have my sales channel slicer. Now let me connect it to all the respective pivot tables. that are based on profit. Click on OK. Now let me just bring it here. Alright. The next thing I want to show is how are we going to use the timeline first. So you see we have all the years here from 2010 till 2017. Now suppose you want to know the profit that was generated in the year 2012. So I'll just click on this range, and now you can see our charts only show information for 2012. So this dot represents there was 51 million profit in the year 2012. Similarly, you can see here the profit by sales channel for 2012. From the map you can see the different countries and the profit each of these countries made in 2012. If I scroll down, you can see the revenue and profit by items. Now if I select another year, let's say 2013, I can just drag this to the right, and now you can see our profit by year and sales channel for offline and online. You can see the map or the line chart for total profit by year. So in 2012 it was 51 million, and then it went up to 54 million in 2013. Similarly, our map has also changed. Now this is a sort of an information that we have. You can click on this and check the information that Excel has prompted. Alright, so this is how you can use a timeline. Now as I said, we checked by years. You can also see it for months and quarters as well. Let me just uncheck it. I'll send it back to the place where it was, and I'll reduce the size. Okay. Now suppose you want to check the profit made by different representatives. You can select them one by one. Let's say Adam Churchill. This is the profit generated by Adam Churchill. Similarly, you can select multiple persons as well. Now suppose you want to see the profit by different countries, so you can use the country slicer. Let me just bring this to the middle, and let's expand our chart a bit. Okay, so here you have the profit by different countries chart. I'll just bring this to the front so that you can see it clearly. Okay, now here suppose you want to see the profit generated in, let's say, United Kingdom. You can select United Kingdom. So this is the map of United Kingdom, and it tells you the total profit that was generated in United Kingdom, and below you can see the revenue and profit for all the items that was sold in United Kingdom. So you had beverages, clothes, household, office supplies. So you can see clearly office supplies item made the highest amount of profit in United Kingdom. Now you can also select multiple countries. Let's say I want to know for France as well. So my map will change accordingly. So now I have United Kingdom and France selected, and the other charts present in my dashboard change accordingly. Now I have my country selected as India. You can see the map of India here, and these were the respective profit values. Now one thing to note here is this is actually not millions. This should be in K, that is thousands. So please mark this as 1000 and not in millions. Even for this is actually K and not million. Alright, so we have successfully created our second dashboard, that is on profit. Let me just resize this a bit, and we'll place it where it was earlier. Cool. So we saw how to create different pivot tables and pivot charts, and then we formatted our pivot charts based on our requirement. We saw how to edit the colors. Now let me show you one more thing. You can also change the look and feel of the dashboard by going to the page layout tab. Under page layout you have themes. So here you can select different themes. Currently we are with the office theme. Now let me just select another theme, let's say Facet. You see the colors have changed and it looks really beautiful. Similarly, let me try out another theme, let's say Organic. You see our chart has changed. Let me just delete this. Okay. So now once you change the theme, the text also change a bit. You can see the slicers are in a different font. Let me explore one more theme. Let's say this time I'm going to choose Depth, and this is more of a green type of color. You can play around and select whatever theme suits the best. Alright. Now let me just move back to my revenue dashboard and see how it looks. There you go. So since we changed our theme, even our revenue dashboard is also impacted. So this is how it looks now. You can always go ahead and play with different themes, colors, fonts and effects. Alright. So in this demo we saw how to create a revenue dashboard. So we created line charts, this combo chart, pie chart, horizontal and vertical bar charts, and then we learned how to add slicers and connect it to different pivot tables, and we filtered our data to see revenue as well as profit by items, by countries, by different regions, sales channel. We learned how to create a map and lots more.
Let's learn about visualization, and here we will learn about R, which can be used for your visualization. Now, one thing which we need to understand is because of our ability to see patterns, which is highly developed, we can understand the data better if we can visualize it. So the efficient way or effective way to understand what is in our data or what we have understood in our data, we should or we can use graphical displays, that is your data visualization. So there are actually two types of data visualizations. So you have exploratory data visualization, which helps us to understand the data, and then you have explanatory visualization, which helps us to share our understanding with others. So when you talk about R provides various tools and packages to create data visualizations, and which can be used for both kind of data analysis or both kind of visualizations. So when you talk about exploratory data visualization, the key is to keep all the potentially relevant details together. Now, the objective when we talk about exploratory data analysis is to help you see what is in your data. And the main question is how much details can we interpret? Now, when you talk about different functions which we see here, such as plot, which is more for a generic plotting. You have bar plot, which is used to plot data using rectangular bars, or you can say creating bar charts. You have histogram or hist function to create histograms, where you look at the frequency of the data, or basically used to look at the central tendency of the data. You have box plot, which is used to represent data in the form of quartiles. You have ggplot, which is a package which enables the user to create sophisticated visualizations with the little code using the grammar of graphics. And then you have plotly or plotly. It creates interactive web-based graphs via the open source JavaScript graphing library. Now, before we see some examples here, let's also talk about, when you talk about plotting, let's also try to understand what kind of plots you can have and what kind of techniques you have. So let me open up my RStudio here. Now, for example, I can pull out a particular data set, and let's look at this one. So here I can look at all the panes, and that shows me the information. Now what I can do is I can install and get the inbuilt data sets, and then I can simply do a plot wherein I am doing a plot on chick-weight dataset. So let's see what does that show. It summarizes the relationship between 4 variables in chick-weight data frame, which is in R's built-in dataset package. Now from these plots we can see, for example, weight varies systematically over time. You can also see that chicks were assigned to 4 different diets. Now, when we talk about explanatory data analysis or visualization, that shows others what we found in the data. This means we need to make some editorial decisions, what features we would want to highlight for emphasis, what features are distracting or confusing and you want them to be eliminated, right? So there are different ways of doing it. Now, when you talk about your graphics or visualizations, you have, I would say, 3 different types, or you can say 4. So you have the base graphics, which is easiest to learn. Now here we are having an example of base graphics where I can use the base graphics. I can get a data set using library. Then I can simply create using plot function to generate a simple scatter plot of calories with sugar from US serial data frame in the mass package, and then I can give it a title. So this is basically a simple example of base graphics. Now you also have what we call as grid graphics, which is powerful set of modules for building other tools. Now you also have lattice graphics, which is general purpose system based on grid graphics. And then you have your ggplot2, which implements grammar of graphics and is based on grid graphics. So you have different ways. Now here, since I already have used library and I have the data set, I can just do a X. So I can assign the sugar related values to X and calories related value to Y. Then I can use one more, which is library function and calling in grid. Now I can basically use functions such as push viewport if I would want to create a plot using your grid graphics to create the similar kind of plot which we created using base graphics, but this will give you much more power than base graphics. It will have a steep learning curve, but it is usually useful. So I can do this where I'm saying push viewport. Then I can basically say I would want to have a data viewport. I would say different functions of your grid package. So I'm saying rectangle, you have x-axis, y-axis, given some points here. And then basically you can add details to the graph by giving the names to the columns, and you can basically create a simple grid graphics based plot here. Now there are different other options which we can use to create plots. Now before we go into understanding how you create plots, let me just give you a brief on what are the different kind of plots and how they can be used. So here we will look at these different plots. Now for example, we have a bar chart, which is a graph which shows comparisons across discrete categories. So you have x-axis, which will show the categories being compared, and y-axis, which represents a measured value, and height of the bars are proportional to measured values. Now to create different kind of charts, you can use ggplot, which is a package for creating graphs in R. It is basically a method of thinking about and decomposing complex graphs into logical subunits, and that is a part of tidyverse ecosystem. So it takes each component of graph axes, you can give scales, you can give colors, you can give the objects, and you can build graphs on particular data. You can modify each of those components in a way that's more flexible and user friendly. You can, if you are not providing details for the components, then ggplot will use sensible defaults, and this basically makes it a powerful and a flexible tool. Now here are different options when you use your ggplot, such as you can use geom or what we call as geometry objects to form the basis of different type of graphs. For bar charts, you have for line graphs, you have scatter plots, that is underscore point, you have underscore box plot for box plots, you have quartile for continuous X, violin for richer display of distribution, and jitter for small data. So here is some simple example where I would not go into too many details here, but you can just have a look at this one where we are using library function to get the ggplot2 package. Then basically we would want to look into the mileage data. We would want to look at the structure of it. And then we can basically get the tidyverse package. Finally, we can create a bar chart using geom underscore bar. And we can basically also mention what would be in x-axis. Now you can also give different colors to basically add more meaning to your data. You could also go for stacked bar charts. So here we are actually telling ggplot to map the data in the drive column to fill the aesthetic. So here I am giving aesthetic access class and I'm saying what is the data we need to have, and then we are using geom underscore bar. So you can also have dodged bar in your ggplot, that is not bar charts which are stacked but next to each other, and you can create that by using your position as position underscore dodge. Okay, now you can obviously use your different packages which are inbuilt and you can create your bar charts. And you have other kind of graphs such as line graph, which is basically a type of graph that displays information as a series of data points connected by straight line segments such as this one. And for this one we are using, if you see, geom underscore line. Now you can also create a scatter plot, which is a two-dimensional data visualization that uses points to graph the values of two different variables, one on an x-axis, one on y-axis, like what we saw in base graphics example. And they are mainly used if you would want to assess the relationship or lack of relationship between two variables. And you also have histogram, which I mentioned is mainly to look at the distribution of a data, to look at the central tendency of the data, basically looking at your large amount of data or for a single variable. You would be interested in saying where is more data found in terms of frequency, where is lesser data found in the graph, how close the data is towards its midpoint, or what we call as mean, median, mode. So you can use histogram where you can categorize the data in what we call as bins. So these are some basics on different kind of graphs. Now we can look at some examples and see how that works. So what we were seeing is some quick examples of base graphics or grid graphics. Now here, let's do an example of pie chart for different products and units sold. So you want to create a graph for this. First, let's create a vector and pass in the value here. Now I can also create labels which I would want to assign to these values. And then basically I can plot the chart by saying pie. So that's the kind of chart which I would want to create. And I would say the data would be X and labels. So let's do this, and that shows me a simple pie chart. Now I can also give main details here. So instead of just doing a pie X comma labels, I can say what is the main and then what kind of coloring it should follow. So this is the way you can create a simple plot. Now I can also find out what is the percentage, and then basically I would be interested in plotting the pie chart which takes X, which takes the labels, which will be the percentage which we are calculating here by doing a round function. And then you can basically give details to your graph. You can say what color it follows. You can basically look at the legend where it needs to be in your chart, what are the values, and then basically fill up the colors. So let's run this one, and that shows me the percentage which was calculated, and it gives me the details, and we can always have a look at our plot. Now if you would want to go for a 3D pie chart, then you can get the package which is Plotrix. Let's use that by calling in the library function. let's pass in some data to X, and let's give some values or labels which will make more meaning to the data. And then let's plot the 3D graph. So I'm saying pi 3D here, where I'm using X and labels. Then I'm basically doing an explode, which will basically control how your graph looks like and basically give the values. So it also takes the title when you say main and pie chart of countries. Now let's create data for graph. So again, we are having a variable here. We are using the C function, creating a vector, and then let's create a histogram for this one, where I would say X lab, what would be your data around x-axis, what is the color, what is the border, and here I'm creating a simple histogram, which, as I discussed earlier, will always show your values on the x-axis, and y-axis is more of frequency, and then you can look at the set of values and what is their frequency. And we can basically use this histogram for exploratory data analysis, look at the data, try to understand what is the central tendency of your data values. Now we can also give some limits by using the x-lim and y-lim, and then I can also specify what is the limit. So we have given some values here, wherein we have said your x limit is 0 to 40 and y limit is 0 to 5. Now if you compare this with the previous one which we had created, this one based on the frequency had taken the limits, but we can assign limits explicitly by giving this and then create a histogram which makes more meaning. Now let's take another data set, that is air quality. Let's view this to see what does that data contain. So you have ozone, solar, wind, temperature, month, and the day. So this is the kind of information we have in the air quality. Now let's use the plot function to draw a scatter plot, where, as I mentioned, you would be interested in analyzing variables and see what is the relationship between them. So to plot a graph between ozone and wind values, so we will say plot, we will say the data which is air quality. From that I would be interested in the ozone column or ozone field and the wind field. I can create a plot based on this. Now I can also be saying what should be the color, what is the type of the data which you would want to create, and you can look at the information. So you can create a histogram, you can create a scatter plot to basically understand the data better and then infer some information from that data. So let's take the air quality data set itself without specifying any particular column, and you can create a plot which shows me all the different values which you have in the data, and it basically shows you the difference. This is more of an example like what we did for chick weight, where we did a base graphics. Now you can assign labels to the plot. So that is when you are creating a plot, you can say air quality, you will say ozone, and then that's your ozone concentration. You have your YLab, which is the number of instances. You have what is the title, ozone levels in New York City, what is the color. So these are the details what we have given with our plot function. And let's look at the data. So it just tells me that this is the ozone concentration, the number of instances what you have, and you are looking at the data. Now we could also create a histogram by picking up a particular column, that is such as solar, from your air quality, and that basically shows me the frequency of solar values, and we can then try to find out what is the mid, what is the mean, what is the standard deviation, and so on. You can also look at your histogram and try to understand if it is left skewed and right skewed. So we can do that. Now here, let's get the temperature out from this particular data set. Let's create a histogram on temperature, and that basically shows me the frequency of the temperature values and what values have the most frequency or most occurrence. Now you can create a histogram with labels. So let's do that with the limit, and then let's also use text to basically give in the values, which also takes the values, and for each set of frequency or each set of values it gives me the labels. Now you can have a histogram with non-uniform width. So you could do that by doing a hist function and then passing in your temperature. You can say what will be the main, what is the title, what will be your X lab. It will tell you a limit around x-axis, what is the color, what is the border, what are the breaks you would want to have for your bars, and you can simply create a histogram using this. So this basically takes the breaks which we have given, such as 55 to 60, 60 to 70, 70 to 75, and so on. So this is basically creating a histogram with non-uniform width, and it purely depends on the kind of values what you have. Now you can also create a box plot, which sometimes helps us in understanding the data quartiles, also understanding our outliers. So you can create multiple box plots based on the data from air quality. So we'll select all the data and then we'll do some slicing on the data. So let's create a box plot which tells me the values. And if you look at these points here, like single dots, these are basically your outliers. We can learn about that more in later sections. So you can use your ggplot2 library to analyze a particular data set. So for that, we will first use the install.packages and get ggplot2. So it says, do you want to restart R? And I can say yes. So let it get the package. I think the package was already there. And now let's look at using ggplot2. So for that, I have the library function, and let's do a attach where I'm getting a data set which is empty cars. Now then I will create a variable p1. I will use ggplot. I will pass in my data. I'll give the aesthetics, what is the columns which you would be interested in, and then you are using geom_boxplot to basically create a plot which gives me the box plot for the values here, and this is based on the cylinders which is there in your data. So we can always look at what does our data contain and what kind of values or features are available in the data. Now let's create a box plot. We will also use the coordinate function, and that basically gives me based on the data. So I've changed the coordinates. Now if you look at the previous one where we created a plot, we had mileage on the y-axis and cylinders on the x-axis. Now I did a coordinate flip, and that's like your transpose function. So you have created the box plot, but you have just flipped the coordinates. You can create a box plot and then say fill, which is the factor of cylinder. So that can be used to fill up the values in your box plot. Now what we can also do is we can create factors. So we have learned about factors earlier, which is usually used to work on categorical variables. So here let's create a factor which is empty cars gear, you have AM, you have cylinder. And if you look at the factors which we have created, we have passed our data, what is the field or the column we are interested in, what is the level of values there, and what are the labels for those values, right? So we have learned about factors. You can always look into the previous section and learn more about factors. Now let's create a scatter plot by using the ggplot function. Again, we will use the data as empty cars. I will go for mapping option, and then I will give my aesthetics. That is what would be X, what would be your Y, and you also would want to use what kind of function you are using. So let's go for geom point, and that basically helps me in creating a scatter plot. Now you can create a scatter plot by factors. So here we will say ggplot. So notice in all of these cases, depending on the kind of data you have, depending on the kind of plot you are interested in, you will use the ggplot and then basically a function with that or the inbuilt package. So here I'm saying data is empty cars. I'm going for mapping, which basically will take the values for your X and Y. What is the color? And the coloring will be done based on the factor values. Now, if you remember, factors will obviously have some levels, and those levels will basically help you in differentiating between your categorical variables. So I'm saying as.factor on cylinder, and then I'm using geom point to basically create this scatter plot. So let's do this, and I can look at the values of this one. So it says must be, there is an error which says must at least one color from the hue palette. So let's look at that one. So the error which we were facing when we gave color as the factor values was because when you look at these factors which were created with some labels, if we look at the values of these, it tells me there are NA values in that particular column. Similarly, your gear, or similarly, you can completely look at the complete data set. It tells me cylinder, you have AM, you have gear. Now these have some, we have created some labels, but these have NA values. So what we can do is we can create a scatter plot as we did earlier by giving the aesthetics, and that's a simple scatter plot wherein I'm also using geom point so that I can have these points by defaults or with defaults. You can also give a color specific, basically if you would want to have different kind of data in the same plot, or I can create scatter plots by different sizes by giving a size, or I can give a color and size, and that's again one way in which you can create your scatter plots. Now let's also see how you can visualize one more data set, which is MPG. So I can also do it in this way where I set ggplot2 and then pass in, look at the data set what we have here. You can just do a view on this to see what my data contains, if the fields have any NA values, if that's going to affect your plotting. So now what we can do is we can create a bar plot or a bar chart. So I'm saying ggplot, the data would be as we have given in previous lines, that is ggplot2 mpg. Then I will say what should be in my aesthetics and what kind of chart are you going to create. So I'm saying geom underscore bar. So that's my bar chart, and that has basically your class and count. Now you can create a stacked bar chart where your information is stacked in the same bars, and we are still using the same data. We are going for aesthetics, which is class, and then when you say geom bar, which creates your stacked bar, we will use fill, which is drive. And we can always go back and look at our data. For example, you can always look into this. So you have the drive column here, and you are also working on this complete data set. So let's go ahead and create a stacked bar chart, and that basically gives me the information where you have the drive information which is stacked here. Now you can do a dodge by giving the position as dodge. So we are still going to go for a stack chart, but this time the bars will be next to each other, and that can also be done, which is very useful. You can use this by using geom point where you are mapping and you are specifying what are your aesthetics. So we were creating a scatter plot. Now you can also use or give more details where you can say color can be based on the class, and we have different classes, and based on that my points have been colored. Now you can also use a plot ly or plotly library. So let's install this one. I will say yes, for example. Let it basically restart so that all my packages are updated. Then I can access that package using library function, and then create a variable to which you are assigning your plot underscore ly plot. So data is empty cars, what will be your x-axis, what will be your y-axis, and details on your marker which we have given, wherein I will give a list which is size, color, which is a combination, and then you have your line, what kind of color it will have, and what will be the width. So this is where I'm going to use plot ly, and let's look at this plot. So it basically gives me some information. Now we see some warnings which are getting generated, but you don't need to worry about that. So you can look at the packages, what you have, and what options you are using. So similarly, we can create one more plot using plot ly and look at the values of those. So that's a plot with a trend which explains me about my data. So this is a simple small tutorial on understanding or how you can have your graphics or visualization used to understand your data. Obviously, there are much more examples, much more ways in which you can pass into your plot functions or your ggplot and the inbuilt packages which are available in R for your visualization. Now that could be for exploratory data analysis or explanatory data analysis. So try these graphs and see if you can change these options and try or create new visualizations.
Today we're going to study the Matplotlib library and the Python code. So what's in it for you? What is Matplotlib library? Types of plots, plotting graphs and subgraphs, adding a graph inside a graph, graph parameters, title, label, legend, line graphs, line types, color and transparency, canvas, grid and axis range, 2D plots, scatter, step, bar, fill between, radar chart, histogram, contour image, 3D surface image, and then we'll hit a practice example pie chart. So let's start with what is Matplotlib library. Matplotlib library is an open source drawing library which supports rich drawing types. It is used to draw 2D and 3D graphics. And there are so many packages in the Matplotlib library, we're going to cover the basics. And there are so many packages that sit on top of the Matplotlib library that we can't even cover them all today. But we'll hit the main ones so that you have a good understanding of what the Matplotlib library is and what the basics can do. You can understand your data easily by visualizing it with the help of Matplotlib library. You can generate plots, histograms, bar charts, and many other charts with just a few lines of code. And here we have some basic types of plots that you can see here that we'll go into. We have the bar chart, the histogram. Boy, I use a lot of histograms in my stuff. A scatter plot, line chart, pie chart, and area graph. Let's start plotting them. And to do this, I'm going to be using Jupyter Notebook. You can use any of your Python interfaces for programming or scripting and running it. Of course, we here really like the Jupyter Notebook for doing a lot of basic stuff because it's so visual. And in our Jupyter Notebook, which opens up in this case, I'm using Google Chrome, you can go up here to New, and we'll create a new Python 3 and set that up. If you're not familiar with Jupyter Notebook, we do have a tutorial that covers some of the basics of that. And you'll look at any of our tutorials. I usually cover a number of them showing how to set up Jupyter and Anaconda. I myself use Jupyter through Anaconda. In fact, let's go ahead and open that up and just take a look at that, see what that looks like. You can see your Anaconda Navigator. If you install it, it will automatically install the Jupyter Notebook. And that also installs a lot of other things. I know some people like the Qt console for doing Python or Spider. I've never used them. I actually use Notepad++ as one of my editors. And then I use the Jupyter Notebook a lot because it's so easy to have a visual while I'm programming. And even simple script in Python, I'll take it from the Jupyter Notebook and then do a save as. You can always go under File, and you can download as a Python program. So that will download it as an actual Python versus the IPython that this saves it as. So let's go ahead and dive in and see what we got going here. And let's go ahead and put Matplotlib library tutorial. And I'm going to turn this cell into a markdown so it doesn't actually run it. You can see it has a nice little title there. That's all Jupyter Notebook. And then from Matplotlib library, let's import PyLab. Get that back one. And then let's go ahead and just print. We'll go PyLab and the version. Let's go ahead and run this. So we're going to import our PyLab module from the Matplotlib library. And we find out that we're in version 1.15.1. Always important to note the version you're in. Probably I was reading an article that said the number one thing that Python programmers struggle with is remembering what version they're working in and making sure that they're going from one platform to the other with the same version. And if we're going to graph things, I think we need some data to graph. So we're going to import NumPy as NP. Now, if you're not familiar with NumPy, definitely go back and check out our NumPy tutorial. There's so many different things you can do with it, dealing with reshaping the data and creating the data. We're just going to use it to create some data for us. And there is a lot of ways to create data, but we're going to use the np.linespace. So we're going to create a NumPy array. And the way you read this is we're going to create numbers between 0 and 10. And we're going to create 25 of these numbers. So we're just going to divide that equally up between 0 and 10. And if we have x coordinates, we should probably have some y coordinates. And we'll do something simple like x times x plus 2. And let's just take a look. We're going to print x and print y. Let me go ahead and run this. And let's see what we got going on here. So we have our x coordinates, which is 0, 0.4, 0.83, etc. And you can look at this as an xy plot. So where we have 0, we have 2. Where we have 0.416, we have 2.17. And just as a quick reminder, we're going to do print np-array x, y dot reshape 25, 2. And the reason I want to do this is I want to show you something here. A lot of times a program returns x, y, and it's an array of x, y, x, y, x, y. And so when you're working with the pie plot, you have to separate it out and reshape it. So if I start off with pairs like this, I can reshape them. If I know there's 25 pairs in there, I can switch the 2 and the 25. And this is kind of goofy, but we'll do it anyways. Reshape. So I'm going to reshape my 25 by 2 back to 2 by 25. And if I run that, you'll see I end up with the same output as the XY, the two different arrays in here. And this is important that we want X and Y separate. Again, that's all NumPy stuff, but it's important to understand that this is a format that Matplotlib works with. It works with an array of X's, and they should match your array of Y's. So each one has 25 different entities in it. And then for our basic plotting of this data, it only takes one command to draw a graph of this data. And so we use our, from up here where we imported PyLab, we take our PyLab, and the key under there is plot for plotting a line. And then we want our x coordinates and our y coordinates, and we'll throw in r. And the r simply means red, so we're going to draw the line in red. Let me go ahead and run that. You can actually switch this around if you wanted to do different. There's B for blue. We have a lot of fun. Yellow, hard to see yellow. There we go. But we'll go ahead and stick with red. Run. And when you're doing presentations with these, try to be consistent. You know, if the business and the shareholders send you a spreadsheet and they have losses in red, use red for losses in your graph. Try to be consistent. Use green for profit, for money. You don't have to necessarily use green, but it's whatever they're using, whatever the company's using. Try to mirror that. That way, people aren't going to be confused if you switch your data around and every time one graph has red for loss and one graph has blue for loss. It gets really confusing, so make sure you're consistent in your graphs and your coloring. And something to know, because we're going to cover this in a minute, this is your canvas size. So we have a canvas here, and what we're going to do next is we're going to look at subgraphs. Okay? So let's take our PyLab and create a subplot. And one of the things also to know when we're working with the Matplotlib, I'm not setting, when I do this, this is my drawing canvas, the PyLab. So once I've imported the PyLab, I'm drawing my images on there. Very important to know. And with the subplot, we're going to give it some different values. And we're going to represent by rows, columns, and indexes. And let's do 1, 2, 1. So it's going to be the first row, second column, and the index is like you can stack your graphs and things like that. We don't worry too much about indexes, but rows and columns. We want to go ahead and use row 1 and column 2. And if we're going to have one object, we should probably have two, but before we do that, we have to plot data onto the subplot. So the order is very important, and we'll go ahead and stick with our x, y, and let's do this. We're going to add in a third parameter here. Remember we did red? We're going to add shorthand dash dash for dashed lines. So this plots the data into row 1, column 2. And if we're going to do that, let's do another one, pylab.subplot. And if we're going to do row 1, let's do column 2 and index 2. And this time we're going to add G for green, and this denotes a style. And if we're going to set up our PyLab subplot, there we go, PyLab, we got to go ahead and plot that. PyLab plot. And instead of XY, we want Y, X. Whoops, I messed up. This is in the wrong spot. There we go. We'll move that down here real quick because that goes in the plot part. So the subplot tells it the row, column, and index, and the PyPlot tells it what data. In this case, we switch them, and the color, and then the style shorthand. Now let's go ahead and run that. And you'll see it takes this canvas, splits it in two, And now we have two different graphs, and we have the red one with dashed lines, and we have the green one which has the little stars going up. And if we take this, and let's just for fun, let's change this and run that with an index of 1. It puts them both on the same index. It also gives me a warning because it's a strange way of doing two subplots. It's depreciated, there's another way to do it. But most people just ignore that warning because it's not going to go away anytime soon. Now that's using the same setup. What happens if we do, instead of this, let's change the column on here and find out what happens. And if we do the column, it didn't really like that on the setup, it just disappears. So let's keep our column as 2, and let's change the row on the second one to 2 and run that. And you'll see again it kind of squishes everything together and causes some issues. So let's take the index. So they each need a unique index. And you can see here where I made some changes. I said row 2, and look what happens when I change to column 2. So I now have row 2, column 2, index 2. It squished it up here, so you could put another graph underneath is what that does. And there's all kinds of different things. You really have to just play with these numbers till you get a handle on them, because you have to repeat it 164 times according to Cambridge University if it's completely new to you. And you can see right here where, there we go, 3, run. There we go. But you can see it takes a little bit sometimes to play with these and get the numbers right. Oops, I hit the wrong one, that's why. Let's go 3 there, run. There we go. Now it's overlapping, so I have this doubled over here on the right. For now, we'll just go ahead and leave this with the where we have column and row 2 and the two different indexes so they appear nice and neatly side by side. And then, as we just saw, as we were flashing through them, we can put them on top of each other. And let me just highlight that and copy it down here. Paste it down there. And here we have 1, 2, 1. And then we'll do 1, 2, 1 also for this one, and that puts the two subplots directly on top of each other. It gives us that warning, and you can see we now have two different sets of data graphed on top of each other. And you can also see how it did the indexes. Since one of them is from 0 to 10, that's the green one on the x-axis, and the other one is from 0 to 10 on the y-axis. So it took the greatest value of either one and then used those as a shared value. So let's next look at operator description, and we'll go ahead and turn this cell into a markdown and run that so it looks nice. So Fig, and you remember I talked about the canvas earlier. I briefly mentioned it. We're going to look a little bit more at the canvas later on, but that's what the figure is. Fig, we're going to add axes, so we're going to initialize a subplot, add the subplot, in rows, in columns, and all kinds of different things with this that you can do. Let's look at that code and see exactly what's going on. And I want you to notice that there's Fig, which is the actual canvas in the Matplotlib library, and AX is commonly used to refer to the subplots. So when we're creating subplots, you'll see AX equals PLT subplot. Earlier, we did the PyLab. So let's go ahead and import PyPlot from Matplotlib library, and we're going to do it as PLT. You'll see that a lot. That's really the standard in the industry, is to call it PLT, just like Pandas is PD and NumPyArray is NP. Certainly you can import it as whatever you want, but I would stick to the standards. And we're going to do the same graph as we did above with the PyLab, but with the PLT. So if it looks familiar, there's a reason we're doing this, because we want to show you how the figure part works and working with the canvas goes. But we're going to do the same plot as we did before. And we'll call it Fig, and we're going to set that equal to plot figure. So there's our figure or our canvas on there. And let's create a variable called axes, and we're going to set that equal to fig.add axes. And in this, we're going to control the left, right, the width, the height of the canvas from 0 to 1. And so we can go ahead and I'm just going to put some stuff in there. I got 0.5, 0.1, 0.8, 0.8. So when you're looking at this is a 0 to 1, or you could say 50%, 10%, 80, 80%. But it's a control. It's going to control your left and your right, along with the width and the height. So the width and the height, we're going to use 80%, and we're going to have like a little indent on the left and the right. And this will look familiar from above, axes.plot, x comma y, and then let's give it a color. How about red? Since we're recreating the same graph, let's keep it uniform. Oops, and it helps if I use AXIS instead of AXES. I don't know where that came from. But this looks identical to the one we had up above. So here's our axes plot, x comma y of red. Same graph, same setup, but this time we've added a variable equal to the figure.addAxes. So our plot figure is our canvas, our axes is what we're working in, and then our axes.plot x, y. And again, we can draw subgraphs. We put that down here. Just like we did before. And a little different notation here. We're going to have fig, comma, axes equal plt.subplots. And in here it's going to be the number of rows. We're going to do one row, and columns equals 2. So if you remember before, that's what we did. We had one row with 2 different graphs on it. We're going to do the same thing, but note how we did this. Here's our figure, or our canvas, and our axes. We're going to create actually 2 different axes. We're going to create row 1, column 2. And so axes is an array of information. So we can simply do let's do ax in axes. And this will now look familiar. Ax.plot. We're going to do x, y. We'll go ahead and make it red. Keep everything looking the same. Remember, nice uniform graphs. Everything looks the same. And if we go ahead and run this, you'll see we get 2 nice side-by-side graphs. So just as we had before, the same look, the same setup. And just for fun, let's change in columns to 3. We'll run that. And now you'll see we'll have 3 on there. And let's see if we make it a little bit more interesting. We'll do in rows equals to 2. And you can see down here we're going to get an attribute error because it's trying to scrunch everything together. So it does have a limit how much stuff it can put in one small space. That's important to know. You can fix that by changing the canvas size, which we'll look at in just a minute. And there's other ways to change it on here. But here we go. We can do in rows 2 and columns equals 1. You can see 2 nice images right above each other. We'll go back to the original. 1 row, 2 columns, side by side, left to right. And we can also draw a picture or graph inside another graph. And that's kind of a fun thing to do. It's important to note that we can layer our stuff on top of each other, which makes for a really nice presentation. So let's start by fig. We'll create another figure. So we're going to start over again with our canvas. We set that equal to plt.figure. So there's our new canvas. And let's do axes. We'll call it axes 1 and 2. Axes 1 equals fig.addAxes. Remember this from earlier? And this here, similar numbers we used before, saying how big this axis is, this figure in the axes is. So this is going to be the big axes. And let's do axes 2 equals another figure addAxes, and then 0.2, 0.5, 0.4, 0.3. And if we're going to do this, they need data on them. So let's go ahead and plot some data on our axes. So axes1.plot. And we'll make this simply x, y, make it red. And then let's go axes2.plot. And let's reverse them. Y, x, green. There we go. Doing what I told you not to do. You shouldn't be swapping axes around and plotting your data in 5 different directions because it's confusing. But let's go ahead and run this and see what this looks like. And then let's talk a little bit about this. We talked about the 0.2, 0.5, 0.4, 0.3. And let me just grab the annotation for that. That's left, right, width, and height. So we have in here that this is going to be left, right. So here's our left is 0.1 in, 0.5. And you know what? Let's just play with this a little bit. What happens when I change this to 0.1? Moves it way over to the left. So there's our 0.1. So we can make this 0.4. Run that. There we go. So you can see how you can move it around the branches on here. 0.2. 0.5 is the left, so that's our right. So let's see what happens when we do let's make this 0.1. And that actually is, they had it down as left, right. I thought this was wrong. It's actually how far from the bottom. Let me switch that on here. Bottom. There we go. So we had here on this. We can go ahead and put that back to 0.5 and run that. And this is 0.3. Let's make this 0.3 also. And that is the width. And then, of course, there's the height. We can make that really tiny. Actually, let's do 0.2. And let's run that. And you can see it changes the height on there. We can make it even smaller, 0.2 by 0.2. And as you can see, you can get stuck playing with this to make it look just right. It can sometimes take a little bit. Certainly, once you have the settings, if you're doing a presentation, you try to keep it uniform, unless it doesn't make sense for the graph you're working on. Try to keep the same colors, the same position, and the same look and feel. And I mentioned earlier we can adjust the canvas size. So this is from earlier. I just copied it down below. We're going to replot the same data we've been looking at. And what we can do is we can change the figure size to 16 by 9. And let me run that and show you what that looks like. So it fills the whole screen. And then if you are, normally when you're working on the screen, you don't worry too much about this, but we can set the DPI to 300, run that. There it goes. This is your dots per inch. And if you are doing an output of this and you're printing a hard copy, you want the higher quality. I would suggest nothing under 300 if it's a professional print. You might get a little less than that, but whenever I'm doing professional graphics and printing them out on something, 300 dots per inch is kind of the minimal on there. You can go a lot higher too, but keep in mind the higher you get, the more memory it takes and the more lag time and the more resources you use. So usually 300 is a good solid number to use in your dots per inch. And you can see it draws a nice large canvas here, which is 16 by 9, and then the DPI is 300 on here, so it's a little higher quality. And just out of curiosity, I wonder how long it takes to draw something double that size, 600. And you can see here where at 600 DPI, it's going to take a while. There it goes, just because it's utilizing a lot more graphics on there. And let me just go back to the 300. Now let's do a 100. You're not going to see a difference on this because it is web-based graphics are pretty low. And up here you saw I did this with the plot figure. This works the same if I do figure axes subplot, figure size, and then we'll go ahead and do axes plot x comma y comma, we'll stick to red. Let's go ahead and run this. And you should get almost the same thing here. Here's our axes on the subplot on here with the fixed size and the DPI. Let me take this all out. Let me just remove all that real quick. Run it again. There we go. Now we're back to our original figure. And let's look at some of the other things you can do with this. One of the things we can do is we can set a title for the axes. So axes set title. You'll see right here, since I put this on the axes, it's the main title for the whole graph. And if you're going to have a title, you should also label. So we can label our X label, and we can set our Y label. In this case, we're just going to call it X and Y. Keep it nice and uniform, and if we run this, you'll see that we've added a nice X label and Y label. Whoops, where'd they go? And it turns out in this environment that you have to put it before the title. So let me go ahead and put it before the title. And there's our X, Y, and let me run that. And of course, we can also do up our size a little bit so you can see what's going on a little better. So here we have X label X. If you come down here, you'll see our X label and our Y label. We can, of course, change this to X label. You can change this to Y. It can be whatever you want on here, of course. And our title graph. There we go. Run. So here we have our title graph, our Y label, and our X label all set up on our nice little plot. And then before we move on to the next section, let's do one more thing on here. We have a thing called the legend. And we're going to set our AX legend, label 1, label 2 up here. That's the format for it, but let's go down here and actually use it. I'm going to do two different plots. We're going to have axes plot x by x times x squared and x cubed. And if I run this, you'll see it puts two nice graphs on the setup on there. But it's nice to have a legend telling you what's going on. So for the legend, we can actually do axes, since we have the two plots, legend. And on here, we've created an array, and we have y equals x squared, y equals x cubed. You can actually put this as whatever you want. Those are just strings. And then location 2. And let's go ahead and run this and see what that looks like. And you can see it puts a nice legend on the upper left-hand corner. Location 2. We can do location 3. And run it, and it drops it down to the bottom. Location 1, I can't remember where that's at. There we go, upper right. So each one of these is a number that refers to the different locations on the screen. 0, kind of have to play with them or look them up to remember where they're at, but they do work. It just kind of moves around depending on where you want your legend at on there. So on this section we cover the title of the graph, the Y labels, and legends. We're getting into starting to look really fancy here. So we now have something we can actually put out. You'll see the title of the graph looks a little fuzzy. So I might, in a web setup, put the DPI up a couple notches. Maybe put it at 200. 100 might work fine. Just so, that's something to notice on here when you're playing with these different things. We had our subplots DPI equals, let's do 200 and just see what that looks like. So you can see it now is a lot clearer. It's also larger. So it's a nice little feature you can throw in there with your DPI dots per inch. So the next section is let's look at some graph features. We're going to look at line color, transparency, size, and a few more things on here. And, oops, I forgot the main title. So we have our figure and our axes equals our plot and subplots. And I'm going to go ahead and do a DPI equals 150 so the graph comes out nice and large and easy for you to see. And let's go ahead and do 3 plots on here. We'll do x by x plus 1, so it's just going to be a straight line. Plot x plus 2 and axes dot plot x plus 3. This looks like we're doing nearest neighbor setup or showing how it located data and putting your lines on there between the nearest neighbors. There we go. So it draws a nice little graph with 3 lines on it. One of the things we can do is we can control the alpha on this. Oops, and you can actually see the when they did these lines, it automatically pulls in different colors for your setup. So there's some automatic things going on in there. And a lot of times we do that comma R, where we're going to do color equals red, another notation on here. Let's go ahead and run this. Now we have a bright red line down there. And with the Matplotlib library, you're not limited to red. You can also use one of the many different color references, as you see here, with the pound sign 1155DD, which is just blue. And we can do the same thing with another color on here, which turns out to be green. And I can just as easily do this. Green, blue, oops, there we go, blue, and run that. And you'll see here we have red, blue, and green. And what I want to do is I want to make this, we're going to set what's called the alpha on this. And we're going to set this equal to 0.5. So this is halfway see-through when I run this. And it's almost going to look pink because you can see through it. And let's change this just a little bit, just to make this kind of fun. Let's square it. There we go, run it. So now we have this nice square that comes up. And you can see when it crosses it, because I plotted these 2 lines after it and they have no alpha, the red is behind those lines, or in this case pink, because we did the alpha halfway through. So let's go ahead and do this. Alpha equals 0.5. And, oh, you know what? Instead of squaring it, let's take it to the 0.5 power. That'll be kind of interesting to see what that does. We'll just go to keep it squared. There we go. And run that. And let's go back and look at this where it crosses over. And the first thing you'll see right here is on the blue, it's kind of light blue now. You can see how the 2 colors add together. You get almost a purple on there. So I can clearly see where the red crosses the blue line. And then the green just blanks it over because I didn't do any opaqueness, no alpha on there. So this is great if you have lots of data that crosses over and you need to be able to track those lines better. And we'll go ahead and do this 0.5 and we'll run that. Oops, I did equals 0.5. Let me go ahead and run that. And so you can see right here now you can easily see the red line, how it crosses the green and the blue down here. And if we want to, we can do this as the default is 1, is solid. So we can change this all to 0.8. Let me just do that. Oops, 58.8. There we go. Run. Oops, I must have hit a wrong button there. Let me try that again. I accidentally got rid of a bracket. And let's go ahead and run that. And we come down here and look at this. You can still see where it passes behind them, but the green dominates and the blue dominates because we're now at 80% instead of 50%. And you can do less. That's kind of fun, although at some point the lanes kind of fade. So 0.5 is usually the best setting on there. We have a nice pastel here at 0.3, and you can easily see where they cross over. And just like you can play with the colors, we can play with line width. And let's try DPI 100 and see what that looks like on my screen. Equals 100. And we'll go ahead and just take our AX plot. Let's do 4 of these lines just so you can see how they look next to each other. Real quick here. There we go. And if I run this, they should all appear the same. It automatically does different colors on there. So let's do color equals blue. Forgot my quotation marks. There we go. And we'll go ahead and just make these all blue, just for purposes of being nice and uniform. And then what I want to do is I want to do the line width. Line width equals 0.25. And let's just copy and paste that down here. Let's do equals 1. About 1.5. And let's do just make this equal to 2. Let's see what that looks like. And when we do that, you can see it goes from a very thin line, a 0.5, a 1, or 1.5, and 2, which is twice the width of the 1. And if we're going to do different sizes, we had different colors, we had our alpha scheme. Let's take this whole thing here. Let's paste it down here and do another one. But instead of line width, let's look at styles. And something to note here, you can actually abbreviate this with LW. So line width can also be let's just do everything 0.2. And let's set up a line style. We'll do the first one dashes, and let me just paste that down here so I'm not doing a lot of extra typing. There we go. Take this out. So we have our dashed. We can do a dash dot. Oops, let's do the dash dot here. And a colon here. There we go. And there's a lot of different options. We'll look at a few more as we go down for different ways of highlighting data. But when you look at this, we have everything as a line width of 2, and now we have a straight line, we have a dash line, or a dot dash, and a dot 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 line. And then another thing we can add on here is we're going to do, here's our ax plot, and we did x, let's do x plus 4, so it goes right on the top. I'm going to do color black, line width 1.5, so it's a smaller line. And we're going to take the line and we're going to set dashes. So look how I've changed some of the notation here for my line and my ax plot. So I can set my line comma equal to ax plot, and then I can change the line settings this way. And when I run this, let me run that on here, you'll see the 5, 10, 15, 10 creates a series of dashes that are varied in length. In this case, they alternate between a short dash and a long dash. And we can play with these numbers. Curiosity always has me what happens when you play with the numbers. Just to see what they look like, let's do this. Let's paste this down here. I'll do 2 of these just because they're kind of fun to play with. And let's change this from 10 to 3. And we're going to change this one from 15 to 4. And let's run that. And you can see the differences in the lines. Whoops, a little bit confusing on there because I forgot to change the lines are all on top of each other. So let me change that really quick here. And let's run that. And now you can see here's our original dash line alternating. When I change these numbers on the second one, the very end value to 3, you can see now we have dashes of 5. Let's see, I'm going to guess this is a dashes of 5, skip 10, dashes of 15, skip 3, and then it goes back to the beginning. Dashes, 5 dashes, skip 10, 15 dashes, skip 3. And of course the last one we just switched up a little bit. It looks a lot more uniform because I'm using 2 sets of 10. Or if I did something like this and changed it to 30, it really becomes pronounced as far as the distances between them. And instead of 4, let's go, let's put 30 here also. 30 by 30, there we go. Really pronounced on that one. And let's look at one more important group for plotting our data. And in this, here's our plot we started with the x plus 1, x plus 2, x plus 3, and did it in blue on this one, 3 or 4 different blue lines. And this property, we want to add the actual plots, so you can see where the plots are on the graph. And for that, we might have marker equals O. And if we run this, you'll see it puts a dot for each of these, and there's 25 dots because we have 25 x values. So we actually have 0, and each of the different values of x, y are then plotted here with the dots. And we don't want to just limit ourselves to dots. We can also do plus sign, that's another option. Dots is most common. I actually like the dots the best. If we do the plus sign, you can see it puts a nice crosshairs or plus sign on there. And we can do a marker. There's a number of different markers you can use. And I think this one was it. S is another one, which is a nice square. And that's actually a good one, S for square. O for period. Okay, that's just kind of weird. So you can see that probably on these markers, another one is number 1. So if we run that, you'll see we now have these little hatch marks. And let's take, let's just go with the O on this one. By the way, this works with square really nicely. Some of the stuff we're going to do here on just a second. Let's do marker size equals 2. And change that to 5 and run that. And you can see here it puts a nice little tiny dot versus this size dot here. And this is interesting because it said 2. I thought it would be bigger. But if you do 0.5, it gets even smaller. And let's just do 10 to see what that looks like. Run. That looks huge. So marker size, a lot of these are dependent on the DPI and the setups. There's things that switch around as far as the way the size shows up. You got to be a little careful when you change one setting, it can change all the other markers. And then let's take our square on here, and we had marker size, so we also have marker face. We'll set that equal to red. Of course, I may change so it's up 1 notch. We'll run that. Whoops, must have mistyped something on here. And I did, it's marker face color equals red. And so when I run that, you can now see I have the squares on there with the marker face color. Of course, we can mix and match these. Come down here and we'll make this, let's make this plus 7. And we'll make this size 15, marker face color equals, and we'll do what, green, just because. There we go, run. Very hard to actually see what's going on there. Still 25 dots, they kind of overlap. As you can see, they print them over each other. And of course, if we really wanted to make it look horrible, we could just make that really huge. Generally though, you'd want something a little bit smaller and cuter. We'll just try doing it this way. There we go. That's too small to even see the face. So 4. You can start to see the face on there around 4. And maybe on 8. 8 might be a good number for this. There we go, 8. Again, that all just depends on what you're trying to show and display. So we've covered a lot of stuff here as far as our lines. We've covered opaque with our alpha setting on there. Give us some nice pastels. You can see how they overlap and how they cross over. We covered the line width, different size on there, different formats for the line itself, and these are all, you can combine all these. So you can have our line width equals 2, line style equals dash. You can bring this down here also to the markers. And then we added markers in, just standard circle, a plus sign, the square, a little tick, which uses a 1. Then we add a marker size and a marker color face, and we combine those. You see we get a nice different series of representations. We also briefly mentioned color, where you didn't have to use, like in here we used color black. Someplace up here, I'd have to find it, we use the actual number for the color, as opposed to, I changed them to red and blue. So you can get very precise on the color if you have a very specific color set that you need to match your website or whatever you're working on. All of those are tools in the Matplotlib library. So we have one more piece to formatting the graph, so we want to show you, and then we have 2 big sections. We're going to go over the different graphs that they have along with a challenge problem. So let's go in the last section we're going to look at is limits. We're going to limit our data. So this first part I'm just going to paste in there. We're going to create our subplots 1, 2. So 1 row, 2 columns. We're going to do a figure size of 10, 5. This should all look familiar now since we've done a number of them. And we're going to go ahead and plot, and this is an interesting notation you should notice here. Our axes 0, so 1 we've used, instead of, you can just iterate through them, but they're just an array, so it's an array of 0 is still the axes of the first axes out of 2. And we're going to plot x, x squared, x cubed, line width 2. So we're going to go ahead and just plot 2 graphs right on top of each other without doing multiple plots on here. And we'll set the grid equal to true on here. Let's go ahead and run that. And you can see here are 2 plots with the x value going across. And I'm going to do something similar. And by the way, so you can just, if you look at it, you can see the grid on there. That's all that is. Easier to spot the data going across. We're going to take the same data for axis 1. So we have our plot of x, x squared, x and x cubed, line width 2. And this time we're going to take our axis 1 and do y limit. It's actually set underscore y limit. This is the y-axis, so it's going to be an array of two values. And we'll do 0, 60. I'm just making these numbers up. The guys in the back actually made them up. I'm just using their numbers. And we're going to set the x limit, and we'll set the x limit as, don't forget our brackets there, 2, 5. So it's the same data going in, but we're setting a limit on it. And let's go ahead and run that. And let's see what it comes out of. And here we have the y limit 0 to 60. So we're looking at just the lower part of this curve here up to here. And we have the x limit 2 to 5. So that starts right here at 2, and you can see very different graphs. This is kind of nice because you could actually put one of these on top of the other if you wanted to draw focus to one part of a graph. Remember how we did that earlier, one inside the other? But just a quick note, you can easily limit your graph and kind of reshape the way it looks quite easily. And we can also add that grid down there if you want a grid. We'll run that and add the grid in there. Whoops, I guess you have to do the grid beforehand. Switch that. There we go. Sometimes the order on this is really important, so you may double check your order when you're printing these things out. It also helps if I change it to 1. So in this case, it might not be the order. I wonder if we'll go back here as 1. There we go. So it doesn't matter the order on grid. But you can set the grid for easy viewing here. Nice setup on there. But you can see how we can limit the data. So let's start looking at some other 2D graphs and make this cell a markdown. So when we run it, it has a nice pretty title to it. And let's go ahead and create some data with an NP array. We'll do 0 to 5 on here. There we go. And let's look at 4 common graphs. We'll put them side by side. So we'll do a figure. Our axes equals plot, subplots, 1, 4 columns, and then figure size. Hopefully it'll fit nicely on here. It seems to do pretty good on here. And I'll go ahead and just run that since we're in there. Run. You'll see I have 4 blank plots on here. And we'll start with axes of 0. Let's set title. And we want this to be a scatter plot. A scatter plot just means it has a bunch of dots on it. So here's our axes of 0 dot scatter. Easy to remember. Scatter a bunch of plots on there. We'll do our n, or we can do x or n. There we go. And let's go ahead and do axes set title scatter. Oh, already did that. We're just going to do scatter. That's how you do it on there. That is how you create a scatter plot, simply with the scatter control. And we'll do, let's do the variable x plus, and let's throw some randomness in here. Usually scatter plots have a lot of random numbers connected to them. That's why they do them on there. And so the bigger the x gets, the bigger the randomness, so 0.25 times the randomness. And what we should end up down here is with the scatter plot. And you can see as you go up, it just kind of has some random numbers and moves up and down the line. But plots just the points. So if you remember from back up here where we did marker, this is plotting basically just the marker. So it's a scatter plot. Probably less used is a step plot. So for axes 1, we'll go ahead and do a step plot so you can see what that looks like. And this time I'll use our n value instead of x. We generated that n value up here. And so for this we have n times 2, or n squared, n times 2, n squared. Line width equals 2, and if we run that, it creates a nice step up. Let's see, so we've got a scatter plot, we've got a step plot. Let's do a bar plot. And we'll use the same formula, n squared, alignment centered, because you can have them to the left or right, width 0.5, and alpha, if you remember correctly, that's how opaque it is. Let's see what that looks like on there. So we have some nice, you can see here a nice bar plot. It should look very similar to the step plot, but colored in. And we can change the width. Let's see what happens if we do 0.9, run. And if we take width out completely, run that, you can see it starts coming together on there. And we can change the alpha. We can take the alpha out too and run that. So now you have the solid colors. And if we take out the center and run that, everything, you really can't see the shift on here because that's actually the default on this. But these are common settings for the bar graph. Let me just put them back in there. There we go. Alignment, center, and alpha. Now, I can't say I've used the step graph very much. There's certain, I guess, domains of expertise that require a step graph. But the scatter plot and the bar graph, very common, especially the bar graph. And we'll look at histograms here in just a minute. So I use histograms a lot, especially in data science. But this is nice if you have very concrete objects. How many people are wearing yellow hats? That kind of thing. But if we're going to do that, let's go ahead and do the last one, which I see a lot more in the sciences. I'm certainly using the data science, but more like for mapping. I saw a publication on solar flares, and they were discussing the energy. And so filling in the graph gives it a very different look. So we're going to do the fill between. And it's just like you think it'd be. It's fill between, but with a underscore between them. And we'll do x and x squared and x cubed. And we'll do color green and alpha again, in case you had other data you wanted to plot on there. You can see it forms a nice squared coming up here. And also, if you look at the bottom one is your squared value, the upper line is your cubed value, and then it fills in everything in between. If you remember from calculus, this would be if you had like a motor and efficiency, they would talk about the efficiency going up and the loss, and you're looking for the space or the area between the two lines. So it gives you a nice visual of that. And let's look at a few more basic two-dimensionals. So we're going to have our figure size on here. We're going to do a radar chart. To be honest, I've never used a radar chart in business or in data science. I have to find a reason to use one now. So the first line for doing a radar chart, we have to add axes into the figure. And with this actually creates our, let's run it so you can see what it creates. It creates a nice, looks like you're on a submarine and you're tracking the hunt for red October or something like that. And it needs all of these. The polar is the fact that we're doing polar coordinates. 0, 0.6.6 has to do with the size. If you take out any of these things and run them, you get just a box. If you take out the other half, you pretty much get nothing in there. And if you change these numbers, change them a little bit, you can see it gets bigger. They had 0.6 on here. I'll go ahead and leave it as 1 because that's just kind of fun. But that's all about the size on here, the height and the width. And then let's create some data. T equals NP line space. And this is 0 to 2 times NP times pi. So if you remember, that is the distance across, and we're going to generate 100 points. So this is just a thing of data we're putting together. Then we can simply do an ax.plot. And in this case, let's do t comma t, which would be a diagonal line on a regular chart. And we'll give it a nice color equals blue. And line width equals 3. Let's see what that looks like. And we can see here a spiral coming out. And remember, this would be just a diagonal line on a regular chart. What happens if we take this and instead of t times 0.5, there we go. And you can see it slightly alters the way it spirals out. We could do t times 2. Spirals out a little quicker. So it's kind of just a fun. Like I said, I've never used a radar chart. It's a column. But you can always think of radar in a submarine. Kind of looks like one of those, or in an airplane. And none of this would be complete if we didn't discuss histograms. Oh my gosh, do I use a histogram so much. And we'll use our numpy that we have set as np to generate. Oh, it looks like we have 100,000 variables we're going to set equal to n. And of course, we create our figure and our axes. Subplots 1, 2, figure size 12, 14. So we're going to look at 2 different variations of the histogram. And we'll set a title, default histogram, set our title there. And then this is simply hist for histogram. And we'll just go ahead and put in our n in there. And let me run this. You can see what that looks like. And let's talk about what is going on here. So we generated an array here of data. 1,000 random arrays. It looks like they're mostly between -4 and 4. And then it adds up each one. It says 0, you have 35,000 that are 0. So that's what's most common on here. And we have 20,000 that are somewhere in this range right here between the -2 and, well, it looks like 1 and -2. And somewhere between 0 and 1, there's 30,000 numbers. So all this is saying is this is how common these variables are. And this will point you in so many directions when you're looking at data science to go ahead and run your histogram. So you should always have your histogram, and you can always put limits and all the other different things on your array, just like you did on the other graphs on there. And then we're going to do a cumulative detailed histogram. And all it is a histogram. Let me just do that. And we set cumulative equal to true and bins equal 50. And I really want to highlight the cumulative equals true is important. But we can now choose how many bins we have. In the first one, it kind of selected them for us. In this case, let me go ahead and run this. And you'll see it prints the data out for us. And here's our, whoops, must have missed, oh, there we go. It doesn't help that I put it over the old one. There we go, okay. So now you have your default histogram, and then we have a cumulative histogram. And we should have 50 steps in there. And let's just find out if that's true, not so much by counting them. I'm not going to count them. If you want to, you can count them. Let's just change it to 10 and see what happens. And we see here we have now 10 counts of that. And we could set that for 5. And run that. And then we have our 5 on there. And we go ahead and take the cumulative equals true out, just so you can see what that looks like. And let me run that on here too. That looks just like it did before. I think there's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They have 8 different bins on here. Is what the default came out of. Put that back in there. Run. And so now it should look almost identical, and it does. And then we can put the cumulative back in, see what that looks like with the cumulative. And run that. And we can see how that shifts everything over and has a slightly different look. Wait, it shifts it all to the right? No, it doesn't actually shift it to the right. It's cumulative, so it's the total of the different occurrences. And so what that means is, like, if you consider this like for the year of rainfall, we have like day 1, you had a little bit of rain. Day 2, we have more rain. And so if you look at the number, this is 100,000, 35,000. So it's a cumulative detailed histogram of the occurrence as it grows. And rainfall is a good one, because that would be a cumulative histogram of how much rain occurred throughout the year. And we're going to look at 2 more graphs. We've already looked at a bunch of them. We looked at our radar graph. We've looked at scatter, step, bar, fill in, basic plots. We've looked at different ways of showing the data. We can increase the size of the line, the look, the color, the alpha setting. So let's look at contour maps. Just put that in there. There we go. Draw a contour map. And before we draw a contour map, we need to go ahead and create data for it. And if you have contours, your data is all going to have 3 different values. So let's go ahead and create the data here. We have our, you'd import your Matplot library, your NumPy, so we have our numbers array. And we'll import matplot.cm, and that's your color maps. So you have all these different color maps you can look at. There's like hundreds of color maps. So if you don't want to do your own color, you can even do your own color map. They're pretty diverse. And of course our PLT, our pie plot. And to generate our different data, we're going to create a delta 0.025. And we'll start with X, and we're going to create an array between -3 and 3 in delta increments of 0.025. And we'll have our Y, we'll do something similar, and then we'll create our XY into a mesh grid. Again, these are all NumPy commands, so if you're not familiar with these, you'll want to go back and review our NumPy tutorial. And we'll do an exponential on here, -x squared minus y squared for our Z1. We'll do a Z2, so we have 2 different areas, and Z equals Z1 minus Z2 times 2. So we've created a number of values here. And let me go ahead and run this, and let's plug that in so you can see where those values are going. So once we've set these, we're going to create our figure and our X from our PLT subplots. We're going to create the variable CS, and this is going to be our contour. So right here, CS is our contour surface, and we're feeding it X, Y, and Z. And if you remember, X, Y we created as our X and Y components using our mesh grid. And you know what? Let's do this just because it's kind of good to see this. Let's go ahead and print X and let's print Y. And I always like to do this when I'm working with something that's either is really complicated, in this case is what we're looking at, or you don't understand yet. So we've created a mesh grid. We have X, Y, and when we're done with this, we end up with, here's our X, and this set of values, and our Y, so these are X and Y coordinates. And then we've also created Z based on our X and Y. So we have X, capital Y, and capital Z as our 3 components. X and Y being the coordinates, while Z is going to be our actual height, since we're doing a contour map. So we created our contour map from our X, Y, and Z coordinates. We want to go ahead and put in a C label. Maybe we want to go ahead and do a title on here. We'll put that in our set title, and this is a contour. There we go, contour map. And let's go ahead and run this and see what that looks like. And you'll see we generated a nice little contour map. There's different settings you can play with on this, but you can picture this being you're on a mountain climb, and here we have a line that represents 0, maybe that's sea level. And then moving on up, you have your contours of 0.5 and then -1 and different setups, little hills. I guess if it's minus, that's like a pit. So I guess you're going down into a pit at -5 and -1. And on the other side, you can see you're going up in levels. So here's a mountaintop, and here's like a basin of some kind. And in data science, this could represent a lot of things. This could also be representing 2 different values and maybe profits and loss. I don't know if I'd ever really do that as a contour map, but I'm sure you can be creative and find something fun to do with a contour map. And then we're going to look at one last map, which is the 3D map. And those can be really important as a final product because they can show so much additional information that you can't fit on 2-dimensional graphs. There we go. Draw a 3D image. And so we're going to import from our MPL toolkits the Mplot 3D and the Axes 3D. We're going to import Axes 3D. This is what's going to let us work with the 3D image. And this should look familiar. We're going to create another figure just like we did before. Figure size 14 by 6. That's a good fit on the screen. We'll go ahead and run that. So we have our figure, and let's go ahead and take our X, and we're going to set that equal to fig.add_subplot. That should also be familiar from earlier. And we're going to work with, this sets the settings for the projection. And we're going to use 1, 2, 1 projection 3D. And we'll see what that looks like in just a minute. And we just created some 3-dimensional data here before, where we had X, Y, and Z, capital X, Y, and Z. So we're going to reuse that data. We're just going to use that since this is also a 3-dimensional image. So let's use that for a 3-dimensional graph. And we simply do AX_surface and our capital X, capital Y, capital Z. So there's our data coming in. And we're going to add some settings in here. We're going to do R stride 4, C stride 4, and line width 0. And I'll show you what that is here in just a minute. Let's go ahead and run that so we can see our graph. And of course it helps if I don't add an extra comma in there. And you can see it generates this really beautiful three-dimensional graph. So let's take a little bit time to explore some of these numbers we have going in here. We have the R stride 4, the C stride 4, and the projection 3D. Projection 3D is the important one because that's telling us that this is a 3D graph here. So what are these first numbers? 1, 2, 1. Let's just change one of these. I'm going to change this to 5, and it's going to give me an error. Let's change it to 1. And that didn't work. Let's change this middle one to 3 instead. And you're going to see how it starts reshaping the size and how it fits on the screen. And we'll change the first one to 2. We'll run that one. And again, it's changed the dimensions and the size and how it fits on here. Play with these numbers till you get a nice look and feel for it. Part of it is the tilt and the angle. We'll do 7 on this one. There we go. You can see it really shifted it there. But again, that changes the size and how it fits on the canvas. But we'll leave it at the 1, 2, and just so you get a good look at what we're talking about here, this is column width and index from before. If we do 1, 1, 1, you can see that it now spreads it out all the way across. It uses the whole setup on there. So this has to do with the size and how big you want it to be. Now, there's one term that we didn't cover in this yet, but we've used it throughout the whole setup. And I'm just going to type that down here, even though we're not going to go into detail, and that's the term heat map. You might see that is kind of starting to lose ground as far as a common reference, but there sure are a lot of people who still talk about heat maps. What is a heat map? Well, it is simply a color map. That's all it is. So if you ever see the term heat map, that refers to the fact this is in different colors representing different heights. That one isn't a heat map, but you can see up here we switched into, let me go back up here, here we go. This one has different colors for the different values. A lot of times you'll use, like instead of X and Y, you might do a heat map where you have a fourth value, and the fourth value represents the color. And so you'll see this 3D image in a nice colors represented by a heat map. That's all it is. So if you see the term heat map, that only means we're plotting some of the data in color to make it stand out or to give it a fourth dimension in this case. So we've covered a lot of things on Matplot, and that brings us, covered all the basics, so that brings us to practice example. And this is going to be the challenge for you. And let me go ahead and change our cell type markdown and run that so it looks pretty. Practice example, write a Python program to create a pie chart of the popularity of programming languages. Okay, excellent. And if you're going to have a challenge, we need some data. And I'll just throw in import our Matplot library at the beginning. You should do that automatically. And so for our data to plot, we're going to have our languages. We're going to have Python, we're going to have Java, PHP, JavaScript, C#, C++. So those are 6 categories. And then we have our popularity. Oops, misspelling there. Popularity. We'll give the first one 22.2%, Java 17.6%. And I don't know if these are real numbers they pulled. My guess is that they might have just been made up because I don't know if Python's really that much more popular than the other ones. Maybe specific to data science, because Python's very popular in data science right now because it has so many options. The only other program that's highly used and exclusively for data science is R. So Python's big, and Python also does a lot more. It's a full programming language, where R is primarily for data science. They didn't even put R in here. So we have Python, we have Java, we have our PHP, and you can see the different values they've given it, or different percentages. And I did add these up. It does not add up to 100%. It adds up to 71% or something like that. And then we're going to give colors. And we've chosen, these guys in the back brought in these colors. I'm not sure what these colors are. We'll find out in a minute, so it'll be exciting. But you can see they're using the actual color values you can pull off of a color wheel or something like that. You could have just as easily done blue, red, green if you're too lazy to pick the exact colors. And then let's go ahead and solve this and see what we got here. We're going to do something a little fancy just because we can. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to use a variable called explode. And you'll notice that there's 6 variables in here, so that matches our 6 different categories. And the first one we've done is 0.1 and then 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. 0.1, when we put this in here under the explode in the plot, it will actually push that square out. So it's a really cool feature to highlight certain information on a pie chart. And this is simply plt.py. And we're plotting popularity. There we go. And before we add in all the really cool settings for this, let's go ahead and run it. And you'll see we generate a nice flat pie. Not too exciting there. And then we'll go ahead and put in all the extras. I talked about explode, where we can explode one of the values out. So here's our explode equals explode. Labels is languages, because we want to know what the different colors mean. Here's our colors equals colors, our auto picture. And this is standard print format. So that's a Python setup on there. And that's just going to put the value on the pie slice. And then we're going to add shadow because it just looks cooler with a shadow. Gives it a little 3D look. And we'll do a start angle of 140. Let's go ahead and run this and take a look and see what comes out of that. And look how that changes the whole setup. So here's our labels. There's our value we put on there. There's our slice that's pushed out. There's our shadow, a 3D effect. And then we started at 140. We could also rotate this. Let's just do this angle 90. And if we run it, you'll see the blue pie slice has moved up a little bit. We could actually let's just take the whole starting triangle out and run. It'll default to 0. This is what it looks like if it defaulted to 0. So depending on where you want the highlighted slice to appear, usually you want that to appear on the left because people read left to right. And so it draws a focus onto, in this case, Python and how great Python is. I'm a little biased. We're teaching a Python tutorial, so it should be understandable that we're looking at Python. And one last reference before we close. You can go over to the matplotlib.pyplot setup, and if you go underneath the different functions on there, you can look this up on their website. You'll see a full list, and this is why it's so important to go through a tutorial like this, because this list is just so massive. I'm trying to figure out, like, here's our bar plot. There's a bar H. You can add barbs. There's a box plot we didn't cover. C labels, a totally different kind of, for your contour plot you can set up in there. If you go down here, we have our figures we used on there. We showed you the basics of how to do the figure. You'll see some closer references on those. There's a histogram down here, HIST. There's also the hist2d, makes a 2D histogram plot. H-lines, all of this, these are all the different commands that are underneath of here. And you can see it's pretty extensive. We've covered all the basic ones so that you now have a solid ground to look at these different options. So when you come to these functions, some of them are going to look a little off, or not off, will look unfamiliar, but you'll still have the availability to probably understand most of this and have a basic understanding of your Matplotlib library.
And that brings us to the end of this video tutorial on data visualization full course. To learn more on such technologies, please subscribe to the Simplilearn channel. Thank you for watching and keep learning.